that some guy, even if a veteran, even if an SF veteran, which at the age of 20 or whatever it was, the idea that he was
an SF guy. This guy produces video from the scene tomorrow, or this next week, to change your position and
absolutely, I'm willing to change. Yeah, absolutely.
Until we get receipts, then
I'm just telling you, factually, his story does not add up. Military perspective.
I mean, that's not fact. That's just being objective, Colonel. I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm just saying that's your opinion, right? Factually, something that's substantiated through independently verifiable evidence. So I'm just
yes, showing it in 214 was SF. Absolutely.
But just because that happened, like whenever he found the tunnels, whenever he was 20, that doesn't mean that he left the military like immediately at that time. We don't know when he actually left the military. So he could have, maybe he wasn't special forces at that particular time that he found the tunnel, if you're saying he has to go, or maybe he was in the process or something like that. But we don't know that he didn't become that or he wasn't going that way. We don't know any of that history of the story.
What we do know is his original story was that he did JTF 6 and was supposed to go into WITSEC. And he did not go into WITSEC and got out of the military shortly thereafter.
Which is correct. So we don't know, but he was going to WITSEC because he realized that his name had been released to the Sinaloa cartel. We don't know when that was released. We don't know the dates of when that happened.
The cartel is right across the border right there. Like it is right there. The cartels are across the street.
Yeah, no. They're literally across the street from my neighborhood. I mean,
that's why I got myself not where it is, but
yeah. The cartel is fully penetrated into Arizona and the United States. We can talk about that too. But the point is, the story was he served on JTF 6, was supposed to go into WITSEC, and then got out of the military shortly thereafter. That does not allow.
Never said that I got out after, and we still don't know the dates on this. This could be a year later. This could be 2 years later.
I think we should wait. I think that look, I don't sell shit to my audience like nothing, right? Like I would not tell if 1,200 my listeners come to me because I'm honest with them. I can tell you last night when this guy was getting smeared, I looked at his background as much as I could, and I found evidence from a veterans organization from 2022, or was it 21, that listed him as a special forces medic. Now, you could say, oh, well, that was a fabricated story, 4 or 5 years ago, but, what's the likelihood of that? Also, his divorce records are public. They're in Washington. So if anybody really wants to dig, my listeners, you can independently verify this. His combat record is mentioned as PTSD. He was treated for PTSD for psychological problems during his divorce. His wife used it as a premise to take his kid, right? And it was because of his combat record. So this is verified in a court of law. So I got it again. Maybe the rank or maybe some of the specifics about it, but as far as I could see, from primary evidence, he was in the military. So again, I don't, maybe he wasn't special forces or JTS. I'm not sure, right? I'm not saying I know exactly what rank or position he held, but I found 2 independently verifiable sources last night that said, and one was the court record, which is pretty solid, because it wasn't disputed, right? So that he was in the military.
That he was in the military, but you have to understand the SF claim is a really big deal, but the story does not add up. The timeline does not add up.
I will send you the docket, and you can look through and see. I don't remember if I saw it was mentioned, but I'll show you what I read. But I mean, it looks substantiated to me.
I will look at it. I will be happy to look at it. But I'm telling you, the concept of wandering into an operational building is absurd. When
he was outside, he didn't go into the building. That was not the claim that was made.
Yes, it is. The claim is that
he went to the lobby. He went to the lobby. Yeah. And it was also in the building it was in a temporary place. It was not the place that they
He
normally
was outside, and they took him inside.
I know what building it is. I'm telling you, this is the headquarters for the JKF that's doing Southern Border now.
And it's a temporary building?
What's that?
Is it the one you're referring to? Is it the temporary building?
Well, it's a temporary headquarters. It's not a temporary building. It's an established building that used to have something there. It got moved out. They moved these guys in when the task force was assigned here. But every building that has anything operational on it has a front desk right in front of it. And in order to enter that building, you have to have a special ID card pass that's in addition to a military ID.
Oh, bro. I'm sorry. I have some breaking news. The rep, Mark Amodi has been community noted for not being there during the hours to which he claimed he was. So that is amazing. That's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm sure that Bucker's lying. I'm just trying to tell you guys the idea.
What does that give more credit to his story, though? If you can't get in that building unless you're credentialed and you have a reason to be there, he wouldn't have been able to get into that lobby in the first place unless he was what he said he was.
Well, no, you could be any retired military or whatever and walk into that building, but you'd be stopped at the front desk.
And that's what he said, is that he walked to the lobby and he saw these people in the lobby.
But the meeting that's alleged would happen in a skit.
Right, he didn't say that he saw the meeting. He said that he saw
coming out of the meeting.
He said which is coming into the lobby, so he's in the lobby and he sees all of these lieutenant colonels walking out into the lobby
we know his position. We don't need to argue about it really anymore. I want to keep moving. But the fact that this sitting congressman just got community noted on his alibi, I think it's fucking crazy. That is significant. What? What'd you say? Hello?
Major.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna post it here in a second. All right, let's go to Kelly, and I do want to pivot to FD.
Hi, thank you for having me on. I just want to say thank you to the colonel, the military guy. I'm not military. My boyfriend is ex-military, but I really appreciate what he's doing, because if there's any chance that this guy is here to plant and throw things off, or I don't know, maybe part of his story is real, I think it's really important to poke holes in it where it's not lining up. And I know Valhalla has done the same thing. I know none of you guys know me. I'm an independent journalist. I actually had very little idea who Charlie Kirk even was. Prior to, I'm not Republican. I come from a Republican family, but just my background, I'm an independent. But I became very interested in this case when he was assassinated, because I went and I watched his interview with Tucker Carlson, not even a month before he was assassinated. And if you go to my Twitter page, you'll probably see, if you go in videos, you'll see I cut a 12-minute, two separate, 6.5-minute clips of Charlie, and then another separate 2-minute one from that, where he is really zeroing in on the intelligence agencies. And it was very alarming to me, having been someone, I worked on Assange Countdown to Freedom, a show for 4 years. I'm a big advocate of, transparency completely. And so anyway, that's just my background, but that's not why I jumped in when I heard you guys talking about the paving over. So anyway, I have been following this every day since it happened. And I'm very concerned about the paving over. And also, I wondered, in all the stuff that I've watched, and that's a lot of different YouTubers and everything, I haven't seen anybody really focus on the windows of the Hall of Flags kind of behind the tent. And I may have just missed it.
We're a little bit off topic from what we're talking about right now. We can put
okay. Well, what I'm asking, the reason I'm asking is because I know there was a guy, is it Range Day Bros or somebody who had focused on the shot coming from behind, but it was kind of up to the right. And I wondered, could it have come more directly behind? And I thought it was odd that they've got this big, like, old screen printing window thing over. And I wondered, has anyone looked into, like, when that was placed there? Because you know how there was the...
I've been in that hall of flags. I can tell you that I can tell you that there is no way that a shot came from inside of there. There's absolutely no.
Okay.
It is inside of the school. None of the vents are accessible. I have been in there multiple times. I've videoed it in there. I did a live video space walkthrough in there. And I can tell you that, yep. All right, we're gonna continue.
Okay. I saw some of your, we were walking around on campus, but I missed that.
Okay.
No one
That's on my highlights. If you want to go back there and look at it, you can probably find it.
Okay, because there was the guy on the roof in tactical gear, right? That would have been sort of the other end of the hall.
There was two individuals who were above Charlie, and they were in a cordoned off area that had caution tape. So, all right. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Is there anybody else who wants to talk about Charlie before we pivot to Epstein? And we're going to go back to Charlie just right now. Anybody? No? Okay. Maine, you're up.
Oh, what are you guys talking about? It's a slow news day. Very, very slow news day.
Nothing happened.
Yeah. Ain't nothing happened, you know. Slow news day. You got people resigning from Congress. You got
resigning from Congress.
You got let's see. You got the Senator Loomis from Wyoming's not running for re-election. You got Stefanik dropping out of the New York governor's race and say she's not running for re-election in New York. Very interesting. You have Bongino's resignation, and now you got the Epstein files drop. Pretty interesting. This all just happens all in a vacuum. Nothing happens in a vacuum, friends. Nothing is coincidence. So before I came in here, which feels like 2 years ago now, you guys were talking about Charlie. I was on a call with Rokan and a few others, and I had a few questions for the Congressman about precisely where we're at. And here's where we're at. And this is a direct quote from Rokana. Pam Bondi has broken the law. It's a direct quote from a congressman that helped to write the Epstein Transparency Act. The Attorney General of the United States has broken the law. And in that, she has, in fact, redacted things that are not allowed to be redacted pursuant to the law that was passed by the House, passed by the Senate, and signed by the President. There are things in there, and this is direct language from the Department of Justice that was out on Fox News a couple hours ago when they came out, is that there are things in here that are protecting people that are political people in these files that were released today. That is a violation of the law, number one. Number two, according to Rokana, the Department of Justice is in possession of over 300 gigabytes of Epstein files. This evening, we've seen 3 gigabytes of files. They are purposely withholding, and they have not met any of the obligations that are inside the Epstein Transparency Act. And final point, what are our avenues now to hold these people accountable? So, couple of things.
Did you see the conversation I was having under your post?
I did.
About that? Okay.
Yeah. So, one, we're in a kind of sticky situation when it comes to federal stuff on the legal side because the Attorney General is implicated here. The Attorney General would have to press charges on herself. So we all know that's not going to happen. Another direct quote from Rokana is Congress is actively discussing impeachment proceedings for Attorney General Pam Bondi over the Epstein files. Now, this will most likely have to start in the Senate with discussions, or have to wait till the House comes back if Speaker Johnson puts the House back into session after the holiday, because they are now out of session a day early. They were out yesterday. And then secondly, the most important part, I have this post on my page too, this was really stuck out for me in the chat that I had. The two best avenues for accountability and pressure are one, political pressure, because this is a terrible thing for the president, because this Epstein story is not going away. And the way the Department of Justice has handled this by redacting over 90% of the files that were released today, and that is only 1% of the entirety of the files that they have, tells you if they're releasing what they're releasing now, God knows what they're holding back. The political pressure is Avenue A. Avenue B is pressuring state-level attorney generals to launch their own investigations into crimes that may have occurred in their states. Why is that important? State-level crimes are not eligible for presidential pardon, right? So, and then one thing Rose said also, when it comes to Pam Bondi, the statute of limitations for crimes associated with these files is 10 years. Dragged out until the next administration in 2028, 2029, when they take office as well. That is, of course, if the President of the United States does not preemptively pardon literally everybody that works for him. And if you've heard me talking here before, that is the unintended consequence. Pardon at the end of his term, then now this president will take this and...
You're assuming it's unintended?
Well, we'll go crazy with it now. And now this president may preemptively pardon everybody else. And my opinion on this has been very simple. This is precisely why the open and brazen corruption in this administration that we've seen, from the grifting to the stuff we saw this week with Trump Media Company getting into the nuclear fusion business somehow.
Isn't it from the weird? I have to point this out too. Yeah. You brought up my comments. Isn't it weird that a nuclear physicist gets sniped out at over there, MIT, and then the same week Trump merges with a nuclear fusion?
Well, it's really interesting you mentioned that, Dilly, because actually, if you dig a little bit further into that fellow's life, he worked for a direct competitor of TAE, which is the company that Trump's media company just merged with. And that competitor has gotten millions, if not billions of dollars in government contracts. This new company, this TAE, which has money behind it, by the way, has never received a government contract. I wrote it on my page when this story went. Mark my words, that company, TAE, Nuclear Fusion, undoubtedly within the next 3 years will get a government contract under this administration. I would bet house money on it all day long. Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
Maine, I have to ask, I'm just curious, how come your ears aren't perked up more about the thought of a Republican House member being scandal like this? Like, couldn't this be a good opportunity for Democrats to jump in and dogpile this guy?
Scandal like what? Are you talking about the Charlie Kirk guy in Nevada? That guy?
Yeah. He got online.
Here's my thing on this, and I've said it since January 20th. Let them fight. Let them cook. If it ain't my fight, I don't care. I don't care. I haven't found, I think Charlie's death is tragic. Whoever killed him, there should be an investigation. They should have justice. They should die. All that kind of stuff. If y'all on the Republican side, and I know you're not a Republican anymore, if the Republican Party, TPUSA, and back to
Republican.
This is not my fight. I don't care. I got more important things to do than this. To be honest, to be perfectly honest. By the way, if it turns out this guy is part of it,
dude, Democrat, this is just, it's fucking mind.
You don't care if there's our government is actively assassinating Americans?
Not just that, okay? You're talking about the largest infighting in the Republican Party since Epstein, right? Why would you not fan the flames of that if you were a Democrat? That doesn't make any sense. Epstein, for example, they did with Epstein, they did not shut up about Epstein all summer long. They kept alluding that Trump was in the files, that he's rolling it back to cover for his federal friends, yada, yada, yada. But when it comes to Kirk, when there's clearly, right, some kind of high-level involvement either between this administration or, like I just pointed out, a Republican House member, you guys are crickets.
I don't think we need to do this. I'll be very clear. Very simple. We don't have to do shit. We don't have to do anything. Right? It's the simplest rule in political warfare and regular warfare. Divide and conquer. If the right is going to be up in arms about this and squabbling over the future of TPUSA and who's going to carry the MAGA throne after Trump's, not in the picture anymore, Why would Democrats need to do anything except be subversive and throw a little bit of this and that? The Democrats should do exactly what they're doing. Let Trump cook the Republican Party. Don't care. It's not our fight. Y'all figure it out. We're going to go over here and talk to voters about things that are affecting their bank accounts and everything else.
Maine. Fights about the corruption of our government.
Maine, imagine how idiotic and ironic you sound. Like, it's so contradictory to say when the Biden administration. No, doesn't matter. Biden's over. Get over it. No, wait, hold on. No, you just said. Hold on. You just said he preemptively pardoned somebody. Yep. So hold on. No, I know. And remember, you said you were worried about it because of the lasting implications, correct? So I was like, why aren't you worried? Then why aren't you worried about the lasting implications about a sitting administration potentially? Well, you're making a false equivalence. No, I'm not making a false equivalence. You are. No, not at all. They're not. So you were worried. You were worried about it because of what it could mean for the future and potentially how it could affect your party moving forward or the country as a whole. In this situation, you don't care about an American citizen who, at minimum, the whole story that's being put out by a Republican administration. I lean that way. And they're the ones that are running interference for whoever, we can argue who that is or isn't, and you're like, I don't care at all. I really don't. I'm going to be very clear with you. I don't care about this Erica Kirk, Candace Owens bullshit. That's a distraction. If you want to talk about what really happened to Charlie Kirk, go through the trial. Facts come out of the trial. Go that way. I don't do this conspiracy theory nonsense of it was an Israeli op where there was a magic bullet or a drone or the guy in the front with a CIA pump gun or any of this shit. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in these. But that's the thing with conspiracy theories. If they aren't proven and it doesn't make you satisfied, you're just going to believe what you want to believe anyway.
Hold on. We're talking about the Epstein files. Right? We're not going to start labeling people as conspiracy theorists. Let's have a meaningful conversation.
Yeah, right. So let's go back to the topic that I'm actually here to talk about, which is Epstein. Right? That's a real thing and it's a cross-cutting thing. Right? And, it's very, very clear to me. And if we really want to talk political nature, this is a booby trap. And the Trump administration stepped right into it. Okay? This entire Epstein Transparency Act with Bassi and Khanna is a radioactive nuclear bomb. And the Trump administration had it right in their hands. And all they had to do to defuse it was have 100% transparency and follow the letter of the law that was passed in Congress and signed by the president. And they did not do that. They didn't do it. And purposely didn't do it. And are trying to claim victory. I found it interesting that the files that we did get today are all about Bill Clinton, who is just as equally a piece of shit and should face accountability for
Michael Jackson as well.
Rest in peace, King Pop. So I find it interesting. I was in the GC earlier. Why do you think it's all about Bill Clinton? I'm like, are you new to Trump politics? Like, are you new to this? I said this when they were having the big speech that was going to say that we were going to war with Venezuela. Ain't nothing going to happen, right? This is the most predictable president we've ever had. You knew the stuff was going to be redacted. You knew the stuff that was going to get released was going to be about Bill Clinton and Democrats. You're wrong. Hold on. Am I wrong? No, you're right. Okay. Thank you. Don't interrupt though. I'll let you know. You've had it for a little while.
A little bit of flavor. Terry, you
Go ahead.
can't. You're not gonna let a Democrat chime in over you, man? Gee.
Yeah, go ahead, Terry. I'm an independent.
Yeah, I'm a Democrat. I was pro at one point. Worked on Capitol Hill for 5 years, so I know a little bit. And tactically, politically, you're right. Okay. My problem with this is twofold. One is, what is our party's program? You don't have one, man. You're just talking bullshit. And we have to do better than say Trump is this and Trump is that. And I'm all with you. I agree with you. And, I'm glad to see this story absolutely falling apart. Okay? But what do we stand for? What are we for? And number two is, so I completely disagree with your cynical, hardcore political view. Okay, I mean it's bullshit, man. And I never talk like this to people on here ever. And number two is
so vague. What does that mean?
Excuse me.
What do you mean?
Excuse me. Let me finish.
Let him finish his points and I'll respond.
And I'm gonna land here. We have a bunch of people, especially in this
I
room.
love that I have two Democrats going at each other on my stage.
No, one of us is a Democrat. The other one is a
You're about to have a third. You're about to have a third.
It's just a moment. Look, you know what? I'm not so biased anymore, right? If you were trying to fight for truth and trying to save this country, I will listen to you. Go ahead, Terry.
That's what I want. I want truth, man. And if you were, a good political operator, a smarter one, you would be for that too.
What was your number two?
Number two is we are in a room here filled with people that probably don't agree with us on everything. Okay, not even close. And so we have to find these areas where we do agree and make that bond stronger. And you don't do that. So I disagree with you.
All right. I appreciate
And
the
also,
clarity.
before Jeffrey was arrested,
Let's let me respond. I promise I would let me respond. Go ahead, Nate.
No, I disagree with that. Yeah, I disagree with that. Being somebody that grew up in Palm Beaches has never been a secret. And
it
by the
was
way,
considered a conspiracy.
Well, again, I want me to address Terry, please. Go ahead.
all right, two things. I can do two things at once. I don't have ADHD. Well, not as much anymore. It wasn't a conspiracy unless it was a conspiracy if you didn't know the ins and the outs of the cases, right? I grew up in Florida. This has been very well known in Florida. Didn't get national news until he got arrested, and the cases down in Florida went out with Alex Acosta and Pam Bondi. Number one. Number two, Terry, I honestly have no idea what you just said, honestly, because you come at me like I'm not a real Democrat with real solutions. We don't have anything to stand on. I'm incredibly political. I spend more time talking to Republicans and conservatives than I do talking to Democrats and liberals. So I'm not really sure if you have any idea who I am. I don't think you have any idea of what I stand for. And I don't think you really have any idea what the Democratic Party stands for either. And here's the other part.
I think his point is, hold on, let me just end this. I think is that the Democrats don't really know what they stand for right now.
No, now I got Daly putting words in my mouth. And then the last
talking about Terry. I think what he said was that the Democrats don't have a plan right now. They're not offering.
Don't need one. This is what you don't understand. When you were in the opposition, you don't need one. When you are in opposition, that is the whole point of democratic theory in the United States. When you're in the opposition, the entire point is to listen to the people. That is the entire point. You listen to the people. Thanks, Terry. I didn't interrupt you. I'll finish and then I will let you respond to it. Yeah, go ahead. The entire point is to be in the opposition. Now, when you get closer to the midterms, when people are starting to decide who they're voting for, that's when you produce your party platform. Ask Newt Gingrich. Gingrich produced the Contract for America in the 90s. We know the president's not really popular. We know what the President Clinton went through with his, let's call, personal transgressions, right? Here's what we're offering. The Democrats don't need to do that right now. They don't. They need to organize and win elections. And by the way, take a look around. The Democrats are winning literally every election in 2025. They just got a white woman, whose nickname in Miami is Gringa, to be the first Democrat in 30 years to be the mayor of Miami, Florida. The Democrats are doing much better than you think they are, and they don't need a policy platform now to do it. That's the beauty of being in the opposition. It is actually much easier to be in the opposition than it is to govern, especially when you are running as a populist like this president did. Ran as a populist, a laundry list of campaign promises that he can't fill, and has created an insurgency inside his own party and has divided his own party and his coalition. And if you don't see that, you're not paying attention.
Can I talk?
Sure, go right ahead. I can't wait to hear this. I'm going to dumb myself down to third grade reading level. Please go ahead.
Why do you have to go to ad hominem attacks me?
You don't like that, right? It's not good, right? I can't do, you do that to me, but I can't do that to you, right?
Let me help. You did cast a little bit of dispersions at him, and it's okay. You did. I don't know if you realize you did it, but you did. And fine.
My bad. I apologize.
Okay.
But man, here's the thing: is you can't help yourself, man. You just gotta talk.
Can't wait.
He's trying to trigger you. Man's not
gonna work. So, but Maine, tactically, politically, I agree with you. Which is the best thing for the opposition to do is sit back and let the majority party at this point tear itself to pieces. I mean, that's exactly right. We don't have to say anything or do anything. Tactically, I agree with you. And just FYI, I was working precincts on the south side of Chicago before you were born, dude. But anyway, the thing is...
How old are you, bro?
Yeah, I'm a boomer, dude. I'm 71.
Oh, dear.
So,
Alright, so let me finish.
So, you are right, tactically. But tactics are just going to fuck up our country even more. We have to find ways to have substantive common cause with people in this room that we naturally disagree with. Like, I don't agree with most of the people in here about, right to life or right to choice. I know I wouldn't. But you know what? I think we have to find ways and areas to agree with them. So to say, we can just sit back and let them tear each other up. I mean, it is entertaining, I have to admit. But it's not a way to govern and bring the country together.
I think that's a good point. And I'll say this, you can do two things at once, which is one, let the Republicans cannibalize, which is precisely what we should do, which is governing tactics, to go back to what you were saying, which is why I was totally in favor of Schumer keeping the government open twice. Don't be obstructionists, milk it for what you can, and make the majority party try to govern. Okay, especially when they're divided, because they can't. Okay, Democrats, when they were in power, they couldn't really govern either. It was pretty difficult for them to do it, even with a supermajority in the first 18 months of the Obama administration. Okay, so, and then on the other side, you can do the other thing too, which is you coalition build. You can do the same thing, right?
Exactly.
It's called the inside the beltway strategy and tactics that I'm talking about, right? Which is keeping the government open, things of that nature. And then outside in the grassroots, you have to do both. 100% there, right there with you. And the Democrats are doing that. You can see that in the performance in the elections, and the right tactics are working inside of Washington to see how divided the Republicans are and how Donald Trump's numbers are going anywhere and everywhere except up. They're going down across the board.
I'll stop. I would wonder how many of the people in this room, especially who tilt right and some very hard right, would say, oh man, that main guy's got it together. I love his viewpoint for our country. And I think it would not be very many. And I think, but I could be wrong, but we got to get a bigger tent. That's all I'm saying. But we're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
just convinced by Maine that I want to vote less this year.
Excellent. We'll take that. Well, that's good too. No, I'm just kidding. Please,
You act like Democrats are disillusioned. You're talking to one who is telling you he's disillusioned right now. So, okay, let's go to some other hands. I want to bring it back to the topic as well. Go ahead, this authentic. Remember, let's keep it about Epstein.
stop spamming me with emojis, by the way.
I'm not doing it.
No, you. The bunch of people are annoying.
It's Casey, by the way. Just letting you know. Okay, so me, I lifelong Democrat, and I ventured into this arena by ways of Charlie. And here's what I will say, because if you are this passionate about Epstein, which clearly you are, and I can tell that you have wealth of knowledge when it comes to like politics and strategy and everything like that. Like, you obviously care about the truth. And at the end of the day, this is where I'm at. I feel like parties are the distraction. Because as long as there's parties, as long as they keep us fighting against each other, right, and trying to have a stake in this game, the game's rigged. and everything's bought and paid for. Everything's fake and gay, and we're going to see that with Epstein. And it's like, if we don't come together to some capacity, we are going to lose our democracy in its entirety.
Constitutional Republic. Constitutional Republic. Sorry, I had to correct you.
Constitution, thank you. Okay. Yeah. It is. There is so much foreign influence, and like, I mean, would you agree with that? That we have too much foreign influence in our politics?
Yes. And it's not just foreign. It's not just foreign, right? We are purposely being divided by a uniparty donor class that spend money on both sides of the political aisle. And I have seen this in my own life and in my own experience as being a Democratic Party operative. And I have seen it where you have super donors, since Citizen United, that spend money on both candidates in the same race. So they have leverage over the other one when they get in there, so they can start racking up the IOUs. And nowadays it's even worse because you have the billionaire class. They are entirely have free range to spend money on elections. Not just on that, inside the Beltway, right? Donating the politicians, the PACs, and everything else. They rig the algorithms for us to be at each other's heads. They own all of the newspapers and the media companies and everything else, and rig them on top of it. I'm right there with you.
I'm telling you, I would imagine the majority of the people that are in this room feel the exact same way. Like, everyone's looking around going, holy shit, no one gives a flying F about Americans. Like, no one cares, because they all are indebted to.
This shit nasty as hell. Y'all need to learn.
You know, whatever money, foreign money, or like, it's so broken right now. And I'm telling you, as long as we continue to try to like dig our heels in and fight for the cause of our party, we will all lose. And I'm at a point now change things, and I know that's probably like naive for me to think that we have that power, but like, yes, what else do we have? We're gonna lose this country.
I think you're spot on there, but here's the one thing I will say. We are so entrenched right now in a binary political system that the only reason why, and by the way, I changed my party registration this year. I am an independent, but I do what one of my senators does. Angus Kitten, I caucus as a Democrat, right? Because I've yet to find a Republican that's got the testicular fortitude to really stand up for middle and working class people with an economic populist message and hold true to it when they get elected. Even Massey. There are times when I agree with Massey, and there are times when I disagree with Massey, right? There hasn't been one.
Do you really care about Epstein, or do you care about it politically? You know, like how? What's your motivation? Be honest.
First of all, now I'm getting offended because let me tell you something, and I get really pissed off when people make aspersions when I just asked. No, stop. I'm gonna answer it now because now I'm pissed off. Because I made it abundantly clear how important this issue is to me. Twofold. I grew up in Palm Beach, Florida. I know these people. I know the darks and the ins and the outs of the cesspool that is Palm Beach. I went to high school around the time that Jeffrey Epstein was plucking girls out of those public high schools. This has been an issue in my hometown for going on 30 years in Palm Beach, Florida. I wouldn't care if Bill Clinton was the standard bearer for this Epstein stuff. I had already called him a piece of shit in here. The problem I have, and that people don't understand this and don't spend enough time on it, this is not political. This is class-based. This entire thing is protecting a class of people by using the government to do so. That is the entirety of this point. And if you listen to Massey and you listen to Kana, that's truly what's at their root of their concern. They don't give a shit if Donald Trump's in here. They don't give a shit if Bill Clinton's in there. They want to know where the money is, where it went, who it came from, and why the government is being used to protect them. There's a reason why they call Palm Beach one of the darkest places on earth. And why it's called Wall Street stuff.
So wouldn't it be a better idea idea to not make it a partisan issue to where it's like, if we stand for the American people as a whole and get out, we remove ourselves from this forced choosing between left and right to just choose for Americans. Like, Montana has the way to get around Citizens United right now so that we can get that out of our politics. There's ways to get around. We have to do something to get around this system. And as long as we continue to play the left versus right game, we're going to be stuck in it. And I think that that's what some of the people here and what I'm getting from some of the Democrats in the chat is that they don't want the partisan infighting anymore. We're tired of it. We're tired of playing this game. We're tired of being maneuvered like puppets. So why can't we come together and just search for truth, whether that means it's Epstein, whether that means it's Charlie Kirk, no matter who it is, finding the truth and coming together against the system instead of playing into it.
And you said politically and tactically, it makes sense for Democrats to just sit and let us try to implode. But then you also stated politically and tactfully, these rich entities within the United States pay on both ends.
Yes.
Fucks us, right?
Yes. Yes.
So maybe when you take this angle and look, I agree, you're brilliant politically. There's things that I've listened to you speak on.
Congress is currently debating spending cuts alongside spending.
But the same lens.
No sympathy.
I'm just giving the guy a compliment. But regardless, the same lens that you look at that is what's also destroying us. And you stated both things. So you're looking at it through this political and tactfully, but like your default setting is to this Democratic Party, and until you wash away from that, you're just going to be a Democrat.
And fucking, I heard you went off, and I was like, damn, what the fuck are we talking
So
about?
let me tell you more about my perspective. Is that
Do you acknowledge what I'm saying to you?
yeah, I hear what you're saying, but let me be a little bit more specific about my perspective. I hate the Democratic Party establishment just as much as I hate the Republicans. There's a reason why I'm no longer active in the Democratic Party. I left organized Democratic politics in 2016 because the Democratic Party has long since forgotten what are the founding roots of the modern day Democratic Party. They've left working class and middle class people behind and swapped them out for big business and Wall Street and corporate interests. That's been the case. That's why I left. That's why a lot of people left organized Democratic politics. But now you're starting to see something, and that's the grand U theory in political science, where working class people are starting to realize that we've been screwed over by a corporatist uniparty that does fund both party establishments.
Democrats
Here's a prime example.
finally get Trump.
The senior senator in Maine is Susan
But instead,
Collins. She's
all
been
they
there
got
for
was pictures
26
of you,
years.
buck
Okay?
naked, in
Has
a
not held
jacuzzi
one
with
town
girls.
hall in this state
Aren't you
in
afraid of
25
being
years.
That Bill Gates is lobbying
When-
Congress for
Before one of my closest friends decided to
And
run
why
for
is it that
Senate, Susan Collins was having a fundraiser with California liberals at a wine cave in San Francisco. Liberals with Susan Collins raising money. People aren't interested in ideology. They don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. The idea of blue versus red is an illusion. That's why I'm trying to get people to realize it's class-based. When I say I want the Republican establishment to fight and break down, 100%, just like what just happened to the Democratic Party in 2024. Same thing. The Republicans have to go through the same thing. Because at that point, that allows the Republican Party to go back to its roots and get middle and working class people's interests at the front of the line. Democratic Party starts to break away from corporate interests and gets middle class and working class people together, and it allows the middle and working class Americans who have been left behind by both parties for almost 50 or 60 years to start talking to one another like we're doing right in here. But the one difference between my perspective and y'all's is, until we change the structure of our political system, which is impossible to do from the outside, it is impossible the way it's set up, is you have to use the system to get in and break it from within side. That's the only way. There's a reason why independents don't win
presidential elections in this country because the money interest won't let them. And Noxie, on your point about Citizens United, I know about Montana. We did the same thing in Maine by a citizens ballot. Guess what's happening? It's going through the court process. The entire point of those two amendments is to go through the court process and get it before the Supreme Court, not soon, but 2028 and 2029, when there's a change in the administration, and hopefully we can change some people out of the Supreme Court, because this Supreme Court will not do anything on the moneyed interest and the monetization and commoditization of our political system. I'll land there now. It's not red versus blue. It's us versus them. It's top versus bottom.
I mean, I want to make sure that I heard you correctly. You're saying that you don't believe that things can change unless we can get, like, it has to happen within the system currently.
Yeah.
Not, but
If
that's
we far gone.
that means that doesn't change.
No, that's where you would have to see.
Gen Z is going to take millions of dollars from Israel? Come on.
Oh, God. Now we're doing Israel stuff. Listen, I didn't mention Israel.
Stay away from that. Maine. I'm sorry. Just one
If
question.
you want somebody to talk about Israel, we have Sam Parker co-hosting.
Yeah.
Come on.
Maine. I agree with everything you said. The thing that I think that's important is we've got to get rid of Citizens United. We've got to. That is probably our biggest problem. And the only other thing to say is that you're from Palm
We're
Beach.
supposed to be wheeling it back to Epstein, though.
I am. I'm going to get to Epstein right now. Palm Beach, these young girls who he was plucking out of your high school, their mommies and daddies were not going to the boy country clubs. They were not. They were four white girls. And it was a classic grab from billionaires. And it makes me sick. You just got to say what it is. Chase off. And it's gross. And we got to stop it. I'm done.
Appreciate you. Let's go to Maze Love. Go ahead, Maze. It is Friday night. We could do some popcorn.
We're in the middle of a huge windstorm up here. It's blowing 80 miles an hour here. If I lose power,
Oh, no. Well,
I know there's a junction or somewhere around that. Enjoy this.
I knew you were going to do it. I knew.
that's truly my next vision highlighter here. Thank you. Anyway, so this is something that kind of an epiphany I had recently is that, like, looking back, I just think that our problem, and many of you actually tonight, has been that we need to protect the treasonous traitors if it was our party. And, and then like we would kick and scream when it's the other party. And whenever we would do that, we would kind of just, because it was like this default thought that it's just anything but the other side would encompass. We have to, they would come together and they would like literally defend the traitorous and treasonous actions of whatever administration was. And then that also begins to legitimize, like, we shouldn't even be having conversations about some of the shit that has happened that they've.
Hello?
Hi everyone. No child should ever be. What's a soulmate?
It's like a best friend, but more.
has ever admiration for the world, but now it is hated. Why? Because the Zionist cult. I used to not use the word Zionist. I hated in the past because I thought it was overly exaggerated. But now I see. I feel like it gets overused too. Yeah, but I see it. Unfortunately, it is a global cult. They infiltrate, they bribe, they blackmail, and they hijack. And they hijack Western governments. And I do believe Middle Eastern governments, they are also. It is. Do you think that's what we're seeing with Charlie Kirk? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Therefore, we need to get rid of this cancer, whatever infected our government, and maybe we need several amendments. One is separation of corporation from the government. I love the Constitution. I studied deeply. We need to ratify. We need to ratify the free market. Exactly. I think we need a constitutional protection against corporations, big money, and billionaire class. And I love the Constitution. The founders, the biggest asset of the United States is the philosophical mind of the founders of the United States. They were brilliant people, but unfortunately, they didn't foresee that there will be big corporations. They will basically change the government of people, by people, for people, to the government of the few, by the few, and for the few. And these are the wealthy, rich oligarchs. And therefore, we need one. And second, I think also UBI, you should be thinking of universal basic income. And we are the richest country in the world, richest country, but we have millions of Americans struggling to feed themselves, huge debt. And I think it is possible if you study UBI system, especially automation and AI stuff, many people will be out of job, and it's not fair. And we have just one person imagined right now owns the wealth of one person more than 50% of America. This is not acceptable in between, but they want to tell us, well, black or white. Well, there is something in between. Thank you very much for your patience.
Well, I just want to highlight, if you guys were listening to that, he is a former or self-proclaimed, at least, very progressive Democrat who told you that not only did he donate to a Republican, Thomas Massey's campaign, he's also actively on the ground trying to get him elected.
I met him. I talked to him about 1 hour. We discussed in his office. I love the guy.
He's amazing. Yeah, he's great.
He's an honest guy, and I do think that we should promote him to run for presidency.
No, I'd love for him to run for 28. I'd be all over that.
Diligent, who is talking right now? Because I want to follow him.
His name's Edith. Edith, he's got the white profile.
Oh, yep, thanks.
Yeah, he's a philosopher. He came into my spaces the first time. Let me just say this, it's about Epstein. And the people who are complaining about the political conversation, well, this is a problem that has persisted throughout politics, right? It was identified under Bill Clinton. It persisted under Bush. It persisted under Obama. It persisted under Trump the first time. It persisted under Biden the last 4 years. And even now, even today, it's still persisting under Trump. This is not a partisan issue, but it is a political issue, and I'll tell you why. Because it involves leverage, right? And power brokers within the United States, not just blackmail, but leverage over some of the most wealthy individuals in our country that donate to the political class, right? I'm talking about the Leon Blacks, the Bill Clintons, like who else knows? Like, these individuals are power brokers within the political system in the United States. This is why Epstein is so important. It is at the heart of, it's the crux of the rot, right? It highlights all of the very darkest things that work within the establishment, within the intelligence communities, within law enforcement, within the political class. All of it is the darkest. It is a proper word here. It is a congruency and a network of like all of the very darkest and most like sinister elements of our society. So that is why it's so important that we purge it from our country, right? That is why I picked up. I'm on a little bit of diatribe, so hold on.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I am. When I decided to stick to Epstein this summer, right? I was full on MAGA. I never deviated from my party. Never criticized Trump, right? Except for when JD Vance. Even then, I didn't criticize him very hard, right? But I'm just saying, like, I never openly criticized him. I never even thought that. I was actively cheerleading for my team. I was actively doing whatever I could to make them look good. I'm admitting my own bias. There's something from Epstein where I found something that the administration was doing that could not I went against the grain. They canceled me, right? Like, it was rough. I had CIA agents threatening me on the timeline, literally. All kinds of crazy shit. People trying to dox me. People trying to dox my family. I'm getting packages intercepted.
It was nuts. And but you know what happened is that a lot of my listener base died down a little bit, but more Democrats who were feeling disillusioned with their own started to listen to them. And so that's how Terry got here, right? That is how I'm looking in the crowd. Willow, and there's a bunch of them, right? There's a bunch of Democrats and Republicans who listen to these spaces now, right? It is an issue. Like if you're looking for an issue to bring people together, you have to stop thinking I can use this to make sure my party wins. No, like we have to move as a body in the most strategic way to eliminate this threat possible as one cohesive unit, like unified under this issue, not so Democrats can win the midterms, not so Republicans can win the midterms. Like we have to address this evil together. And this is an issue that can do it. It has done it. You just heard Edith up here telling you, right? I was a progressive. I just voted for he's campaigning for a Republican on this issue, right? And so if you're listening right now, I would just look at this opportunity to and realize that the two-party system, the Democrat versus Republican, all of the infighting and the culture war, all of the culture war shit, and I would even argue to some degree it's the Jews and the Jews, even some of that's culture war shit, right? Like the racial divide shit, all of it. All of that shit is to keep us occupied and not hold the establishment or the ruling class accountable. And right now, you have two issues at the same time, which is crazy. We have Charlie Kirk's assassination, which is clearly fucking something very wicked is going on here. And we have an Epstein case where we know something wicked is going on here, happening at the same time where people are waking up on both sides of the aisle and coming together and demanding change. Like, I don't think that we've ever had a better moment to form a unified front and fucking get this shit out of our society.
Listen, just two quick points. The problem that grassroots movements have in America, regardless if they're on the left or the right, as organic as they start, that's not where they end. They always get co-opted by big money, corporate interests, and special interests. Democratic Party had one with Occupy Wall Street, completely gone right now. The right started in 2010 after President Obama was inaugurated at the healthcare debate, and Kitover. Tea Party started out as organic, small, limited government conservative movement, completely co-opted by the Koch brothers, American for Prosperity, and ALEC. Completely went away. I'm just going through the same thing. Started out as an organic, conservative, populist movement, has been completely co-opted by the grifter class, backed by foreign money and corporate money, and billionaire money. It happens every single time in this country. It just does. And these movements fade away. Why? Because
insurance premiums, people losing their jobs, people's bankruptcies, small business bankruptcies. These are people. And sometimes we need to refocus on that tidbit that we're all not just numbers. You focus on the people, the human aspect of it. That's what we'll get through and get people to stop looking at the red team, the blue dog team, the yellow team, the whatever team, and focus on the people. That's how you can get that stuff going and using that system. Thanks, man. Let's go to Colonel. Welcome, sir, and then we'll go to C. Luke.
Yeah, hey, Dylan, enjoy this because obviously you covered the Charlie Kirk and we're back on the issue. But here's the thing: is Maine's been dominating conversation. I gotta ask you about this. The populist side of Maine.
So Maine's been dominating the conversation, and the way to change that is to ask him a question.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to write.
Interesting. Go ahead.
I'm on the other side of a lot of issues with him. However, he's very articulate, smart, and tells a damn good story on the populist side. So the issue I've got with Maine is not just that he likes broad white or race of a human being, but the big thing is like what we're talking about here is he doesn't acknowledge rigged elections. Like he doesn't acknowledge that there's industrial scale voter fraud. And I think he knows it's there. He's not talking to the end. That's an accusation, so I want to give him a chance to respond. If this, I'm already prepared for the zombie apocalypse, but I don't want it to come. But if Maine could explain to us that our elections aren't rigged, or if they are, then why won't he talk about those things? Thanks, man.
I've been in spaces with across the United States. I do believe, and by the way, and I think we actually, I'm going to say two things. One, I think the fact that we have a decentralized election system in this country is what makes our political election better. I do not want the federal government. I don't want the federal government controlling elections in the states. I don't. Because you're just asking. You're asking for it in that regard, right? I don't want any president or anything like that changing the nature of elections in 50 states. That's
So
how
the
you
man
get
and Smartmatic owning the voting systems and running that in Georgia and all this makes
and Venezuela and wherever else.
Exactly,
Yeah.
So our elections aren't rigged, is what Maine is saying, which is hilarious.
It's off topic, though. It's off topic.
Well, it kind of goes to the power structure, right? Which is Epstein, which is the blackmail and everything. So
Yeah, but
it's all there, and you have to.
Trump's in charge right now, dude, and the Epstein files are not happening.
I got it. I understand.
So now, listen, we have the House, we have the Senate, we have the executive, and we have the Supreme Court, right? How do regular elections have anything to do with the release or justice of the Epstein
Last
files?
night, or 2 nights ago, Dylan, you got Noxie did, Noxie got Thomas Massey, and it was great to hear him there, but it's the same thing. It's a limited hangout with Maine and with Thomas. They won't talk about the industrial scale voter fraud. And there's a little lady called Tina Peters, and I am pissed about this because she's a Gold Star mother who exposed the industrial scale voter fraud. And you guys, you covered Dylan, Noxie covers it. Maine doesn't even acknowledge that a Gold Star mother's in prison for
Well, having a Gold Star mother has nothing to do with her jail sentence.
You're a monster for believing.
Thank you. I don't want to have this debate.
Diligent, I always find it interesting that when we're talking about election rigging, like all the elections are rigged, but Donald Trump won fair and square in 2024. Right? Like, if we're going to be honest,
I'm so suspect of the system. I'm not taking any of that shit for granted anymore.
Right? I mean, honestly,
if you ask me.
Everybody forgets the ball difference on
I'm jaded, bro. Listen, I'm gonna go through these hands. You guys have been waiting patiently. Bottom right corner, everybody, please repost the space. We are talking about both the Charlie Kirk assassination. We do have more to cover on that topic. We're gonna, Sam, are you there? Like he's like dropped out or something. Let me bring him back up here. Bottom right corner, everybody, please repost the space. We are going to go back to Charlie Kirk, and I do want to continue to talk about what's actually in the Epstein files. What have you guys seen so far? I have not had a chance to look through them. I saw the Michael Jackson ones with Bill Clinton, who I think is an ID victim at 17 on the Lolita Express, which is pretty disgusting. So I want to get into that in a minute. Go ahead, C. Looper. Go ahead.
Yeah, it like I just want to circle back because I feel like the chat has gotten off topic with the uniparty system, and what I mean by that is Democrat, Republican. It doesn't matter.
We're bringing it back to Epstein or Charlie Kirk.
Yes, that's exactly where I'm trying to go, and so I've noticed, going through my X feed, and actually I think I posted in the comments down there, in the chat or whatever you want to call it, I had to get into a queue to go through it, and I couldn't find nothing. Like, so make that make sense. Why can't, okay, but I see the Zionists on Instagram, or on X, posting all this redacted information. So where's the truth? Where does the truth lie? Because at the end of the day, that's what we're searching for. We're searching for the truth, right? That's where we're in the spaces. That's what we're here.
I mean, it's Republicans, Democrats, Zionists, etc. Like everybody's posting those redacted pictures. It's not just.
Yes, it's all uniparty slop. So we need the truth. We need the truth. Like, where do we go to find the truth? We come to spaces to find the truth. Let's get real.
Right on.
So that's all I have to say on that. And if somebody can provide a reliable answer for me to find the truth, because that's what we're all doing.
That's what we're all doing. We do that in waves, and we offer what we can, and you just have to sit back and listen and take in as much as you can, and independently verify anything that you hear that definitely piques your interest. Thank you so much, C. Looper. Let's go to Zeus. Thank you. Let's go to Zeus and Big Dad. Go ahead.
Hey, so actually to what C. Looper was just saying, you know, when the Epstein situation, before we all knew about the Epstein situation, I would look at it like it was privately controlled, right? Like whoever was controlling the Epstein situation, we still don't know. Was it Israel? Was it the United States? Was it the wealthy people? Was it a combination of all that? Who knows, right? Was it Mossad, CIA, whatever? And nothing came out. We didn't know about it. We knew these terrible things. We know now these terrible things were happening, but none of those things were released. Well, all of that information is now in the hands of the United States government. So it went from being privately owned, to our knowledge, to being government owned, right? And the same result has happened. The same thing is going on, which is that we don't know shit about anything. The same people that ran it, the same people that were in control, whether they're in control now or whether Jeffrey Epstein was the fall guy, it doesn't matter. Effectively, it's the same thing. In the hands of our government, it's as ineffective to us because we don't know. So that tells me this. They were always in control. They were always a party to this whole thing. Like, there's no other logical explanation. And now you could say they hold the keys, so now they have the power, so they can control these people with the information that they have. But it's very obvious that they're just running interference. I wanted to push back on one other thing before I'm gonna hop down so somebody else can hop up. And that's that Maine was still talking about the Charlie Kirk situation kind of being a non-starter, not caring. Charlie Kirk was talking about wanting to release the unredacted Epstein files within months of being shot and killed. So you don't see that as a huge problem. And even when I said, nothing got released, we didn't know anything. It wasn't until, they finally stepped in and said, okay, this Jeffrey Epstein guy, they had to search, whatever. And we could even say that whatever reason he went down, but the government hasn't done shit since. And Charlie Kirk comes out asking for the unredacted, and he's dead. Shit, what country it is or who it was, and may have not been drinking tequila, but I was, so I apologize for the language. But they are closely related, and he's not just some Republican mouthpiece. He was a guy that was fighting for the truth, and until we can find an angle where we're not fighting for Republicans or Democrats, we're not going to succeed. When we all say, okay, Bill Clinton was there, so let's all jump, Republicans and Democrats, on his ass until he flips on somebody else, no one's going to get anywhere. We need these guys to drop nukes on each other. We need a little bit here to drop nukes on that guy so that he's going to go, wait a minute, don't drop nukes on me, I got nukes on that guy. And we need both sides to just destroy each other, and that's really going to be the only way. It's not through voting harder. We're not going to vote better. We're not going to vote harder. Vote right, vote left. Who gives a... That's not going to change anything. Nothing. We got a breaking statement from Bill Clinton himself. What's that?
We got a breaking statement from Bill Clinton himself, reported in the Daily Mail.
Man, what is it?
It says
It's the Daily Mail. Take it for what it is.
This is they're quoting Bill Clinton. This is the statement that the Daily Mail is saying Bill Clinton said. It says the White House hasn't been hiding these files for months, only to dump them late on a Friday to protect Bill Clinton. This is about shielding themselves from what comes next or from what they'll try and hide forever. That was a statement from Bill Clinton about
No. That's not from Bill Clinton. It's from somebody that used to work for Bill Clinton when he was the president of the United States. It's a former aide to him. It's not from Bill Clinton. I saw the same tweet. And it was actually not from the Daily Mail. It was actually off that staffer's Twitter account.
I did not have sex with that.
Daily Mail.
I did not have sex with that woman.
So, listen, this is... we knew, everybody knew, it doesn't matter what the party you align with, if a party, no party, whatever, it doesn't matter. Everybody knew Bill Clinton was in this. This is not new, right? Everybody has known that Bill Clinton is a deviant. This is not new. Right, we have all known Bill Clinton is a degenerate and had a bit of a hornball problem. Okay, we've all known this, and we shouldn't take it lightly.
Clearly a pedophile.
Clearly a pedophile, and should face justice if there's stuff that we can get him for. He should absolutely do that. And I'm going to add to this too. Comer, who's the congressman that is the chair, the Republican congressman that is the chair of the House Government Oversight Committee, needs to stop being a bitch and letting Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton get away from testifying. He keeps allowing them to delay before the House Government Oversight Committee.
Why aren't they bringing in Indictment Khan and the executive of Epstein's estate who ran his operation for 40 years, 30 years?
Right. I asked Ro earlier tonight. So I got clarification in that this is now going to, I believe, the second week of January for the Clintons. Bongino is now on the list to come in. Bannon is on the list. All of these people are going to keep going. But here's the thing. The Republicans have the majority, so they get to decide who subpoenas who and what. Right? The minority party doesn't have any subpoena power in Congress. So it's really on Comer. So this is one of those things where Rose was saying is this is part of that political pressure. We need to put the pressure on Congress to do what they're supposed to do, which is regulate and oversight on this. We want answers. You got to get Congress to drive these people and get them under oath and publicly, not behind closed doors like they just did with Jack Smith. All of this stuff should be out in the open. And on Charlie Kirk, let me be clear. I was one of the first Democrats to come out and disavow violence on the left. I was appalled by what happened to Charlie Kirk on that day. I tweeted so and have been vehemently in support of Charlie Kirk because I actually didn't see Charlie Kirk as a far-right zealot. I actually saw him as one of these Republicans or conservative-leaning Republicans that wants to do what I want to do, which is talk to people that you don't necessarily agree with
all the time. What I said was, I don't have a dog in this Erica Kirk, Candace Owens pissing match. I don't care. Because for me, that's like who's going to grift off this poor kid and what happened to him harder. That I don't care about. Getting to the bottom of what actually happened to Charlie Kirk that day, 100% should do that. And I've been in here with Dilly and we have talked about what I think happened that day as somebody that owns guns, has fired guns. I've actually tweeted about the Australia shooting and that rifle and some other stuff. Let me be clear on that. My point is I don't give a shit about who's winning between Erica and Candace. It's great fodder and entertainment for me, but I don't care, right? Just on that.
You're mislabeling you're mischaracterizing the dynamic here. This is not about Erica and Candace. Those are two strong men, right? This is the very same establishment and intelligence community and corrupted FBI that is protecting the Epstein clients. That is what's at the heart of this Charlie Kirk investigation. It is the same fucking devil, right? That is why it's so important. Like they're not mutually exclusive. They're not.
I'm not saying that other people about Epstein. Well, this is where we'll agree, Dilly, is that this is that whole big circle of the club, right? That's the club. You've got the marriage of the military-industrial complex, the intelligence complex. Now you have the AI complex coming into it. Then you have the big money interest that is inside all of it. 150% agree with you. And this pissing match between Candace and Erica is just a distraction away from what's actually happening. I will totally agree with you there. That's why I don't waste much time on that dynamic of it. Finding out what happened to Charlie, we should absolutely do that. And I love the work you guys have been doing on that. But I'm not engaging on going down the rabbit hole because there are sometimes I feel like, I'm going to choose my words carefully here, that we live in a world of confirmation bias, where if you have a preset notion and belief about something, whether it's a part of your greater worldview, right? You have people on the far right that think it's the problem. The biggest problem we have in American society are brown people, right? We have a housing crisis because of all the brown people that are here, right? On the other side of the aisle is
right now.
I'm not. I'm actually making a prime example. And the other side is the Jews, right? That's that. You have a confirmation bias, and you're going to bring that into any argument, right? And if you don't get that viewpoint confirmed in a conspiracy, you're still going to hold that same.
I'm not pointing out a conspiracy. I'm just pointing out.
You're taking it personally. I'm not talking about you.
Well, you said you, so I'm just.
Collective you. It's the collective.
Even so much, right? I'm a leader. I'm a leader in this community. I'm not the leader. I just said I'm a leader in this community, and I don't espouse. I'm gonna have to drop you down. You keep coming up. I don't espouse like harebrained conspiracies. I'm not making fun of people who do, but I just don't do it. And I also try to emanate that philosophy to my audience, right? Like of making sure you have primary evidence, seeing if the stated official narrative, that's the government narrative, lines up with the facts, and if it does not, then you demand answers. And that's what's happening with as far as Charlie Kirk and me right now, right? And so there's nothing wrong with that.
I would disagree with you.
The conspiratorial stuff is actually used much like, the racial stuff, right? As soon as you're having a race debate with me about reparations, as soon as you call me a bigot or a racist, right? Then, or if I call you a woke, then that ends the conversation. And the same thing happens with, it's a way to discredit you and say that you were unqualified to have a meaningful position in this conversation. The same thing is happening with Charlie Kirk and the conspiracy theory shit. People will take the most extreme things that are being said, apply them to you, even though you're not saying them, and then make a generalization and say, oh, well, you're getting conspiratorial, yada, yada, yada. And then now the bystanders or their friends or their peers or whatever, they hear that, and then, again, it is a way to end further conversation. So that is why I'm very adamant about not
espousing any kind of theories, just because, one, theories are unprovable by the nature of government investigations. If you're not in the government, you don't have access to the evidence you need to prove a theory. They're a waste of time to me. Two, right, is that, again, it's a way for bad actors who might have an incentive to stop, independent investigations, to kind of not shut them down, but get people to stop listening. So I just wanted to add that clarification.
Maine.
Hold on. I want to go to Big Dev, because he's been trying to get up there for a long time. The space has been glitchy. Go ahead, Big Dev.
Howdy, good evening, all. Thank you for the space, diligent, Noxie. Phenomenal as always. Appreciate the patience. This speaks for Asher.
Say a co-host. We're getting ready to pivot back to Charlie Kirk for a second, too.
So I just wanted to contribute some lucidity on what we've learned from Epstein and some of the recent Epstein drops, put forth a timetable, and then I'll throw a question back to you and May to help corroborate some of the milestones here. So before I get into it, I'll be real quick. I'll try to get through it in like 20 seconds. Some of the names I'm going to cover are Tom Barrack, Epstein, of course, Tom Barrack in context of Epstein, and IP3 Partners, which has a lot to do with this nuclear stuff we've been seeing, and likely even this Trump media nuclear merger. So in the last tranche of Epstein releases, there were those really strange emails, right? We got access to his emails. One of these emails went to a guy named Tom Barrack. It was actually just before the 2016 election. I don't know if you guys remember the email that said, "Send me a photo with you and child, make me smile." That was really odd. That was to Tom Barrack. And Tom Barrack actually did end up replying a couple months after that. So this, again, in context, this is before the 2016 election. Tom Barrack starts digging into Epstein's advice specifically for Middle East contacts, UAE, as well as Saudi Arabia. And so Epstein offers more advice specifically on how to kind of deal with Trump and lead Trump into that orbit. And he starts to bring some of his contacts with him. So then August 2016, that were a couple months before the election, Epstein schedules another meeting with Barrack. So we found this again in the last release of some of the Epstein emails. So then this is kind of where I'll land the plane, and it all ties in. So Epstein actually, we found photos of Epstein with MBS. Epstein actually traveled to Saudi Arabia the day before the 2016 election, so on November 7th. And why this is really odd, and I think kind of ties everything in, is the timetables kind of clearly allude that one of Epstein's main objectives is that he was a key part of brokering some of our nuclear technologies to Saudi Arabia and to Russia as well. And so all this stuff has been also, and this is where I'll kind of lean back to you, Maine, and to you, Diligent, as well. Jack Smith mentioned some of this with respect to the classified files that Trump had kept and potentially shared with other folks. So that kind of ties into the IP3. And as a citizen, I'm really, especially knowing that TAE is backed by $6 billion of Russian money. The assassinated MIT professor actually sat on the board of a nonprofit with the current CEO of TAE. So there's been some knowledge transfer there. So pretty much the doomsday scenario of any American is, the Russians are getting access to our nuclear, to our nuclear program, or nuclear capabilities, etc. So this is a major concern to me, and if you guys could just shed some light, because I know Jack Smith had some mention of nuclear materials being among some of the specific classified materials. That's it. So I'll kind of land there.
There's a lot to unpack there. I think that is another thing about Epstein you bring up is really important, is he's like had his hands in everything. All of this like surveillance technology, artificial intelligence, geopolitical like nation states negotiations, just like identities. I believe one of them was a Saudi passport, right? Like one of them. So it's clearly that he was like more and more. It's like kind of obvious that he was acting as a proxy for our government, which is so. Think about how evil that is, right? Like we're talking about the Epstein files that were dropped today. You know the number of victims increased from what was stated before. When Pam Bondi came out, or the DOJ released a memo saying that they were going to end the investigation into Epstein, they declared 1,000 victims. Well, some of the people who are going through these files today have counted another couple of hundred to add to that list. Who knows how many there really are? Like it's insane. Things that are coming up about his. There's photos of Zorro Ranch. Zorro Ranch has never been raided. You know that? Zorro Ranch was never raided. They raided New York. They caught people while the cops were there, removing evidence and let them leave. They were photographed, leaving. They're in a deck. Leaving with evidence from a federally controlled crime scene or a PD, police department controlled crime scene, and he was photographed carrying the documents out in a hoodie, walking out the door. Never arrested, never charged, never nothing. They have been called in for subpoenas and depositions over and over and over again. They don't show up. They don't have to. They face no kind of consequences. Until we have a system of laws that works, even the Epstein Transparency Act itself and how it was carried out today highlights the problem, right, with our system. Our system is broken. If the system was working, there would be an independent arm that the DOJ is supposed to be independent of the executive. Okay, it is supposed to operate independently. It would be arresting whoever was in charge. The lieutenants would be arresting Pam Bondi, whatever. Like they would be holding themselves accountable, but that doesn't happen. So every time we have a Democrat in office, they're not holding their own accountable, and we have a Republican in office, and they're not holding their own accountable. You know, the system wins. We have got to figure out a way to fix this, and I don't think I disagree with Maine on this. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. If anything, the last 8 years have shown us, right, that we picked populist presidents, right? We picked populist presidents at the time. We can argue about Joe Biden. And it did nothing.
Definitely not a populist.
It did nothing, though. But it was a populist movement that really kind of carried him, right? It was the pro-Palestine, the LGBT, it was a coalition of populism that did get him elected, even though he's not a populist president. There was populist movements that backed him on the Democrat or the left side. So, like, I would argue that, you know, the evidence shows, regardless of how the chips fall during an election, the outcomes aren't really that different. We have to figure something out. I don't know what that is. I'm not suggesting anything, you know, extreme, but I think collectively we've really got to get this figured out.
Yeah, listen, this is what I would say to that is, what's the alternative? Right? Like, I'm not trying to be subversive or an oppo here, but I'm genuinely curious about ideas, right? Is, okay, well, doing the same thing over and over again is insanity, sure. I think it's a great line, but what's the alternative? I've always said, if you want to change things, it's to use the system you take over a political party, right? I think the Republican Party, for example,
Maggots took over the Republican Party. We don't know.
Correct, but now
that's just to go to the Democrat Party.
Jesus Christ. Listen, no, actually, they most certainly haven't. The Democratic Party would be a much better and more populist party if the progressives had. They haven't. The problem is the Democratic Party is controlled and has been controlled since the late 1970s by Wall Street and anything else. And you can tell because most of the progressives, once they start rising up in the ranks, they all moderate. They all triangulate and move away from populism. AOC is doing it right now, right? Because she wants to run for president or run for senate. That's how you move up the Democratic Party. So you don't go to the left, you run away from
which is Wall Street in the middle. But the point I'm making is, you saw this with MAGA. They took over the Republican Party. But just as the same thing that we went through when Obama got elected on populism, Obama more populist than Biden, got elected, got to Washington, and then the swamp takes over, right? And your entire movement gets co-opted. That's the point. How do we prevent that from happening? That's the key. If you really want to change it,
you can't. You have to act outside the system. Because
what does that mean?
The system is designed for that to happen, right? Like,
what does that mean? Right? Wait, 1 second. This is a good point. This is a good conversation. Okay, I hear you. What does that mean? What do you mean by outside the system? What's that mean?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to say right now. I think if you really want to know, you will read the Federalist Papers, you will read the Declaration of Independence, and you will see the plan in the Second Amendment, and you will see the plan that our forefathers laid out for us whenever we had taxation without representation, which is
rebellion. You're saying rebellion.
That's not what I said. When we have taxation without representation. Listen, I'm not going to throw that out there because the way they're going after social media and the way they want to invoke the Insurrection Act, I'm not going to use my platform to try to get people to be going to revolt. I'm just saying, right, the framework for solving the issue of taxation without representation and a tyrannical criminal government was laid out by our founders, right? And so we just need to find the courage and the know-how on how to do that. We need to sit down. It doesn't have to be violent. I'm not advocating any kind of violence, but there's often ideas that are suggested during these spaces, like peaceful non-compliance, participating in the money system, pull all of your money out of the stock system at the same time, crash it, right? Get them frantic, use your leverage that you have to peacefully negotiate for terms with the establishment, and just getting enough people to that point requires a level of awareness I don't think we're at yet, which is why I harp on the Epstein files and Charlie Kirk, because they are a visceral depiction of the corruption within the system that goes beyond party, right? And so that's why I harp on it so much. We have to get enough people aware to acknowledge it, and I would argue, maybe you don't see it, but I know, anecdotally from my real life, I often ask people around me that are not political and do not live on X, what are they hearing? And they aren't hearing about Charlie Kirk. They aren't hearing and seeing about Erica Kirk. They were hearing, not really so much right now, about the Epstein files. And so these are issues that break the barrier of bubbles, echo chambers, and they go cross-platform. And I think that this is why I think it's so important to not be just to only sing one song. Right? I think it's important that we be able to walk and chew gum. And so I'll continue to do both. I'm going to go through these hands.
Can I just ask a follow-up question to you both, and then I'll go back to listener diligent. Can we start by prosecuting this Tom Barrack and everyone involved with IP3 and selling our nuclear?
We can't prosecute anybody, bro. We need a working fucking. We did not have a working Justice Department under Biden, and the fact that we are sitting here with no Epstein files shows you that we don't have a working Justice Department under Trump. So we can't have anybody prosecuted. That's what I was talking about with Maine earlier. I was having a conversation with Brock in his replies, and I'm like, what do we do, okay, as we the people, right? Now when I say we, I mean we the people, What do we do, what do the people do when the prosecuting arm of the government will not function, right? Like it will not hold itself accountable even though it's breaking the law. And all that can be done is like committee hearings. You have to get a piece of legislation. I didn't know this until today. If we want an independent prosecuting arm to investigate and and prosecute on Charlie Kirk or Epstein, we have to draft an entire piece of legislation, get it through committee, get it passed, and then have Trump sign it before we can have a real independent counsel, a special counsel that can actually prosecute people. That's what we need to do right now. If you're wondering what we need to do as people, if we're going to try to work within the system, we should all be clamoring our representatives on both sides of the aisle and demand that they convene a special counsel. It would be cool if we could get two birds with one stone. Convene a special counsel that has plenary power. And what that means is it has total power over the other agencies to investigate, subpoena, and prosecute over those agencies on both those cases. That's where we're at right now. Otherwise, this corruption and this rot, it's just going to persist. Like if you want to work with
this is where we need the Democrats. This is where, like, I think we can leverage the Democratic Party. I mean, I'm serious. Like, I think if we can tell the story and get them on board, like, that's who we go to try to.
Republicans are in power and they'll shut that down immediately.
That's the one thing I've been trying to tell you is the minority party has no subpoena power. Now, what Dilly's talking about is true. You can do it the legislative route. If you've noticed, and I was talking to some friends on the Hill about this the other day, you're starting to see Republicans now, and Democrats for that matter, using things in the House that aren't routinely used, discharge motions. You saw it with the Epstein files, of course. You've seen it in the last few days on the ACA tax credit stuff. You saw it with Anna Paulina Luna on stock trading, all this kind of stuff. And that's simply because that's them you going outside the norms to try to get legislative processes done because of the entrenchment of Johnson, who has no interest in doing the oversight of the regulation that is the body, the legislative body, and co-equal branches of government. So I think a discharge motion might be interesting because that actually forces a vote on the House floor for some kind of special committee. You saw with January 6th, again, not saying it was a valid thing. I'm just using it as an example that you can create a committee that way to do that sort of thing for these types of investigations with the 9/11 Commission and other things. I think you could get something like that, and that's maybe something we could talk to Massey and Takana about and doing a discharge motion for that, whether it's with Charlie Kirk. And also,
I no longer trust their committees. I no longer trust any of them to investigate themselves.
Oh, no, the committee would he's talking about getting the special counsel convened. You would need to get it through committees to even get it on the floor.
Yeah, you use discharge motions to do that, which is you bypass the legislative process. That's why Johnson hates them, right? It's why Johnson didn't want to do the ACA up and down vote when I think it was 4 or 5.
That's why we pushed so hard for the Epstein, the discharge petition. That was so that we could bypass all the establishment parks.
Yeah, you bypass the speaker. So if you wanted to do that and try to find a way to create a blue ribbon commission or an independent body or a special prosecutor or what have you, you got to use that motion, or Johnson, who is a lackey, won't go anywhere near this.
That's a good idea. And I think the other thing we have to do is, put political pressure on these people now. The problem is I don't know exactly who needs to be pressured to do what at this point. And
we should put down on Epstein and on Kirk especially.
Yeah. Let's just focus. I mean, Billy's got a good role going. We can, but I do like the idea of a pressure campaign to appoint at this point a blue ribbon panel. Like, the problem is that they'll, stuff it with toadies if you're not careful. But you got to get people on there who will call balls and strikes, and that's hard.
The people we know, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Massey, and O'Connor.
I'm going to throw this out there. I think Marjorie's about to do something dramatic, and I think
I see her making the tour.
I think
try to get Johnson to vacate the speakership. I think she's going to come in there. That. I think like a bull in a china shop. All she needs is 8. And look how many of them have joined with Democrats in the last couple of weeks on ACA subsidies and are pissed at Johnson for not giving them what they wanted, which was just an up and down vote, which wouldn't have passed anyway. They just wanted the up and down vote. He wouldn't even give them that.
People are not happy with him.
That's what I'm saying. And what kind of send off would that be for Marjorie Taylor Greene, who leaves on January 6th and comes in and says, Speaker, I've got enough. This is a discharge motion, a motion to vacate. We need to take a vote on the floor. My God.
Pontiac left because she said it was Johnson. You know, I mean, that's pretty amazing.
Niners fans, you guys. Go ahead and comment.
You kind of hit on it a little bit, but I did want to read something that Massey posted earlier that I thought was interesting. It honestly, I mean, it kind of made me laugh. It was kind of sad, but it was about obviously the release of the Epstein files and them not being, what that he wanted. Obviously, he says a future DOJ could convict the current Attorney General and others because the Epstein Files Transparency Act is not like a congressional subpoena which expires at the end of each Congress. Now, obviously, I hate to say that. I think that's funny because, like, is this the only? What's the enforcement arm if they don't release it? I mean, the DOJ. They're basically. Is the implication that we have to wait for potentially a Democrat DOJ to care enough to go after this DOJ?
You can sue, and then it might force Bondi to resign or vacate.
But they're going to just put in somebody. What I'm saying is, obviously, we're asking the government to invest the government, and it is. I mean, like you said, it essentially. And I don't even believe in Democrat and Republican at this point. I don't think it matters. So, like, obviously, Biden and the Democrats have the Epstein files all the time too. Like, it's a bipartisan thing to cover it up. So it's not really like.
Yeah, didn't Massey say the other night, though, that the way that he wrote it, it gives the people standing, so, like, news organizations, like, all this stuff, like, it gives standing for them to be able to sue them in court as well.
Yes.
Or any victim that was looking for information about what happened to her, or anything like that. Like, if that information was not released, then now they can take them to court because they have standing.
Yes.
But would they be able to get any of the information redacted for the public? I think that could be a different thing, right? Like, being able to sue them. Yeah,
I mean. It also becomes, you get a lot of lawsuits going against the country. I mean, against the DOJ is not a good thing. Like, at some point there has to be enough amount of pressure from the people. Like, even whenever Massey was originally writing this and pushing for this, like, he was saying himself, like, it's still going to take work after this because then we have to get them to comply and we have to get them to follow through and everything. But he tried to keep the wording tight inside of the bill so that it is law and they have to enforce it by law. If they don't, that's why I was hoping that he would have seen Diligent, or I think he did see Diligent's message earlier, but I was hoping he would pop in here is because that was one of the things that I wanted to ask him is, like, what's the follow-up at this point? Even if the citizens now have standing and have a right, to sue to get some of this released.
They're manifest the nation on Sunday, and I think that they're counting on addressing these issues then.
And I hope that, I don't know, it's frustrating for me to look at it as a citizen because if the government told me I had until this day and this time to do something, I would be in big trouble. So I do think that there needs to be some accountability there.
Well, I think we all agree there should be. The question is there will be. But the other thing, the other thought I had was in regards to Pam Bondi, a lot of people are like, oh, well, how could Pam Bondi do this or whatever? But, I mean, if you put yourself in Pam Bondi's shoes, the reality is she probably made the better decision for herself. Like, are you going to do what all the people in the government want, or are you going to do what the people want? And obviously we know she's supposed to serve the people. That's just not really the case. Like, it's going, I mean, surely she's going to keep doing whatever the party line wants her to do, right? Like, no matter what. I don't even know. And even if they don't do it, like, what are the cons? I mean, I guess, like, Massey is saying she could potentially go to jail if a Democrat AG takes her to jail. The Republican AGs aren't taking anybody to jail for this supposed election fraud that they say.
Well, it's not the party, it's Trump. She serves Trump. She's her his personal lawyer.
So
Does not serve the party.
Yeah, I think she works as Trump's lawyer myself. That's personal opinion.
But you can also say at the same time that the DOJ has been compromised no matter who's fine or who's president at the time.
Yeah, but none of that matters.
Not like now, not like today. Now
We're talking about, Brian, hold on. We're talking about the present day. I don't want to say do this tit for tat. Well, this is nobody.
I'm not doing. Okay, but I'm not doing tit for tat. But you can obviously look that the DOJ and the FBI have been compromised for a very long time, and they are protecting.
That's false equivalence. Total false equivalence.
Why do you guys hate women so much? Let her finish her sentence.
That was a stupid comment, Diligent.
Okay, whatever.
I laughed. Let her finish though.
Well, I mean, no, it's just like you look at it and you can see that there's obviously problems with our DOJ and our FBI. These systems are not working for the people of America. They are working for the donor class, they are working for the elites, and they are working for politicians. Whether you Trump, whether Republicans want to say that they worked for Biden, that's the problem. They shouldn't be working for any president whatsoever. They should be working for the people of the United States. And just because hold on, please. And just because I can call it out as a Republican and I can say that they are corrupt and they are working for the Trump, it would be equally effective if we would get out of this paradigm of left versus right and defending our own side and get to the point where, yes, there is a problem with the DOJ and the FBI. Whether you saw it during Biden's administration or you see it now during Trump's administration, there is a problem there where they are no longer serving the American people. That is the problem we need to address. Get out of this paradigm. It's absolutely...
You're repeating yourself over and over and over again.
You're turning on a little bit. You're not landing.
I was landing and he interrupted me, but it's getting out of this paradigm.
No, you were saying the exact same thing over and over.
I'm not going to fight with his voice. Go ahead, Diligent.
Let's go to Todd's mic and then Brian.
Hey, Diligent, thanks for letting me speak. I like kind of where the space is going directionally, and I wanted to share my thoughts on it. I think that we do need to do something to shake things up. Like what you said is correct, right? I mean, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. But that's not to say I don't think that we need to destroy the entire system, but we should definitely make some significant changes. And I think the number one change I would propose is to get away from identity politics. I think that that's probably been one of the most damaging things we've done to ourselves, is to go with this boxing in people and trying to label them to make ourselves feel better, because now we know who to attack. The other thing is I think we need to go away with the political whole concept of having people who basically their entire career is to climb the political system and to become governors of the people is really the wrong way to go, because I think they need to have real world experience out in America and understand how America works to properly have any sort of insight on what things are needed for our government. And I think there needs to be something along the lines of actually having some sort of representation from each and every different key area of business in our country. In other words, we should have people from the construction industry, we should have people from the retail industry, all these different kinds of businesses out there, so that we can have a better picture of what's going on, and not just, what some lawyer thinks, because we have the majority of people in government are just basically lawyers and not sort of real work. So, to that end, I think we need to have term limits. And I think that's probably the other thing that's hurting us a lot, is the fact that we got some people in there that have been in there forever, and they're just not adapting, and they're still applying old political ideologies and ideas to current problems because that's what they know and that's what they're stuck in. They're not moving forward, and not to mention that some of them are just too old to continue to be useful as representatives. So I think those are really the main things I think we need to do. The other thing too is I think we need something like a Doge to be permanent because we can't have this massive waste going on where we got billions of dollars, literally billions of dollars, being misappropriated and misspent. No one seems to know.
I think that's a lot of $2 trillion.
That's just crazy. Then finally, we shouldn't have insider trading of any sort. That needs to be done away with somehow. And then maybe we could have some sort of performance bonus for people who are trying to
keep it adjacent to the things that are up in the topic. All right, thank you so much.
I mean, since we had gone there, I just wanted to say this.
Thank you. You're right. You need to route. Thanks. You need to route out the legislative corruption as well because it contributes to what we're talking about. We definitely do. Go ahead, Brian.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, I'm not trying to be like uber aggressive. I just heard the same phrases repeated over and over again. I agree with the first 4 times you said that. Yeah. So no, I just want to explain why. That's what I wanted to talk about.
I don't think I've ever heard somebody come up here and scream and lose their mind over protecting the DOJ and the FBI. It's mind-blowing.
She's flexing on you.
All right, so listen. All right, first of all, a couple words in my mouth. What I was trying to address, I wanted to say why I was addressing that is that because it's quite fashionable for people to throw around the term uniparty, duopoly. They both sides, they both do it all the time. They both this and that, and then you keep saying it over and over, and we get it. It happened now under Trump. We admit it's happening now, but why can't you admit that the same thing happened? Right? It's always been this way. Blah 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 blah. Since the 60s, the Department of Justice has made insanely remarkable progress on civil rights for women, for all kinds of minority groups, for everybody, by the way, not just minorities and non-white men. Everybody has seen remarkable progress in civil rights. Here we go. Like when the other guy went on forever. No, I'm going to go into progression since you don't know your history. So you can go from the 60s into the 70s with Nixon and the EPA and the way the Department of Justice did a lot of environmental protection things since the creation of the EPA, and they have their own office for environmental protection that changed a lot. You go into the 80s where equal access for people with disabilities became a big thing, and into the 90s as well. And just every segment of American society, from Native American to white patriarch descendant of slave owners, have seen their civil rights benefit remarkably under the Department of Justice that went from being a partisan tool of persecution under people like J. Edgar Hoover to not being like that until you get to Trump. Because guess what? Trump committed those crimes, and that's why it happened. And guess what? Bob Menendez, as a Democrat, a sitting U.S. senator, okay, and other Democrats were prosecuted under Biden's DOJ as well. And they were also looking into his son under his watch and under Trump's watch. So his own son was being investigated publicly by his own Department of Justice. So do not tell me the Department of Justice under Biden, I'm almost done.
Are you talking about the son who was pardoned by Biden on his way out? Is it that same son?
I'm talking about the Department of Justice, sir. So we're talking.
It sure would be nice if you guys could love America more than you hate Trump right now, is all I gotta say.
Yeah, Brian. Are you a wind-up doll that has like 10 things you're trying?
We're going to stay away from the homonyms. You got to go on a good rant. I need some chill after listening to you talk for that long. I'm going to go to Maze for a second. We're going to let it go.
Almost done. I think it's a limit.
You're screeching, bro.
Why are you yelling?
You're screeching. I need you to stop. It's not yelling, it's screeching. I need you to dial it down.
You never let me finish.
I need you to dial it down. I'm going to go right back to you and I'm going to let you finish. Okay? But we're also talking about, I'm going to reiterate for those spades. Read the top. Epstein files late and all redacted. Charlie Kirk military op ? So Brian, do you think that there's a good chance that an element within the government
Let me just land my plane,
is
Rod.
responsible for or complicit in either the crimes themselves or at least the obfuscation and covering up of those crimes? It's a glitch. I'm not muting you. I wonder if he's yelling at the phone right now.
I know, me too. I'm scared. I'm already ducking.
I'm not muting you. It's a double glitch.
I was completely silent and just hitting my mute button. All right, so before I interject. You guys talk over, interrupt, and cut me off. There's a difference. I interject. I ask a question. I push back. But what I was trying to land my plane is saying is that when you look at the Department of Justice from the 1960s until now, including Biden, where there were bipartisan prosecutions of people on both sides, including.
Are you just going to completely ignore my question? Just completely just disregard it, act like I didn't have you muted all that time. You're sitting there waiting, all excited, waving your hand, emojis, and you just disregard everything I said. Okay, we're pivoting.
I know, I'm getting it.
You made your point, bro, okay?
I didn't finish, so the fuck?
You want to slop on Biden a little bit while you're up here, that's fine. And I'm sure in some kind of weird Democrat way, maybe May appreciates it, but that's not what we're here for, right? We are here to not talk up our parties. We're here to talk about these two issues. So I'm going to try one more time with my question. I'm still trying to let you speak. I'm just framing it. I'm setting.
I heard your question. You don't ever want to let me say what I want to say. You only let me answer your questions. You let everyone else say their piece, and maybe you ask a question.
I've let you you called my co-host like some kind of name. He's gone. Okay. Well, that was entertaining. Thank you for the moment of levity. And now we're going to go to Uncommon. Go ahead, Uncommon. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I actually don't agree with the last speaker that the fact that we have more black trans women in the government is necessarily a sign of progress. So I just want to throw that out there. But anyway, and anyway, but he was entertaining. I do want to ask what so Rocky said. I want to get back to that. I want to get back to a serious to the topic, I guess, at hand, which is, do you think today had to do with Dan Bongino resigning? And do you think we'll see a cascade of more resignations? Maybe yes. I mean, honestly, it seems like the administration is kind of coming apart.
I am expecting more resignations, and not just from the administration, but Congress as well. And not just what Maine said earlier. I've also got years in Congress, and to a certain, lesser degree now. I know for a fact that there are going to be departures within the administration in January. Some big ones, big names.
Why did Bongino resign? I wasn't.
He didn't say why, but I think it's this. I think it is Epstein.
No way. That's pretty crazy.
I mean, just got writer's cramp from blacking out all those pages.
I think you'll hear from him. Not just, I'm going to say something I probably never said before. I'm going to tune into a Bongino podcast, the first one, and then most certainly, I was talking to Rome earlier.
Why would you go support him with your viewership after he sold us out on Epstein? After he spent he's hyping up his platform with Epstein, and then when he gets in there, he sells us out on it. And now that he's quitting, instead of what you should have done on principle months ago. You're going to be like, oh, I'm going to go listen to you now?
Me too, shit, I'm nosy. I'm pretty sure he's going to say something, right?
I'm pretty sure that he's going to spill the beans, whether it's in his first show or, by the way, I ain't going to listen.
He's not going to say anything that's going to lead to
I'm going to listen, because now he doesn't have to report to anybody. I'll listen.
You're getting schooled by a fucking Nigerian right now, man.
I'm not a fucking Nigerian. By the way, it says I'm an American.
Hold on, Edward. Hold on. Go ahead, man.
He's going to get subpoenaed by the House Oversight Committee, so he's going to have to.
No offense, Edward. All in love.
And by the way,
I get it. No No offense.
I agree with you, Diligent. Get ready for this. Kevin McCarthy is going to be the next chief of staff. So get ready for that.
So, are you saying she's going to be fired?
Wiles is out, for sure.
Yeah, by the way, she should be fired. That was
He
funny.
should have never been hired in the first place.
No, but she really fundamentally broke his trust. Like, she should be fired.
Did you guys not see Kevin McCarthy with the president on Air Force One the day that the article came out?
I don't even know what article. Yeah, I don't even know what article we were referring to.
John said that Susie was not going anywhere after that. Let me just say this: the press, the staff have leaked this about so many people. They said that about Bondi. They didn't say that about Bongino, but that was back in June. And Bongino still was here for another 6 months, right? So, like, I'll believe this shit when I see it, right? I will believe it. Same thing, even with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Bongino now. I'll believe that they are out when they are no longer there. I don't take anything for granted anymore.
Yeah, the chief of staff.
By the way, Noxie, hi. How was your day? Anyway.
Hello, thank you very much. That was very
I'm
fun.
thinking that you're Nigerian.
Why Kevin McCarthy? That's kind of surprising because he's a sap, other than that.
Screens in hands, hour after hour, thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward news. No atom of analysis. 6 on one thought, securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred. Burn up thy being in one Next, still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one power, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
He's gonna quit. Yes. I mean, I guess what's the point? But his corner should really just throw the towel at this point. Like, something went horribly wrong here. Or he's playing awesome. I don't know. Little chew. Oh, uppercut. This is crazy. Crazy. You're really not gonna knock me out. Oh, he's done. Is he gonna get up? 6. It's over. He got knocked out. GG's. GG to Chad. Something went terribly wrong here. I just can't tell. I just know all of a sudden, maybe you're right, it was the body shots before. Made it to 6. Logan is happy as a motherfucker right now. Logan's like, I'm not the only loser in the family now. What was his last fight? Really not fighting. He fought in June. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. won unanimous decision. He's 39. Yeah, anyway. So I guess we'll do the hand raising thing. Let's see if there's anything here at the show for anything worth listening to. I wish it was not that long. Let's see if he ended his stream. No stream for me. He fucked up his teeth. Did you ever check out the one? I didn't see it. I don't know what happened. Did they just like call it quits? I never saw it. I think he just streamed TV and said it was supposed to be time. No, I was watching it for that, so I don't really know. I can't watch let's see if it was such a weird I don't know, day twos are usually oh shit, he did speak. Might be exciting.
Because she's calling them on me, talking that I said I made a picture of her with a noose around her neck, when really it was Larry's doll, and I didn't even make it. And it's like, him burning at the stake, and like, I was like, Christy, what the fuck? And like, they called me, and like, I had to deal with them for a whole month, going back and forth with them, where they're like, oh, well, you know, she said you put a noose around her neck, and you did this, and you know, you're telling people this. And so I had to send them like literally everything. And then they tried to send a doctor out to her house, and she hides, and it's like, okay, well, what's going on here? And then she gets more police involved, or she'll start contacting like my kid's paternal grandmother, or like things like that. And I'm like, God damn it, dude, like I'm not even bothering you anymore. That's the only thing I would hope for. Right? They can make as much content as they want to out of me. They can talk shit about me. I don't care. I don't care about any of that. Here's the big problem. She is an actual issue. She is an actual menace. She's like just harassing the shit out of me. It's gotta stop. And like that's the part that like needs to stop, so I can just like live my life again and like not have to worry about her contacting anyone, you know, messaging anyone, anything else. Because God forbid she messages like someone that I haven't talked to in a long time. They don't know that she's a fucking psycho, and they start giving her information about me or something. Which just listen, I don't care what the fuck people know about me. I know most of you know now. My dad was was an FBI agent. That's why I protected my identity on here. I have a rare last name. I didn't want people like bothering him, emailing anyone. At the time, everyone was really, really into emails and everything else, and I was like, I don't want that to happen to him. He worked really hard, and like, I can be a little bit bitchin' online, and like, I don't want them sending, you know, me talking about my balls on X to like his work or whatever. I was like, for Christ's sake. And she brings them up casually whenever she feels like it. That's the only reason why I hid my identity. I've never been in criminal trouble. I've never, you know, had anything else go on with me. It's just normal shit, so it's not a big deal. I don't really care. I'd rather, you know, my driver's license not be next to my toddler's face. That's about it. So if it was just content, they just wanted to talk shit, by all means, go off, queen. I don't really give a fuck. Christy is a fucking problem, and that's really just that.
Yeah, she's a psycho. I barely ever have time to look at her posts anymore, and it's kind of like just, it feels so much better. Like, because there were days where she was constantly just posting, like, my daughter and stuff, and it's like, she just recycles the same old shit over and over again. It's like, that just doesn't.
At this point, that's what it is. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter if it's fabricated, and that's why, you know, I kind of laugh when she would say, like, oh, Jimmy wants me, you know, that Jimmy fucking, just go and, you know, the only person that I trust is Crispy. Like, okay.
What did that tweet say that he put out that he wanted her to die or something, or like, you know, put the old dog down or something? Remember, Jimmy has this thing where if he can't compete with someone's crazy anymore, he befriends them. So if he feels like he can't compete with it anymore, if he can't like rival it anymore, if it's too much, the heat's too hot or they're too crazy,
He said something about like putting her down like an old dog or something.
There you go. That the narcissist competition. Yeah, that's I totally believe it.
Hi, can I speak, Meredith?
Sure.
Hi, it's TJ. Hello, everyone. I'd just like to give an unknown's point of view to all the people that you're speaking about, whose words on the screen affected me in real life. And I'm gonna, because I want to put this behind me, walking into the new year. But there are very odious characters here, and I was aware of them 12 months ago. And you speak of Jimmy. I don't know this man or whatever, but some of you in here will understand this backstory, which I knew nothing about. There was a predator within the movement that was exposed, who Jimmy happened to be friends with. I'm not saying that he knew about this. Whereby this man was luring a 15, he was convicted of luring a 15-year-old to get his together teach. So anyway, Oldman and Jimmy went on a space where they were discussing this, and it's difficult to say the words, but he said it wasn't like this man was inside a two-year-old. He was luring a 15-year-old. It wasn't like he was inside a 2-year-old. That is disgusting. It should never have been accepted. It should have been apologised for. I actually asked in a tweet for him to take those words back. He said no, because as far as I was concerned, he spat in the faces of child sexual survivors, etc. And also, this particular day, everyone behaved like pack animals, frankly. I had to lock down my account, etc., etc. But words on a screen matter. Sorry, the point I'm trying to make as an unknown is I wanted to get involved. I wanted to, with the Karen Reid, which is the greatest injustice that I've witnessed, and I've seen many trials, etc., etc. And I just wanted to get involved, but I was met with these people, including Christine, Altman, Jimmy, whatever, who infiltrated you all from TikTok, by the way. I've lost my train of thoughts, but
I had a fucking train of thought.
What was being done in the name of Karen Reid 12 months ago was appalling. And I just want to speak for those that have lurked, that have watched, that have listened. There's some of us out here are real. And what has gone on?
Smoking weed. Yeah, I saw that. Giving them kids weed. Oh, I just saw Tail. Not today. Tam on site, baby. She is not over it. I know the fuck she not. Listen to me.
Okay. I think I'm gonna wear these. These ones Fridays. Excuse me. That's it.
Indeed, Almighty, all-wise. Are they waiting for Allah himself to come to them in the shade of clouds, along with the angels? If he did, then the matter would be settled at once. And to Allah all matters will be returned for judgment. Ask the children of Israel how many clear signs we have given them. And whoever trades Allah's favor after receiving it for disbelief should know that Allah is indeed severe in punishment. The life of
And
this
are
world
ruining
has
the
been
world.
made
That's what
appealing to
they're
disbelievers,
doing.
and they
I
mock
mean,
at
I'll
the
take
believers.
audience, but not like
Those
it's
who
Well,
love
I'm saying
evil
exiles.
will
I
rank
think
above them on the day of judgment.
I mean, it is
And
interesting,
Allah
like, who the hell's going on there, but I mean, if they can't tell you the truth about the brown
Humanity
shooter
has
and the
once
Charlie
been
Kirk,
one community
yeah,
of
like,
believers
Congressman
before
Candace
they
had a
lost
great
faith.
quote on it. She goes, like, do you
And
really
Allah
expect
raised
these people to,
prophets
like,
as
tell you the
the
truth
good
about
news
World War II
those
if they're not even
words.
telling you the truth about
And
what
revealed
happened
to them
5
the
minutes
scripture
ago
and
with
truth to
Charlie Kirk?
judge among people
Like,
regarding
Yeah.
their response.
Like, you want
Yeah.
them to tell you
And
about
no one
World War II
disputed the
when there's,
scriptures
like,
except
something
that
that
there are
happened
people
in
who
your
received
lifetime
them
a week ago
with the
is
clear
being lined up.
proofs that
And
come
of
to them
course, it just shows.
out of jealousy. Then Allah, by His grace, had guided the believers to the truth regarding those disputes. And Allah guides whoever He wills to the straight path. Do you think you'll be admitted into paradise without being tested like those before you? They were afflicted with suffering and adversity, and were so violently shaken that even in the messenger and the believers with him cried out, "When will Allah help? When will Allah's help come?" Indeed, Allah's help is always near. They ask you, O Prophet, what way should they donate? Say, whatever donations you give or for
So, here,
parents,
watch this.
relative, orphans, the
It's like
poor,
fucking magic.
if these days,
Oh, you're good. I got you back in here. We got the crazy Masonic, super confused guy. Definitely very Jewish. Oh, you changed this thing. Oh, you don't have your Masonic bullshit in your background anymore.
No, it's in my office. It's just something about on eBay. When Candace says this, the people who won't even tell us the truth about World War II, why would they tell us about Charlie Kirk? Who are these people, and what is the great lie about World War II that you're confused on?
Literally everything about it.
What, 100 million people? 100 million people died? It was the greatest horrible accident and stupidity ever?
I feel like the cash out is coming in.
We're Holocaust maximalists now. We think it was actually 60 million Jews. 60 million Jews died in the Holocaust.
You can laugh about it, but if you were in Berlin or you were in Moscow or St. Petersburg,
It was serious. 60 million.
60 million at least. We were just talking about it.
listen, if you think making fun of 6 million people that died at the hands of terrorist killers is funny,
No, I don't.
you're
I don't think
immature.
that's funny at all.
You're low
I don't
IQ.
think it's, but I don't think it's funny either that like thousands
You're
of
sitting
people
there
have
laughing
suicide
about what Nick
attempts.
Fuentes said. You're laughing about what Nick Fuentes said.
Are things okay at home?
No, I'm having a nice dinner right now. Everything okay at your home? How you doing?
Sounds like you're having an aneurysm, sir.
I'm having a salad. Is that okay?
Are you snapping into a Slim Jim? What are you doing? Freaking barbarian.
Don't you know the biggest Jewish dilemma is a free ham sandwich?
Savage. God damn it.
Is your phone under your bed?
He's like looking for it. He's like trying to echolocate our voices back to his phone. I'm dropping in the tunnels.
Should we make it go?
Hold on, I gotta notify my Mossad handler and tell him to turn on the Stingray. Please hold.
This is the illusions of grandeur going on here.
Me? Of course.
No,
I
you.
feel fancy now.
No, you're good. No, he was saying he had the Stingray device turned on. That's his delusions of grandeur. And he has some kind of power. You have no power. What happened to your Masonic bullshit in your background, John?
It's there. It's on my door.
John's interpreter here.
John's interpreter can't afford it.
He spent all his money on this.
Would you prefer I speak Yiddish to you or Hebrew? Which one? Let me get my Mossad handler on the line. Please hold.
Okay, alright, you got it. Congressional candidate from Illinois.
Oh my god. Wait, what's he 200 for?
You got that Mossad money or you got that APAC money? Which one?
Listen, I'm going against an APAC candidate who has $10 million.
How many handles do you have here? It looks like you're incorporated.
He sounds like he drank about 2 of them.
John Kidd overvote. John Z
John Kitover film. John Kitover. You're Jesus.
My opponent only has one phone. I have 60 phones for my constituents. I have created a nexus, a node for my constituents. What are you doing for your constituents?
Each one 60 followers. Oh, come on. Why can't you be like a serious human being? You know, this is
You mean like you? You mean like you on a fucking Friday night sit here and talk about the Jews? After I finish the salad, I'm going to the bar.
We're talking about boxing and Steve Bannon.
Well, Steve Bannon does have a skin condition. What is with Steve's skin? Can't the guy get in the sun and use an exfoliant?
So what is with your phone?
Did you just see a black guy knock out an Ashkenazi Jew? Did you see that?
It was
No!
Did that make you sad, John? Is it 6 million in one now? Maybe you get holocausted by Anthony Joshua?
Do you have a girlfriend? Does your girlfriend think you're funny? Does your girlfriend think you're funny?
I don't know. You want to ask her?
What is she, like a neo-Nazi bitch? Let's put her on the phone.
No, it's your mom. Just go upstairs. Ask her.
You're fucking my
Mom
mom?
should come over for dinner, but
You are fucking my mom?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, I pray for you, bro. She's a bitch. Good luck.
She Jewish too? Is that where you got it from?
No, my mother's gorgeous. She's Catholic. She just accidentally married a Jew and created me.
Who
According
talks
to
about their mother like that?
You just said you're fucking my mom. Now I'm fucking with you.
Making sweet love to her. I'm not fucking into your mom. Yeah, what are you, an animal, John? Yeah, what are you, a savage?
What kind of an anti-Semitic show is this? How long will your Jew hate show go on? How long do you think the legs on it will last? Where will anti-Semitism take you?
John, you were just kidding about your mom. I'm his girlfriend. And I'm not a Nazi bitch.
Oh, you're his girlfriend? Holy shit, congratulations.
That would be pretty base, though, honey badger. You like Lily Gaddis. Do you like Lily Gaddis, John? Is she your friend?
I don't know who she is.
You know Lily?
Do you know Barry Weiss? Do you know Barry Weiss, the CBS Mossad correspondent?
Yeah, are you very proud of that? She's also a retard.
Well, so is Erica Kirk, but you can't choose who's not retarded. We live in clown world. Down syndrome, autism, mental retardation. You suffer from a form of retardation.
Which kind?
The Jew hate, anti-Semitic, stupid conspiracies that you have. Jeffrey Epstein is dead. Dead. And guess who's in all those photos? Richard Branson. Noam Chomsky. Everybody. Bill Clinton. Who is the enemy? Is it foreign? Is it domestic? Or is it just generalized retardation? Clown world. $39 trillion in debt? $39 trillion. Where's all the money?
Yeah, who did that? Yeah, let's ask your Mossad handler where all that money went.
Yeah, did you get him on the phone yet?
I don't know. Let me call George Bush on his ranch real quick. Hey, George, what's going on? Why did you do this with Dick Cheney to us? How did you fuck us this bad?
I thought he was a Nazi. I thought the Bushes were Nazis. Isn't that the word on the street?
That's what I've heard. I heard they were bankers for the Nazis.
So why
socializing with Nazis?
Yeah, why are you a fan of the Bushes?
I'm not a fan of the Bushes. They fucked us after 9/11.
What are you doing in the bushes, John? Get out of there.
Listen, I'm an American. I think anything is better than what we have right now. And my campaign slogan was vote for John. It's better than nothing.
That's a great campaign slogan. Vote for me.
It's better than
I'm a warm body.
I don't even know. I'm not sure about John. I feel like, John, you kind of leveled out a little bit. Last time I talked to you, you were making like funny voices and shrill and just basically shrieking the entire time. Did you get the meds dialed in?
Well, I do have a nasal voice because of my Ashkenazi father and maybe my Chicago nasal accent. But, I like to basically, I really believe in emotional equilibration. And the fact that I can come on a conference call and really get people upset because they are anti-Semitic Jew haters, it's like a superpower.
What is emotional equilibration? Is it like equal celebration? What does that
It's called balance. You probably don't have enough of that with your boyfriend now.
Equilibration. You said equilibration. It's called equilibrium.
You could call it equanimity. Equanimity.
That's a big word for you, John.
He's making it up.
Yeah, you're just making up words. What so
the nature of the derivative and the colloquial. You just like trying to like match up big words.
It's like water boy. Oh, that's what remind me of. It's like water boy.
Chicago style.
Now we can open up a can of whoop ass.
Chicago style. Chicago style. I didn't know there were a lot of Jews.
So what do you think is going to happen with all these Epstein photos? Because I'm building a collection, and
you are.
I'm trying to think, like, when will the arrests come? When will Pam Bondi, when will Kash Patel finally take action and arrest Bill Gates, arrest Bill Clinton? When will the arrests come?
Bill Gates is Jewish.
Yeah.
Jewish is a Jesuit. The fuck?
That would look really bad on you. Anyway, so what's your deal? What do you think of Candace Owens? You think she's awesome?
Well, I heard somebody on a space describe her as having a mental health disorder.
Do you watch the show?
Nick Fuentes? No. No, I don't watch it. No. But I do have friends that brought it to me. They're like, oh, you got to hear this guy. Turns out he's from Chicago. And, you know, I thought his interview with Piers Morgan went pretty good, to tell you the truth. I thought it was actually a really good debate for him. And Piers Morgan, it was just an interesting conversation, especially if you do believe that America is getting fucked, because it's ours to lose. And if we give it away to sabotage, espionage, low IQ Jew haters like yourself and clown world, well, then we are fucked, because the low IQ of people like yourself and the leaders of this country will continue to implode the country. You can kiss this civilization goodbye.
Hey, John, why are you so obsessed with Jews, man? It's kind of weird. Yeah, he's autistic. John, who's in charge right now? Didn't Trump just say he was a Jew? Didn't Mark Levin just call Trump the first Jewish president? Didn't he make an entire
I can't believe he grabbed our glorious orange MAGA president like that so aggressively. What kind of a fucking man grabs our president like that and thinks it's okay? That is totally unacceptable.
Well, that's why we're asking you. A Jew. This is no boy, apparently.
Another Jew. Jew God's Jew.
Like, what is Mark Levine personally gaining from, like, this supposed victory? I just don't understand it.
He's just being Jewish. More lucky he didn't turn him into a lampshade or like bar of soap.
Wow. That's such a funny Holocaust joke. Oh, you kill it with that one. Oh, what a rib tickler. Wait a second. I gotta leave the room. It's so fucking funny. Oh, shit. Oh, my ribs. Oh, my God, that hurt. That was so funny.
I would never joke about the murder of 27 million Russians and almost 7 million Germans. I'd never joke about that.
Well, you know, I am a survivor of the Holocaust. My great-grandparents survived and fled and came through Ellis Island, but the rest of the family all got wiped out by commissars, you know, Tsarists and Bolsheviks and all the other pogroms. And it was because they were Jewish. They were targeted for death because they were Jews. And I just gotta say, if you think violence is funny and cool, you are super low IQ.
Like, okay, wait a second. You calling yourself a Holocaust survivor is like me calling myself a potato packet survivor. Build a bridge.
I'm a survivor! I'm a survivor!
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. You were like, I'm a Holocaust survivor. I was like, wait a second. How old are you again?
I'm also a Mischling, which is a 1929 Nuremberg law issued by Hitler describing me as half Jew and half Goy. That makes me a cashew. A biracial, triracial. Explain that one to me.
Unelectable.
Bro, is this what you do all day? You just like sit around and like think of this like schizo crazy shit to like go. Like, I don't know. What are you trying to do? You trying to get us to vote for you? What's your platform?
Well, if you want to go to johnforcongress.com and kick in 10, not 11, 10, not 9 shekels right now, I can promise you that I'm the most interesting candidate. I'm the most interesting candidate even to the Jews. I've got more going for my campaign than any congressional candidate on the March ballot. I am the most interesting congressional candidate.
Your message is terrifying, sir.
Dude, I'm befuddled, honestly. Your performance right now is, I mean, how would you do in a debate? Like, do you think you could?
Look, I did a public debate. You can see my public debate.
Really well?
Julian, I just took
Economics,
because I cannot
the
listen
debt,
to
Medicaid. Just go get a clamp for your nose. It might not be me. It could be you.
John, I tend to feel a little bit sorry for you that I let you speak, but I don't know what is wrong with you. Like, what is actually wrong with
It's
you?
a comedy show. Don't you understand? I'm a performative artist, Trillion. I am a performative artist, and you fail to even recognize the genius of my troll. I'm a comedic artist, a filmmaker, a magician, a musician, and a politician. Just go, a meth addict? I'm sitting here eating a salad, having a glass of orange juice. Maybe you're projecting. Go type in John Kitover on Google, and you can watch 60,000 YouTube videos of people talking to me, just like you, wasting their time because they got nothing better to do.
And then we're going to listen to Steve Bannon talk. We're just letting Honey Badger just maul you. Like the venomous little snake that you are.
Oh, like Ben Shapiro, get on your belly, snake?
basically.
Listen, I don't need to know what you do with Ben Shapiro behind closed doors. That's between the two of you. Yeah, exactly.
Well, he did go to Beverly Hills High. All I can say about Ben Shapiro is, you know, the proof is in the pudding. When you go live and you have 2 million people, but only like 80 people tune into you, and when you're live, it goes to show you.
Anti-Semitic.
Really, that.
Jew hatred.
Well, I hope one day you realize that if you ever go to Israel, most Christians actually worship a zombie Jew known as Jesus Christ. He did not come back from the dead. When the Romans crucified, it's a zombie Jew. They worship, most Christians worship a zombie Jew who came back from the dead. The joke's on you if you're a Christian, everybody.
I love that individual mutually.
The censorship is so funny. You guys are pathetic. I have to get going.
I learned it from you.
You learned censorship from me? From my people? I'm not even Jewish. I'm not even Jewish. My mother's gorgeous.
John, my brother in Christ.
Yes, my brother in Christ. Amen.
And just like a typical Jew, you fast.
A typical Jew? That's a stereotypical bigoted statement. That's racist.
On your YouTube channel.
You are all on my YouTube live right now. I'm live on 15 YouTube accounts. You're live on my X accounts. You're live on my Clownhouse accounts. You're live on my TikTok accounts.
So you're running a bot farm.
I am a content harvester. I harvest content from low IQ people like yourselves.
No.
Don't you understand, ladies and gentlemen? I'm here to gather information from you, to redistribute it. I'm a broker of bad ideas. I'm a broker of people wasting their time. You are all participating in my experiment.
Let him finish what he was saying. Okay, John Boy. Please go ahead.
How can you judge anyone's IQ when you can't even make a coherent point?
A coherent point? I'm here to tell you that I'm a content harvester to gather information to redistribute.
Cool story, bro.
Well, if I had the ability to censor and, you know, do whatever I want to do, I would do it. But I would just read a book instead of talking about the Jews all the time. You guys got J-word on your mind all the time. The J-word lives rent-free in your brains. It's not a me problem. It's a you problem. It's a you problem. You guys are obsessed with this imaginary thing called Jews. There's just humans. It's just humans. Your boxing's boring. No Jews, no news.
Yeah, the Jew just got knocked out. That's what we were talking about. Jake Paul, he's an Ashkenazi Jew.
Oh, didn't he convert?
No.
I don't know, but he got knocked the fuck out.
Oh, that's great news, actually. I was hoping Tyson would have done it, but he didn't do it. But Tyson, he held back. Did you see the clip of Tyson not punching?
Everybody knows that one was staged. That was
That was staged.
That was ridiculous.
Just like this stage, it's all staged. You guys aren't actually Jew haters. You guys are more intelligent than that.
We're not even talking about Jews. We're talking about boxing. Stop being so obsessed.
You're a goy slopper.
A goy slopper.
You're Semitophilic.
He loves the mud. He runs through the mud.
Why do the Jews live rent-free in your brain?
Yeah, why do the Jews live rent-free in your brain?
Okay, no, I asked you.
You might actually have more luck on TikTok, but
I am on TikTok.
Your own question back to you.
You guys are on my TikTok live right now.
Seeing to you, but more of it.
Hello?
How can we help you, John?
Well, first of all, we need to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. We have to talk about Jeffrey Epstein, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the photos. We've got the Miami police report. He molested 19 children, 20 children in Miami, in Palm Beach.
We'll be talking about him again.
Ghislaine is in jail for sex trafficking minors to Bill Gates, to Richard Branson, to Noam Chomsky.
Bro, no, seriously, what is up with your fucking microphone?
I don't know. It's like literally in his asshole. Dude, do you have $15?
You're freaking Wish.com headphones. Just do something.
I got that kosher one for $15. Get on Amazon. Buy the earbuds. That way we can actually hear what you're saying. Not that we really want to, but it would be an improvement.
Are you trying to go find us right now? Go find me, Go find me! I'm a precious Jew, and I need some new headphones. I'm telling you as a friend, I need to talk to the people so I can be the next congressman in Chicago.
Hey, John, what day of Hanukkah is it today? Next congressman.
What kind of a gift did you get from your dad?
How many dreidels?
wait, isn't it? It's after sundown on Friday. Isn't it like illegal for you as a Jew to use electronics?
No, I'm like a day walker. I'm called a Michelin or a cashew. I'm not Jewish.
I'm not believing what I'm giving. I'm sitting like a bad woman.
I just want to quote Charlie Kirk and say, "Good Shabbos, everybody."
Did you just remember that you're not supposed to use electronics until sundown tomorrow?
So if you're an American and the CIA killed Charlie Kirk, what are you going to do about it?
No, the Mossad killed him, not the CIA.
Oh, so if the Jewish intelligence services killed Charlie Kirk, what are you going to do about it?
No, they're not Jewish. They're Israeli. It's different.
Are you kidding me? They're all Jews.
What do you mean they're all Jews?
Or you think it was like some Arab or something from Israel that killed Charlie?
Only Jews live in Israel. Is that what you think? I see them spitting on Christians all the time.
I thought you said there's a bunch of Arabs. I thought you tell us that every time. There's like 2.5 million Arabs that live in Israel, blah, blah, blah. Right?
2.5 million Arabs have Israeli citizenship. It's not a Jewish country.
Oh my God!
It's a Jewish state. Even Israel.
Yes, I've been to Israel many times and have had a great time in Tel Aviv on the beach.
Why did they send me back? Was it like return to sender?
I think they tried to kick me out and send me back to America because I crashed a wedding.
That's like a hearing you speak.
Bro, you need to go fix your microphone situation.
It's awful. I thought that they canceled.
Take it to the complaint department. I got that set up in my campaign. Hold on.
I'll let you.
Looks like Charlie Brown's teacher, right?
John, sincerely, seek some help, my friend.
Seek some help? You're projecting.
I think Truth's space is open. Go there.
Okay, bye everybody. Stage left. Have a great Shabbos. Mazel tov and l'chaim.
Why did he have to hawk a loogie right as he was leaving? That was so gross.
I'm so confused. I feel like there's like division amongst their ranks. Like they see Mark Levin
grab our president by the head, and even they can't feel good about that.
Listen, you guys, I'm throwing a party in the Kabad Love Tunnels if you guys want to see how to make it big.
Okay, how about this?
That was a good one.
We don't actually go test those levels, and we just shoot up, and we could go to 160 before we ever come down again.
Yeah, but if you shoot straight up and you are wrong, you still get that money. So what do you have?
I'd rather have Bitcoin. My goal is to acquire as much Bitcoin as possible.
I understand, but you just said that you have cash set aside for state bids down there that hopefully will fill. Why wouldn't you just extract the premium right now? If you get exercise, you don't really care because you wanted to buy it anyway down there. If you don't, you have the money in your pocket. I don't understand.
I can do both.
It seems like a better option. That was my thesis on MSDR, and I looked at the implied volatility, which is why I think it's a better trade personally. But if MSTR is at 15 or at 130 by June,
What is
I mean, okay, there's no bull run, no bull run, that's a very negative bear market, right? We didn't get any traction. Alternatively, I just want to put a huge amount of premium.
No,
So for me, I think right now, if you're long, this is not financial advice, but just my particular view. I think selling cash covered puts here makes an absolute ton of sense. And by the way, I did the same thing earlier this summer. Mike Alfred and I had back and forth, and he was saying I was, too bearish, not buying calls, and I bought some of his calls. They expired worthless. But the cash covered puts that I sold. I mean, those made a lot of money. So
Tick tock, tick tock. I am a cuckoo clock. Tick tock, tick tock. I'm a cuckoo clock.
Seeing how shit has been going with Jake Paul and the Netflix deal.
Jake Paul and the Netflix deal.
I've never gambled in my life. I won against
You don't laugh. We put a one for.
I'm 3-0 against Oleg right now.
Oh, damn.
Hey, Eric, bro.
How much
you up on knowledge? What was it? 200 Super Bowl.
He said it was 300.
Oh, it was 300. Shit, don't forget. 300 Super Bowl.
Y'all niggas are crazy. That's what I'm saying.
It was 20 on one bet. I forget what it was. It was like $10.
Oh, shit. Are you there? Do you see that shit?
He's like 300. He's like 300 and.
You see these violators?
Right now.
We under in the twilight circuit.
How am I shaky if I'm making bets all over the cross? I'm not.
No. Just hold on. I'm not saying you shaky for it, but these are the investors. It's not me, bro. I don't think you shaky. I think you're alright. You think I hate you?
You said I was shaky.
I think investors think you shaky, bro.
No, what you said was the investors think you're shaky. I'm one of the investors. The conclusion is you think I'm shaky.
Okay, alright, look, nigga, I do. Fucking Mexican. You don't blame me, nigga? Yes. Blame me, nigga. You little gimp.
I can work
That's the meditation of the night. Doody doody dum dum.
hold, let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 go.
Jihad,
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 go.
Oh, this is gonna be funny. Not so bad. Yeah, Pepe.
Take the deepest breaths of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, 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 go. Doody, doody, dum, dum, doody, 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 dum, dum, dum. Doody, doody, dum, dum, doody, 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 dum, dum, doody. Doody, dum, dum, doody, dum, dum, doody, dum. Doody, doody, dum, dum, doody, 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 dum, dum, doody. Doody, doody, dum, dum, doody, dum, dum, doody, dum. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, 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 go. Doody, doody, dum, dum, doody, dum, 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 dum. Close your eyes to the noise. Feel the air. It's your voice. Whispers of quiet sleep. Quiet sleep. Quiet sleep. Inhale the world. Exhale the gray. Deepest breath of your day.
When he decided, on the coast of Mississippi, to make James Woods look even more like a f***ing reptile. Here's an idea. Brought that to dinner. When his boxer shorts were declared federally protected wetlands, he had bites. But we're not here tonight to make fun of his body. No. But to honor his body of work, because both are too big to be ignored. And some of you admire Rob, because he's been a great comic actor. He's entertained us for almost 30 years. He's entertained himself for longer than that. Others focus on his great work as a director. Others respect his social conscience and his activism. But to me, he's more than the sum of all his work and his achievements. He is my friend, and has been since the first time I met him when I was cast as his friend. Like an all in the family. And I'm delighted to be here tonight, Rob, to say to you, you.
Who you watch.
And now she's developing a new series for ABC, the network that apparently never learns. She's America's favorite relative we don't ever talk about. Bad, you know? And he keeps making them. So what has he got, like an old photo of you blowing Carol O'Connor? How many have you got? Jesus.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting back here at the kids' table. You notice that? I'm a roaster. Whose salad do I have to toss to get up in the front row? Michael Sphinx is sitting in the front row. Of course, he doesn't know that. So change things dramatically. Carl started inviting many of his famous friends to son.
Wow, what the fuck? Did you listen?
You may not know, this was the video of the raid against my colleagues 4 years ago, banging on the door at 6 a.m. So after this happened, this March, I said this in July to SAS, the administration did in fact release the affidavit in my case. Bobby, it's your favorite president. I forgive you, Bobby, for being such a loser about the election. It's not your fault you were born with a low IQ. It's not your fault, Bobby. Believe me. Bobby, your favorite president won. Kamala lost. She lost so strongly. You were wrong.
it was all, you know.
Tony Preckwinkle is at it again. She can't defend her record, so she's lying about
Mr. White, Danielle Carter.
Sir, may we ask you, America first or Israel first? Sir, don't be scared, sir. There's nothing to worry about, sir. Sir, whoa. He's got good composure. You skip that on his real floor, sir. This is not even your floor, bro. So when we talk about prosecution, we're not talking about tomorrow because the Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. So it's Pam Bondi's not going to arrest her.
This show sucks. You're gonna get low ratings, Bobby.
Exhale the gray, deepest breath of your day. Time's cold when you believe. Breathe away, let it leave. Echoes bloom, soft and slow. Take the deepest breath of the day. Feel the white stars slip away. Count slow down, 1, 2, 3. Let it rise like a tide. Let it go, go. Feel it flow. Take the deepest breath of the day. Not levitate and high. Hold me close, let it lie. Take the deepest breath of the day. Let it go, go. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Feel the rush as the seconds fall. Heartbeat echoes down the hall. Inhale stars, exhale night. Wrap yourself in electric light. Oh, 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 let it go, go. Oh, feel it glow, glow. Take the deepest breath of the day. Levitate our mind. Hold it close, let it align. Take the deepest breath of the day. Let it go, go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. deepest breath of the day. Take my mind, hold it close, let it align. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold, let it go, 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 go. Feel the rush as the seconds fall. Heartbeat echoes down the hall. Inhale, start, exhale, night. Wrap yourself in electric light. Hold, let it go, go. Feel it glow, 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 glow. Take the deepest breath of the day. Take my left, take my right. Hold it close, let it align. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold, let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Feel it climb, feel it sway. Like a kite caught in the sky. Hold it still, let it fly. 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. Time's a rhythm, not a straight line. Hold, let it go, go, go. Catch the wave, let it flow. Hold, let it go, go, go. Breathe in time, let it show. The clock's a whisper, not a shout. Ticking softly in and out. The world's a loop, not a race. Spinning circles, find your space. Hold, let it go, go, go. Catch the wave, let it flow. Hold, let it go, go, go.
Know that when doctors are being prepared for war, they send those doctors to hospitals in black communities in particular because they like the type of trauma that those doctors are going to experience in war-torn countries. That's the type of trauma they're going to see in black communities. Know that when doctors are being prepared for.
Who was the last president to control the CIA? No one had actual control over the CIA. Never. Ever. Because most of the time, with one pertinent, horrible example, presidents have gone along with the CIA. Of course, the one horrible, shocking, disgusting example is John F. Kennedy, who famously said that he would like to take the CIA. placed him in a school, and then they sheep dipped him in Bear Stearns, and then Les Wexner, who appears to have had an affair with him, then funded him as a fake billionaire, and that was the launch. Now, Epstein wasn't smart enough to actually run a prostitution ring. That's all Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay? Ghislaine Maxwell, as best I can tell from secondary sources, was running a prostitution ring for the Mossad in New York City. It included children, but they needed a boy and bring people in and kind of basically take it up to the presidential level. And so Jeffrey Epstein was managed by Ghislaine Maxwell. And one of the things people don't understand is that the Mossad doesn't just blackmail people for political influence and for money for Israel. They also blackmail corporate chiefs and others to gain special access to the computers so that they can plant backdoors. This is how Robert Maxwell made his name, with a software program called Promise that installed backdoors in all these government computers. They use these computer backdoors to get advanced knowledge to do insider trading. The greatest practitioner and enemy of the United States in the industrial espionage arena is not China or Russia or France or Germany. It's Israel and Great Britain. Epstein was basically a penny.
Not my usual content, but I rescue dogs, and this by far.
Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning. Asking about time. Do I have time to tell the Zelensky story? Sure, because it's another one. It's just, what is Zelensky in America? He's a hero. He's a real warrior. He's got that nice green, warrior suit on. And here's the truth. And people know parts of this story, but they don't know it in its cleanest narrative. So he was a totally apolitical. He was an outsider to politics, zero experience or interest in government or politics. He was a comedian, and with no manifesto, no party ties. And he does a TV show a planned TV show called Servant of the People. And the main character in the show does a YouTube video that calls out oligarchs and corruption and eventually becomes popular and is drafted as a protest candidate and eventually becomes president. So Zelensky played on a TV show a person who becomes president by popular demand. In real life, the TV show is supported by an oligarch named Kolomoisky, who owned the TV channel. And Kolomoisky did a huge non-stop promo on that TV show to make it the number one show. Prime time, slots, and ads everywhere, and crossovers with the news and what have you. 2018, a year before the show goes off the air, Zelensky forms a political party called Servant of the People, the same title as the show. And in no press release, secretly done, and then he does another season of the show, and in April of 2019, he announces his actual candidacy on Instagram. He has no campaign, no rallies, no real platform. He skips the presidential debates. Others attended. He avoids press conferences, and the few that he did were in the beginning were really bad. And Kolomoisky's TV channel gave Zelensky's campaign endless airtime and favorable polls and went after his enemies. The U.S. intelligence agencies, CIA and NSA, helped the U.S. spending $5 billion, by the way, on democracy campaigns in Ukraine, funneled through NGOs. And USAID embeds advisors in his organization to help with the campaign. I'm almost done. And on election day, Zelensky wins with 73% of the vote. And then the war happens with Russia, and he declares martial law, and he ends elections. There's supposed to be election 2024. That's what we get for our democracy money. And quite literally, he is an actor in a carefully designed television show. He is a construct, like Epstein is a construct, meaning he's a created entity. And it worked. That is Zelensky, American hero. I guess his stars may be fading a little bit now. I don't know, what do you think? Is he still wildly popular in America?
Well, I think people are very disappointed by the fact that the wars continue to go on and the deaths, the amount of deaths. I mean, people are horrified by it. And that's a big failure of the promises of the Trump administration too, because Trump famously said that he would get it done in 24 hours. But you can't get it done at all.
Yeah, it's tough.
And they're conscripting 60-year-old men, sending them to the front line. I mean, it's
and Americans and people from all over the world to go and fight. And but the narrative, I think, your very first question was, do people do this on purpose? Things like this, like wars that are multi-billion-dollar events, they are not organic. They do not just happen. Putin does not just decide one day, hey, I got an idea, and to go into a part of Ukraine where they're Russian speakers, they're culturally Russian, and they are not organic events. It's not how people get into power in many countries around the world.
Well, the crazy thing is the narrative that the soldiers in Russia were being told, that this was going to be over very quickly, they're going to be welcomed.
they had dress uniforms and their pack. Nobody can dispute the fact that we need. That's a problem. Have you been hearing about what people have been saying?
That's totally ignorant. I would never do that to my children or any child. Try to kill them? Stupid. And when I put a scarf over the baby's face and I was trying to throw him off the balcony, we were waving to thousands of fans down below, and they were chanting they wanted to see my child. So I was kind enough to let them see. I was doing something out of innocence.
Have you been? Girl, go to me, motherfucker. Go to me, motherfucker. It's your girl, baby. That's my girl, man. I told you 196 Street. You're 196 Street. I ain't gonna even say it for you. I'm gonna go show you spots and fucking you up, right? That's what I want you to do. So I did was smoke that shit, man. That's what I was in shit. Fucking train station tough, man. They go from one stop, man. I'm getting on the next stop. I'll start on your 96 Street. I'll start on your 96 Street. You don't want to get off right now. You don't want to get off right now. You don't want to get off right now. Get off right now. It's my fucking 42nd Street. I'm telling you, man. You ain't gonna go. You ain't gonna go to the hospital. You don't get a hospital. You go to the hospital. You get a hospital, man. Who get a hospital, man? Who in the fucking hospital, nigga? Keep playing with me, nigga. Keep playing with me. Get up on 86th Street, nigga. I'll show you my gangster. You ain't no fucking killer, nigga. Talking to me, come on, 186. Touch me, dude. Fuck wrong with you? Stop. Don't shit me. What's wrong with you? I'm coming over. I know. You got me hyped. Where we going? Where we going? We going, nigga. We going, nigga. I'm poking your fucking eye. You know what I'm
Oh man, is
Trump shit himself. Watch the reaction from the woman behind him.
so much. Mainly because when I'm done drinking it, I can go in my room and scrub lotion in it and use it to stay my days. Sometimes I just come out to get my sick thoughts. You know, the day we would go on stage, has his ways about him, but, you know, they really want to know what's inside. I'm with this one of your fans now. That's Barbara. She's blind, so that's why she didn't see the way. The geniuses, the brilliant ones, the people I'm referring to myself as you know, we're close to making a deal that will, of course, make him the worldwide star that he deserves to be. 50 million on the line, and they were like, they just jacking me off the whole time. Who wants to know how you get your
He seems more like a rider. Dude is literally sleeping.
exercising because you're so lean? I do it like ISIS. Usually I only do one at a time. And I don't even care if
What in the fuckery is going on with the muscle?
I haven't released it.
You know what? They did the Brighter Days memory erasure treatment to me, so I'm having trouble remembering the details. They're foggy because at the Brighter Days clinic they do the memory erasure, you know? The memory erasure, they erase my memories. It's a little foggy, but
I haven't released it.
you know what?
I'm across from an intelligence agent, now to retire, very senior. He looked me in the eye and said, the truth of the matter is, we took the playbook for psychological operations and information warfare that we would use against our enemies, and we turned it against the Americans.
Mr. Secretary, I watched President Bush deliver a moving speech at the United Nations in September 2003, in which he mentioned the crisis of the sex trade. The president called for the punishment of those involved in this horrible business. But at the very moment of that speech,
Maybe releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing it.
On his phone, military is a Sudoku game. Except, I think it's not.
I don't feel guilty at all. And Bill Maher, the famous comedian, I've known Bill since I was like 18, 19 years old, and I never said this publicly, but fuck that guy. I'm so fucking tired of this little smug, cracker-ass commentary. These motherfuckers act like because I did a comedy festival in Saudi Arabia, I somehow betrayed my principles. Well, no, I didn't. I don't feel guilty at all.
And these people will stop at nothing. And yes, the Russians helping them down.
I guess what's happening now is that rock is kind of dying out. I guess in 4 or 5 years, the new generation's music will be, it might rely heavily on electronics, tapes. I can kind of envision maybe one person with a lot of machines, tapes, electronic sounds, singing, speaking, and using machines. I used to think that rock was progressive.
I can tell you one thing that we've learned very clearly, and that is that the Inspector General for the intelligence community can provide no information about the contacts between the Hipsy majority and the whistleblower prior to his involvement. So the only way that we'll be able to get that information is from the Hipsy majority themselves. They are fact witnesses in the same investigation that they are now running. Nowhere else in the United States of America can you be both a fact witness and the prosecutor or investigation. In anything.
Video played a big role in this case. The neighbor's video, the rental car video, but not the video from the building that he walked in freely both before when he got in a confrontation and when he came back in and decided to kill people.
Bill Clinton. Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems.
Epstein in your remarks about President Q&A.
I think he's got a problem. I don't know, but that island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it. The island was an absolute cesspool. So, I was there for many times. Well, I can't say friends, but I know
friendly. You know them.
They play at my clubs a lot. I have clubs, and everybody likes to play.
Are you saying this is a political problem?
Are you ready to give a riveting speech here at Change Lives? I thought I was finished with that. You're never remembering.
What? I said I thought I was finished. But apparently I'm not. Sorry for the Now what do I do here? Same thing, talk about the election. I'll make some new questions, but I don't have to. Yes, you will. Yes. You can't
C.J. Brzezinski.
Said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to.
More Epstein photos just dropped. Here's him with a police officer jamming it up. Here's him playing dress up as a fucking Saudi. Bill Gates with a child. Bill Gates with...
Excuse me, officer. Is your name Charlie?
Johnny?
Charlie?
No, I'm not talking.
No? What's your name? John? John Burke?
No, I'm not talking about shit.
You look just like my friend Charlie. Can I pick up a picture, officer?
Yeah.
Can you just help me ring the bell or ring the officer? Ring the bell? Excuse me, officer. Is your name Charlie?
Johnny?
Charlie?
Have you... And Patara's, resting his back against the wall, and he is watching this 5200 van come very, very closely. I'm keeping...
Netanyahu also called me. It's like, you're just some dumb politician. Really? Absolutely. That's great. Of course. Yeah, my tax dollars pay his salary. Podcasts. Yeah, I can't even tell you. But yes, Tucker tears into Bibi, and Theo cannot believe what he is hearing. So do you agree with Bibi or stand with Tucker on this one? This is the Israel we read about. This is the inheritance of Abraham. No way. How? Is it genetic?
Anyway, today we ask Acid House, why stop the party? These parties are legalized. You rather have them sort of properly regulated. I'm on a slightly different aspect, which we which we haven't looked at yet. I'm from the National Council for Civil Liberties, Northern Party organiser. And what we're very concerned about is the approach of the police, because I've listened to Ken, and he's putting it very much on the level of safety and noise, etc. Whereas in actual fact, some of the things that are being used, such as roadblocks, such as confiscation, such as entering en masse, we have inquiries, hundreds of inquiries. I haven't. We have hundreds of inquiries.
He went back onto like Anderson Cooper's show.
Don Lemon.
Or Don Lemon,
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. She has a Rogan! Here we are in 2025. The quote, and I believe he made it in St. Cloud when he was there, healthcare will be how terrible Bernie Sanders is. Right. And you could buy that election right better constitutionally. I think that's probably... How long have you been married? 16 years? Okay, nail that question.
Why doesn't the View have any trans women on it?
Great point. It has a lot of women. I want you to embrace that you're... Did Adam Sandler show up at your wedding?
I invited Sandler to the wedding, and he did come. Yeah, I was like, oh, if Sandler comes, everyone in our families is going to happen.
If you know me, I don't talk about politics on stage. I never... My opinion, I always tell people, is irrelevant. People, we can't stand up for the guy.
How come you can't stand him? You said a thing when he was like, you look at the color of my skin, you think I'm from Africa. He is from Africa. Well, no, there's more. I am not African. I am Chinese. Take a look at me. What are you thinking? I'm a black man. I come from Africa. Come on, please, look at my heart. Haven't you seen it yet? I'm Chinese. I have a Chinese heart. And then later on, like, they called him out for it. He was like, because you're paying me. I raised a Chinese flag when I was there because they were paying me money. I'm like, dude, then it makes you a bigger, and then he's
Oh, man, do you like Izzy? Can't stand that guy. How come you can't stand him? You should. I think David Goggins sent me on my birthday. This day! Years ago, you took your first breath. We're taking that first breath. Someone I really respect said this. There are basically two kinds of people in life. There are winners and there are losers. And the definition is this. Losers take things that happen to them and that they feel inside that suck and they wallow. I'm in shape. I don't believe I'm there yet though, you know. I just got work to do to get back to where I was. So I'm gonna party tonight, celebrate, spend time with my family, and then get back in the gym and train. And everyone is melting fluids and get it. We're gonna feel it. Yes, all of them. Every single one can get it. No, we're back and we're ready. We're not feeling this big. We're going to get shoot. The hardest thing I've ever done in my life. I want to say it is another one of these sacred cows, right? Because everybody says you don't want polio coming back. Right. But here's the reality of polio, right from the CDC website.
There is an awful lot that I want to accomplish as mayor. I want everyone in this great city of ours to have a roof over their head. I want
no anger towards the people that created the disease. I would say once the information came out, and literally Newsweek was, I think, the first place. Men need relationships more than women. Widows are happier after their husband dies. Widowers are less happy after their husband dies. If a man hasn't cohabitated or married a woman by the time he's 30, there's a 1 in 3 chance he's going to be a substance abuser. The reality is. Shit. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! I'm an omnivore. I like meat. I like butter. You know, I would say if you're overweight, try intermittent fasting. Limit your feeding window to, like Mike, all right? He needs to lose weight. So rather than tell him, eat this, don't eat this, I was like, look, start eating at 2. Can you do that? He's like, yeah, no problem. Yeah. I'm like, cut that off at 10. He's like, cool. I'm like, eat whatever you want in that time. But ideally, it's mostly meats, vegetables, and not too much sugar. Drop the alcohol. Yeah. I mean, he's 60 pounds down now for 2 years. So great. I'm an omnivore. I like. Buffaloes are so dumb. They just run it. They had these areas that were called buffalo jumps. So they would just circle on this pond, circle on the side. Yeah. Yell at them. These buffalo go, ooh, where do I go? And they just off the cliff. Imagine being the first buffalo to get really close, like running up to the cliff. He's like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. So this Odie from Montana State says, over the last year, have you seen any positive changes in Hollywood and your profession with actors who are more open as you've become? Mate, I've got to tell you, I'm not in Hollywood.
Well, I think the question is, did Brendan do it hard or easy?
Giant beast on earth.
Todd, but real quickly, since you guys are releasing these files, we shouldn't expect any charges to come out, any more charges, right?
Well, look, as the president directed, it's last time with Russia, Ukraine, you mentioned that easy stuff. Yeah, you mentioned your efforts. You know, talks going on right now, starting today. And
what a disgusting thing to do. Is just beyond advisable because of you. What a beyond despicable, disgusting human being he is. We're shallow, horrifying, selfish, greedy, cruel little pig he is. Anyway, while we all mourn the loss of a cultural icon, this very terror that we knew it.
let's talk about JFK.
Yeah, I think
anything to add?
The sponsor here. This is the one that you see.
What is your favorite scripture verse on speaking the truth and rebuking lies? 2 Corinthians 10:5, which says, we take every thought captive to Christ and we demolish arguments. We're supposed to do.
I'd like to just be blunt. He's all up in the files. And I tweeted this before I just came on and spoke to you, and I'm going to say it again. We have to be prepared that most likely the President of the United States, Donald Trump, raped girls with pedophile Jeffrey.
Everybody who told me to shut up about Russia.
I'm glad I'm not president. Because my better angels, when he dies, are going to be on.
How much have we sold in a few days?
$1,300,000,000 worth in a matter of a couple of days.
Breaking now, we begin tonight with President Trump's response to last week's killing vacation.
One of the few things that she has actually proposed is no tax for Black people. We've got one more video. Let's watch it again together.
Shoot Buffalo. One goes down.
really good. But for 100, you know, but I really don't, I have no pain, no discomfort. People say, hey, what did you do right? And I say, don't ask. I don't know. I'm rather lazy. And I think, I've always thought that anger is one thing that eats up a person's insides, and hate. And I never really was able to work up a feeling of hate. You know, the things I don't like, people I don't like and disapprove of, but I never really was able to do a white heat kind of hate. And my father was a person who was constantly upset by the state of things in his life and everything. And it took him to 74 years old. I think that is one of the chief things that kept me going. I feel really good. But for 100, you know,
Number one, there is no fentanyl made in Venezuela. Not just a little bit, there's none being. You are foolish, and you think.
Good evening. We, the unwilling, led by the unknowing, are doing the impossible for the ungrateful.
Now, don't prejudice.
असलर पैसा बनेगा भाई अच्छा लिखोगे तो अच्छा होगा कहीं नहीं लिखो यहाँ पे ब्रो भाई कौन है आपका कर सकते हो आप बात क्वेश्चन पूछ सकते हो आशु भाई
That was my drink.
So we read the entire second surah of the Quran. It was exceptional, dude.
What was so good about it? Man, Abe should have been there, man. We literally went on the journey. Did anybody get enlightenment? Did anybody gain any wisdom? Does anybody actually gonna do anything different in their life now that you guys have read something? Like, what were the highlights?
Oh, dude, I'm like trying to bring up one of the highlights right now. So this is Surah 2, verse 94. Say, O Prophet, if the eternal home of the hereafter with Allah is exclusively for you, Israelites, out of all humanity, then wish for death if that is what you say is true. But they will never wish for that because of their past crime. And Allah has perfect knowledge of the wrongdoers. You will surely find them clinging to life more eagerly than any other people, even more than the polytheists. Each one of them wishes to live 1,000 years, but even if they were to live that long, it would not save them from punishment. And Allah is the all-seeing of what they do. So, like, yeah, like I said, he takes a break from killing the atheists to, exert some divine justice on the polytheists. My favorite.
Get those votes in, get those votes in.
Why must thou persecutest me for my opinions and give me ad hominem, Daniel?
Because you're a Catholic.
You got a man bun. You look like you haven't shaved or taken a shower in weeks. You look as pale as a ghost. Are you double vax, triple boosted, Dr. Mathematician?
No, sir. I don't. I only take stuff that's halal. So the vax is not halal, I don't take it.
Well, I would just say that if anybody says I'm mentally ill, they may be projecting their own neurosis or their own depression onto me, a poor, sweet musician, just trying to bring joy and love to the world and peace and harmony. And there's so many angry people out there with so much internal emotional conflict.
Hey, what do you think's wrong with Kitover? Honestly.
He needs a lot. I feel really strong now. Now that I have like a law on my side.
You got all power.
Oh shit. It feels really good. I'm not gonna lie.
You have the all power, the all father
I
power.
can be an asshole to women. So far as one of my favorite parts. See, I'm putting Nori in place.
Are you a ladies' man, Sam? Do you get lucky with the ladies?
Now I don't need to. Now I can just force myself on them.
You force yourself on. You're like the president. You grab him. Pussy.
Islam's a really good deal if you're a man.
Yeah, you can be a polygamist. It's fucking great. But why do you need to marry 4 women? Can't you just date them on the side?
Oh, but if you marry them, you can rape them. And it's...
If you marry them, you can rape them.
What are you doing, bro? Come on.
You know, you can't just joke about rape. Come on.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, come on. I thought we have a shura here. Can we at least...
Apparently, the wisdom of Allah didn't take to CM. It didn't mature him and make him a responsible young adult.
Or are you going to be the caliph? A shura.
What are you talking about?
We need to agree on decisions. You're not the caliph.
Man, if you want to bring him up, do it. I'm not till. Nobody's judgment. I'm just saying, bro. Come on, there's limits. You could be doing jokes, but come on.
What about anything I said is a joke? I mean, this is all perfectly sanctioned by the Quran.
I mean, you're laughing a lot about religion, but yeah, I don't know. You mentioned it just as a joke, so. But anyways, man,
You help me find religion. Let's be honest.
Listen, I mean, I heard CM giving a math lecture earlier today about spinning and, up-down forces. It sounded to me, I know that the survey here is, am I mentally ill? But CM, your math lecture sounded to me like an 8-year-old high on acid talking about Roblox or Legos or something. Like, what were you actually talking about earlier?
Again, this was before I read the word of the God. So,
Allah?
I'm repenting.
Oh, I see. It's that glorious. Well, that's great news. It is glorious.
John, it's the words of the creator of the universe. I feel privileged.
Really? Where's Allah right now? Where's Muhammad right now?
Yo, Kitover.
Yo, Daniel.
Cool your
Cool your tits.
Oh, Kitover.
I'm just saying, where is Jesus right now? Is Jesus in your heart?
Jonathan, step right up. Please, your bets, please. Your bets is to
Welcome everybody to your evening clubhouse troll session where you can be guaranteed delight and entertainment because there's absolutely no reason to use this app unless it's for entertainment purposes. Don't expect to learn anything here. That's called reading a book. Here, you get entertained with people crashing out. It's like going to NASCAR for people with Down syndrome. You want to see who's going to burn out.
Yo, what's up, hot stuff? Yo, what's going on? Come on, say hi. P.O. Spikes.
Spikes. Stay in your place, man. Know your place. You don't belong at the table reading philosophy with them.
You read words, CM. You didn't connect anything in metaphysics, or even she sounds like Mikhail all of a sudden.
Yeah, absolutely. She thinks, I mean, I guess it's part of my metaphysics, huh? So, like, you kind of accept a law, and then he gives you your metaphysics. It's like a really good deal. Yeah, I don't know, but she's a woman. I don't even know if we taught her how to read. What's the point?
Have you ever read Jalal al-Din Rumi?
No, but I read Michael, Gabriel, and Yuri.
You've never read Rumi? Because I'm looking at the mystical poems of Rumi, Jalal al-Din Rumi. I'm going to read you now a little poem here. It's the 359th verse from Rumi. What a joyous pleasure it will be. What a charming spectacle. This is very short. It's only a few lines. When such a part returns to the source of the source, wine will come from every side to its hand without a cup, from every side to its eye, a darling, enchanting fair, a darling who, did the granite rock catch secret of her ruby, the granite rock will receive life and become conscious. The wine stole one attribute from the lips of my darling. Inevitably, the soul became a wine bibber for the love of those lips. In dawn, a monk went along with me on the way to the monastery. I saw him a fellow sufferer, a fellow worker with myself. He brought to me that auspicious companion, a bowl.
John, just a second. Can we have a little more accent, please?
It's almost finished.
Just a little.
From
Turn
that,
the accent up a little bit. What are you doing?
from the bowl, my soul became out of itself a drunkard. In the middle of my unself-fedness, the tabrets of Shams al-Din displayed succor for the helpless ones in unity with him. So non-duality and duality. Has Megatron ever even heard of these concepts? Gnosticism, duality. I know he's spoken about Gnosticism, but the non-duality, not the duality that CM lives in with his man bun and his schizophrenic mathematical rants. I'm talking about a spiritual unity with the source of all power, the source of all knowledge, the source of all joy, and the source of all love. That unity, that knowledge, that understanding, that intelligence divine. Are you? Oh, you are a Muslim now.
Seriously, John, we're trying to fucking, like, introduce you to the people, like, and show people you don't have that much mental illness, and you're not helping, John.
Oh, so there's an index of mental illness, and you're the one to judge me, CM? Where do you fall on that index?
Allah is your judge.
Allah judges me, a Christian, an American, a man who is resisting Islamic terrorism and fighting Mohammedans wherever I see them, with shield and sword and Bible. The New Testament is our final revelation, not this fraud scam of a pedophile, of a warlord. Hello?
Is the real one true God.
Well, what does the word all imply?
That's not the word.
All that's what it is. Everything is God. That's what it means. In Yiddish, they say, Alles es Gott. All is God. Some clownhouse people on this app, they call it physicalists or materialists or objectivists. Object versus subject. But you know what, CM? You know what happens when you unite object and subject? What do you get? You get an object, subject, subject, object, and that creates a synthesis, a new beginning, a genesis, you might say. In mathematics, we could call it the zero theorem, and I could go on for hours just like you, making shit up. That's the way communication works. I can just use my imagination, make up mathematics, and call it communication. Most math is pretty bullshit, I gotta tell you. Like CM here, he can't even tell me what 400 times 1,000 is. And he calls himself a PhD with multiple...
Shelf life on end is like fucking. Dude, he just gets boring if they're so quick.
Completely agree.
Okay, not dude.
Come up here, woman. Defend all these charges.
Joy, Dave, Mr. Job, Kitover. To you the pleasure of your company.
I have a question.
Good.
What does Victor say about the throne?
What did you say?
What does the metaphysics say about the throne? The throne of God.
What did you die?
No, the throne is in the kingdom. The kingdom is the Zelator. The Zelator. The throne room is in Clown House here right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn, this guy's not serious.
That's projection.
If you say so, every hour they get to see him. So if you want to have a talk to him, they sway his views.
I'm gonna update my PTR. I love it. Thanks for the new hairdo, dude. Dude, that wig looks great on me, dude. It looks like a man bun. Look, CM. Look at the pin link. CM, you look like you've been drained of all life energy. You look as pale as Casper.
Look how gloomy the background is. That's like a polluted river in the background. Gray and dreary. His head is just obscenely bald. With these little sides. He was home run any hair you could get on the sides.
He's always talking about my hair. He has
Fucking bird, dude.
Did they kick me? No, they didn't kick me out.
Oh, fucking Kitover, man. What are you gonna do with this guy?
What are you gonna do with yourself?
Someone get the fuck out of his house.
I don't even know if I'll lock it up. If I'll lock it even safer.
What are you talking about? Hello?
Margie's sweet cheeks. Come talk to us. John, are you ready for your shahada?
Please. I want you to be here. But you gotta work with CM. Because CM has authority in this room. If he wants you gone, you're gone. But he said there's a caveat that if you take your shahada, you can stay.
If you prefer to stay as a long
Inshallah. أنا بعرف شوي عربي.
Does that count, CM?
I mean, you can learn Arabic after.
Sharmuta, I speak more Arabic than you dumb, man-bodied, paled-out, vaccinated, schizophrenic, algebraic, geometric mathematician.
John, you have your ultimatum.
You can take your ultimatum, you pale-looking, disgusting man. You can take your vaccinated, paled-out body, low vitamin D, and take your fucking Allah, and take your stupid Quran, and take your stupid LARP, and shove it up your mathematical arsehole.
Kitover, please, bro. I'm begging you to just do what CM says.
Take my shahada? How do I take the shahada then?
Just say there is no God but Allah. There's no God but God, and Muhammad is his messenger.
Do I have to denounce Jesus?
Let's do the countdown, CM.
Hello?
Damn, I wish Amin would have been.
Well, what about the line? What about the line from "There Will Be Blood" when he says, "God is a superstition"? Hello?
Are you insulting the name of Allah?
No, dummy. It's pronounced all. Ah.
I'm going to the countdown, CM, and then.
Allah! 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 Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Bismillah! Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim! Alhamdulillah! Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allah!
I don't know what we're gonna do with him. He just doesn't want to accept Allah into his life. He doesn't want to be saved. He wants to burn in eternal hellfire forever. I guess you can't save those that don't want to be saved.
Maybe he just hates himself so much that he doesn't mind the idea. I don't know.
Yeah, perhaps. His brain might be broken.
I mean, if I think people are getting medicated, what do you be like?
Oh God, no! I mean, that's probably what he needs. Kitover. Have they put you on medication yet? You need to be heavily medicated, kiddo.
He got like 30 cell phones around him. He thinks he's working. I was like, John, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm just working. How does that work? Like being creative, mentally ill in front of a bunch of dabbers. That's how to make some money.
I'm a doctor, John. They need to put you on obscene dose of like Seroquel and other antibiotics.
Listen, Doctor and Mr. Daniel, I gotta tell you, the fact that you're gonna sit here on a Friday night, sit here and tell me that I gotta take Seroquel because you don't like my speech, and my speech is protected by law under the Constitution. You strokers are the losers who sat here and read the Quran on a Friday night when you could have been out meeting women, having a nice dinner, have a little cocktail, maybe dance a little bit, and meet some beautiful woman. But no, you sat here with your man bun, your pale face, your lack of vitamin D, you're double vaxxed, you're triple boosted, and you're still here, muting me, wasting all your time, and then you're going to argue from an atheist perspective, and you're going to joke and dog all day long on Islam and the Catholics and the Quran and the Muslims. It's pathetic. Do something with your life. Hello? Hello? Hello?
It's John. You need to be heavily medicated.
That's projection, CM.
They'll tell me anything for attention.
Anything for attention? I'm here to liberate you from your stupidity.
Mental patient, dude.
What in God's name could mean teach in a man cave?
No, this was a karate recitation room for like the past 30 hours.
In a cave with a man, and Amin was teaching. What the hell was Amin teaching you men in a cave?
That was a title that was changed maybe 15 minutes ago.
What's this guy saying in the chat? I'm so confused. Let's see what.
Amin thought I was joking about converting to Islam or something.
Let's expand on this thought. Amin, the teacher. Amazing.
Omar, have you accepted Allah into your heart?
So are we going there now? I mean, you not already know.
I don't know.
I would rather listen to the new Ghostface album. Play it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Check out the new Nas album and DJ Premier.
No, I just finished both The Fight and Dave Chappelle.
Oh shit, I saw listening to this new Dave Chappelle. There's a new Dave Chappelle thing?
It was premiered right after The Fight, bro. I listened to it live.
Oh wow. Sweet.
And I heard the fight before the main fight.
Anderson Silva knocked the F out of Woodley, bro. Poor Woodley. And also, it doesn't help that whenever
Can you explain how you traced USAID funding the service based on whistleblower was just 2019, which led to the impeachment of President Trump?
Sure, well, you may remember in the so-called whistle.
I was hoping today to give you an opportunity to put to rest the concerns that people have that federal agents or assets of the federal government present on January 5th and January 6th. Can you tell us without running down particular incidents or particular years how many agents or assets of the federal government were present on January 6th? Were they agitated to go into the Capitol?
-700 to +500.
That sounds like serious blood reruns, but this country was raised on a couch, rooted as a potato. Do you want to prove me wrong?
Dr. Z, I found Islam. I feel so privileged to have read the words of the creator of the universe.
So you mean to tell me that you're gonna mute me, censor me, but you're gonna listen to this fucking joker run his fucking mouth and insult a global world religion with his stupidity? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to encourage all of you to get the fuck off a clown house, to be more productive, to read a book. This reading room here was pathetic, and CM is pathetic, and Barth is pathetic, and Daniel is pathetic. They've spent years, Daniel spent years making fun of John Lee on this fucking app, wasting all his time, getting angry over a fucking low IQ mental health patient in Southern California selling shit on eBay. So Daniel, and I know Daniel was involved in auto insurance scams, selling bullshit policies to these illegal aliens. Daniel, you got a lot of forgiveness and repentance you're going to have to make. So I would suggest you start praying to Jesus and asking for forgiveness for your crimes and misdemeanors, Daniel, and your censorship and your lack of understanding with regards to the Constitution and to Christ Jesus. I am complete.
You're using your nose for the mic. Like, put your hands in the pocket. I'm cold. I'm cold.
Do you feel?
Hello?
John, think about it.
Hello?
Proof that the Bible is corrupted. John, you're reading the words of
Got your fingers on your nose. That's what it is. That's hilarious. It is so damn cold in half of this country.
Must be nice, actually. It's always hot in Miami. Stop posting your YouTube link, John. Nobody wants to see you like that. And again, we're trying to rehabilitate your image. You're not helping.
Yeah, John, you gotta work with us, man. We're trying to overhaul this whole mentally ill thing. We're gonna make it seem like you've just been goofing around. You know?
Like, one, two,
Why do we have to make America great again? Why can't we just make Clubhouse great?
Shut the fuck up for a second. Honestly. Just shut the fuck up. Kitover, get up here. I got something to tell you.
I got something to tell you too.
come on, John. Let's pass.
I got something I gotta tell you too, but I can't update my PTR. I don't know why.
You gotta sign onto an Apple device.
It's because this stupid not safe for work shit. What the fuck?
Well, you're on an Android device, idiot. Sign onto an Apple device.
Idiot! I just reported your room. You're gonna get clipped. You're gonna have a party hat. You're gonna have a party hat by the end of the night. Congratulations. You've doxed me. You've ad hominem me, and now I've reported you to the authorities to deal with you all.
Mental patient.
Dude, seriously, John, what are you prescribed?
I'm prescribed joy from the New Testament of our Lord Christ Jesus, unlike you, you filthy Mohammedan.
You need way more than Jesus, bro. What are you?
You need a barber and a bathtub and a fucking gym, you filthy looking fucking rat. Look at you. You look like you just crawled out of a homeless encampment.
John, again, you need way more than Jesus. Jesus can't save you.
CM, you're a DJ at cocaine parties for the cartel and you're gonna lecture me? Get a fucking life. I'm a fucking lieutenant in the army. I'm a fucking goddamn patriot.
Just say something crazy and we'll let you on stage.
When Barth was in the hole in prison for his crimes and misdemeanor, he didn't see Jesus in that black hole. He saw himself in the abyss, staring himself in the face, coming to terms with his crimes and coming to terms with the punishments of those crimes. It's called the law, and love is the will, and will is the love under law.
John, please.
Nargis, stop encouraging.
Thank you, Narges, for confirming this beautiful philosophy and poetry of the Thelemites. CM, do you know anything about Thelema?
Intolerable. It's not even fun to harass him.
You're intolerable, Daniel.
John, you're serious, man. John, don't worry about the
Love is the law. Love under will.
You understand? I'm fucking around. I was at a big game, but I was 11 months old. So don't worry about the homeless, John.
Don't worry about this. Don't worry about that. You know what? I'm not worried about any of this. I'm here to roast you. Don't you guys know?
When do you think he fucking flew over the cuckoo's nest?
Take it.
It's a good question. Like, I wonder if he could, like, drop the act, or he's just, like, permanently,
Permanently retired.
Seriously, I really wonder if they prescribed him medicine, if he's, like, tried seeking help. They're saying it's permanent.
permanent retardation.
Whatever they prescribed you, John, you need to tell them it's not strong enough. Oh, shit.
Oh, what a fucking bastard this is. Alright, John, come get up here. We need some lulls.
Put me back in the queue. Put me back in the queue, huh? Is this my roast or is this your roast?
Oh man, that's a great idea. We should have get like a bunch of people have the clubhouse roast of John Kitover. That would be cool. How many mental ill jokes are gonna be during that fuck?
Well, I was watching the Reiner roast, you know, the guy who was just murdered by his son, and you can look it up on Comedy Central. It's on YouTube. Anyways, one of the comedians who was roasting him said he invited him over to F his son. Hello? 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 Hello?
Oh my god, dude, I'm mentally fucking.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I'm gonna stop.
Hello?
God, who this fucking me? I mean,
John, you're either taking your shahada right now,
Take my shot.
you're teaching people in a cave.
but what?
Amin led a seance while we read the Quran.
Someone is accusing Amin as being a teacher of teaching a man something in a cave.
Amin, when you left, they said, yeah. They said this turned into like when the teacher leaves the classroom.
And what are you doing with that man? Like, what's going on? I mean, what are you teaching this man?
I mean, is that a picture of John, dude?
I don't know what's the subject. But yeah, what did you smoke?
We're trying to get John some professional help, but he won't. I told him to either accept Allah and Muhammad as his messenger, or seek professional help.
That's true. That's a good spot. Okay. Get up here. Or up the dosage. That was the third option.
Oh man. At this point, I don't know if they make horse tranquilizers strong enough. They need elephant tranquilizers.
The irony is that you find it entertaining, that you think I'm being funny, and you can just keep muting me as if it's like some kind of game. But this is just a waste of time. You're stroking your own ego and projecting. That's okay. I'm here for your entertainment. I'm here to enlighten you. I'm here to give you the joy that you're missing in your life, the fun that you've never had, the pussy you'll never get, the money you'll never earn, the home you'll never own.
Oh, what a fool. Look at the nutcase. God.
You're the one ad hominem a musician and calling him a nutcase. It's projection, Daniel. You're the nutcase you're describing. I'm just sitting here live streaming myself on YouTube, and you're ad hominem me, and it's you, Daniel. You're projecting, and so are you, CM. It's not a me problem. It's a you problem. Hello? Hello? Stop projecting on me. Do you know how projection works? You've just projected on me for about 30 minutes, about 40 minutes of projection on me. You can watch the replays on my YouTube Live where you can reanalyze what you've been saying about me. It's all a projection about you.
I think Fatima was online. Why don't you go bother her?
Why don't you go bother Fatima?
Bro, I was telling her, if you really talk to her enough, think of this: you could have her like stripping naked with a hijab on, burning Qurans on your YouTube channel.
That sounds awesome.
Party to it.
That's a great idea, Sia. Maybe I'll suggest that to her in my next hypnosis protocol that I distribute. By the way, this communication is all proprietary. This psychology is proprietary. And, you know, even muting me, it does nothing to stop my proprietary communications.
And that's what you do. See?
I'm preaching. You got Jesus Christ on your PTR, and you argue with an eBay seller who's a schizophrenic homeless Asian man who's got a YouTube channel with Tom Rabbit. And you're telling me I'm preaching? I'm sitting here trying to regurgitate the books that I read that you don't read. I'm giving you the cliff notes, the shortcuts, Daniel. Stop projecting on me. You're preaching. Just stop with the opinions and everything will be all right. I promise you. It's in the sacred text. Just shut the fuck up. Hello?
What do you suggest we do with Kitover?
You said with who?
With John, musician.
Oh, his name is John.
I'm a musician. This is my music. It's not the greatest music in the world. People don't know, but I'm singing over here. This is how I sing. This is my poetry. It's my roast. It's my party. It's my party, and I'll cry if I want to. Mental illness, bitch. I'm about to play the bongos, bitch.
Bro, imagine he's onto something.
Let's try and zoom in on his bald head and like as close as we can get. Let me see like that real close up. I just want to say something real quick. Like, let me just say something real quick. What's up with you guys?
Yo, what's up, Matt?
I need to know what the basis of this conversation is because at the end of the day, it sounded like you guys were onto something, but it also sounded like unnecessary. And really, I don't have a place to say what's necessary or not because I'm not God, but I really just want to understand why there was some dude in the back line.
He's a clubhouse clown with like mental illness that trying to rehabilitate his image, but he's not helping.
Okay, well that's really cool. Well, that's dope. But what are we doing to help with the mental illness? Are we praying for dude? Like, what's up? I'll jump in that. I want to pray for all you guys.
Whoa, no, you don't. Everyone be quiet because there's only one answer. We hold space, we hold them, we hold the conversation. If you have mental illness, they must be held. Usually by a parent, loved one, friend, therapist, professional.
Fucking delete it, by the way.
Absolutely needs to be held. Probably in prison. If you have mental illness, be held.
The roast of John Kitover.
At this point, no amount of Allah can't save. I mean, he needs pharmaceutical intervention.
We all I think everyone's mentally ill. Real quick, so what is John Kitover's significance in everything going on in your guys' minds? Like, what is John Kitover's
So you see the time, me and Bart,
Yes. Very low down. So the computer company is going to win. Lawrence, all the crazy will come out the rest of our lives, and we will be voting for them.
This really jobs with Cynic and John are competing with one another. So that's what it is. It's just Barth and Daniel and CM literally competing for who's going to be the craziest with John Kitover. Like, it's just a bunch of fucking retarded morons. All right, and another quick question. Here's the animosity to do with that Trump was actually John Kitover. Your pants. City, do you want to go have a room of, you can tell us about your metaphysics? Oh, yeah, remember right now you.
Hello?
Loves to get insulted.
Hello?
John, there you go, John. Same stage is crazy. CM, you're a fucking retard. Everybody knows it, bro. You're not as crazy as this motherfucker. You're as crazy as John Kitover, bro. You're literally on the same level with Barth and John Kitover. Honestly, we should have a.
I think Barth's not here. Seriously, this app would have crashed.
We should have a poll. We should have a poll. Make a voting poll right now between CM, Barth, and Johnny Crazy.
It's all just projection, Cynic. It's ad hominem to make up for your own lack of self-esteem and your own mental illness, Cynic. I've got thousands of recordings of you, Cynic, saying the N-word, screaming out all kinds of terroristic threats, jihadist, terrorist promotion, terrorist supporter. You go fix your laptop, Cynic. Get back to your laptop repair shop and get back to work over there. Get back to fixing laptops. Leave the philosophy to the highly trained and educated academics like Daniel and Megatron.
Daniel yelling so soft. He's both these yelling,
bro. All these fucking retards.
He's yelling at a wall
in an asylum, bro.
It's projection. That's where you're going. Oh shit! Hard R coming out. Oh, you're gonna go to the goo. Oh shit! No.
Smart nigga for leaving before I get your IP. He's smart. But yeah, back to some stuff I was trying to figure out. And I was just asking who Kitover was. But I kind of got that answer. I just wanted to know if he was in the chat. Because I'm like, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, he keeps deleting my YouTube links.
That one inbred just like going off on people. Bro, so he probably went to go fuck with his cousin or his mom or something. So that's everything's good. Alright, John. He's actually a musician. He's mentally ill and we're trying to help him.
It's the name of my band, bro. My band is called Mentally Ill. Stop ad hominem me. Stop ad hominem me. The band is. I'm putting the band back together, and I need a bass player.
Alright, John, I got you on bass, man. But I need you to get some help, though. We're gonna get you some help. I'm gonna lay down some sick bass lines on any track you got.
A portion of me.
Very much proportionate. Yeah, I'll lay down bass on any track, but just it seems like you have a big support system.
I do. The haters are actually the support group.
That's actually a good thing, man. It might look like something else, but honestly, bro, it seems like a support system here. So you should always be thankful for that.
Thankful? I come here to record retards. I thought this was an autistic Down syndrome holding psychiatric facility for schizophrenics like CM.
What if I was schizophrenic too? Would I be justified to say money?
What if I is that makes us all schizophrenic? Necessary on stage.
Yeah, I think Kanye West is on.
So I talked to two.
What about you guys?
Financial services.
It's not. It's just something that ain't easy. So I look at it like everybody in the world who ever played basketball. You could talk
Hey, Fatima, CM was insulting you and said you're going to strip like a hooker and burn the Quran. He's a piece of shit and he's a schizophrenic mathematician who's got no PhDs and all he does is do blow and play music. He's a fucking loser.
Yes,
Roasted!
I never said that, but bro, if you keep going like that, I will burn the fucking Quran.
Oh my god. Oh, so you actually were about that. That's crazy. I think we should all take a second and convene with our spiritual high selves and ask God to. Oh, shit. Good. We're bored.
Listen, Fatima, you're a beautiful, wonderful young woman. You don't want to waste your life talking to these fucking losers about nothing. Go get married, read a book, go to the gym, cook a nice dinner, and make a lot of money, and be happy. And stop with all this bullshit. Because we know what you're doing, and we know what Daniel's doing. We know what Megatron is doing. We know what CM is doing. They're wasting their fucking vital life essence, their juices, their fluids, their thoughts, their time. They are practicing self-hypnosis and self-mind control, self-time control, wasting all their time. It's pathetic.
You said thoughts.
Pathoughts. Pathoughts. True for the earth. It's pathetic. Looney Tunes, dude, you're the one selling me car insurance. You're the one selling car insurance to illegal aliens committing crimes. You have a lot of repentance to do. You have to ask Jesus for forgiveness, Daniel. Stop muting me, Daniel. This is ridiculous, Daniel. Go apologize to all the victims of all your crimes. Seek forgiveness through the Lord Christ Jesus, Daniel. Why do you think you have that PTR? Because you have a guilty conscience. You know what you did, and there will be hell to be paid for it. Repentance now, Daniel, or vengeance of the Lord will come, and the police will show up at your house and kick your door in, and the Attorney General will prosecute you for fraud. You have sinned, Daniel. You are a sinner.
That was funny.
See, Fatima likes my comedy. See, Fatima knew early on that I am a performative actor. Oh, our good friend Abby Eva is here. She just got out of the grocery store with her coupons. Hi, Abby.
Yo, Abby.
Abby Eva. So, Abby, what was all the deal? What was the deal with the friction with what's his face, Badusi, about Rod Corey, my bank associate? Hello.
It's a special Olympics in here.
Oh, you didn't know that this was a Down syndrome psychiatric facility? You're just a guest here, CM. You'll be lucky if you can check out. You're on a 72-hour hold. I just 5150'd you digitally. You just got a digital 5150, CM. Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Are you there?
Hello?
Hey, monkey. His cave mama is calling him.
So Daniel's just holding down the fort for Megatron. Megatron moved on to bigger, better things like his family, as opposed to talking to Muslims for 800 hours a month. It's pathetic, Barth. How can you call yourself a contractor, engineer, or anybody that does anything by holding nonstop conversations with fucking Muslims on this fucking app? 20 hours a day. The guy doesn't even sleep. He's up all night. And I love it because I'm recording it. And Barth is giving me great content because these are conversations that you will never have in the real world because they're so stupid. And it's a waste of fucking time. And therefore, they're very unique and rare because no one has this much time to waste because life is so short that these stupid questions will never be posed again because no one here could be that stupid to want to listen to it again. No one could possibly want to waste their time listening to my videos. Therefore, I have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that this app and everyone here is fucking retarded.
No, why you put him down?
He's getting a little weird. We don't want to aggravate his mental illnesses that much. He's getting upset now.
I think he's no funny, bro. Come on.
Alright, well, do you want to talk to him? Do you want to bring him up?
Yeah, Cave Monkey, are you there? I mean, not particularly. I like listening to him, though.
Would you ever date John Kitover?
Yes, I would prefer John Kitover over to PM anytime.
Wow.
Woohoo!
At least he's funny.
And the FBI director were overly concerned about it. They spent their time focusing on.
Well, I need to speak to this Cave Monkey.
I think he fell asleep at this point.
His mommy called him. Anyway, how are you doing, Daniel?
I'm having a flu. I have to stay in bed.
Also, everybody's fucking sick.
I know. Fucking horrible. It sucks. Well, thank you. I'm really worried I have a heart-to-heart.
Hello? It's getting late. I gotta go to bed pretty soon. Hello? Hello? I gotta get to bed pretty soon. This medication is starting to make me feel a little sleepy. It's not easy having a mental health syndrome that you have to take medication for all day long to drool. Hello? Well, I just want to thank Megatron for providing me with at least 2 weeks of content. He has gone harder than he's ever gone hard before. Barth, I salute you, sir, for wasting more time than any man should legally be allowed to waste, let alone ethically, morally, consciously. It's a complete waste of time, but I salute you. It's actually teaching people how to speak English as opposed to actually teaching them anything about the deeper intelligence embedded within the sacred text. Congratulations. You've wasted your time helping people speak English, but that's okay because you're a nice guy and people like you. We're getting some laughs from the audience. But we're just getting started with this comedy routine. Up next, we have Daniel, a car insurance salesman who can't beat Geico prices, but somehow still manages to make a commission. But only because of the illegal alien Venezuelan invaders did this guy manage to pay his rent. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question is not, is Kitover mentally ill and a clown? The question is, who is Daniel Nero and when will he pay for his crimes? It's only a matter of time before the law catches up with him, and he's got to go on the run and jump inside his Ford Escort and get to the next state to continue the insurance scam. So, ladies and gentlemen, I assure you, more fraud is conducted in auto insurance than in any other form of insurance. And that's a fact. Just ask Grok. So, my final submission packet is rather proprietary, and I just want to say, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will get. And Clown House is proof that the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. Stop thinking and end your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. And that's the truth of the earth. And there's a reason why the ear is in front of earth. Because the earth demands you listen. Stop speaking. Stop thinking. And just listen. And meditate and focus and concentrate and be in the now. I am complete. This was my proprietary submission packet. Thank you very little for muting me. You might call that Down syndrome or autism. I don't know anymore, Daniel, but that's a you.
Sorry, it's too boring. It's just it's not entertaining.
Well, I really needed to speak to. I came back for the cave monkey, but he's gone now.
There's no issue.
It's been a heartbreaking day watching students from Sterling High School stand out here for hours protesting against their school district and the school district leaders. They say in their minds Andrew Meismer did not have to die, but now that he is dead, he deserves justice. Justice for Andrew!
The particular problem in the Islamic world, which people don't really talk about very much, but with this, that the Quran is meant to be the final revelation of God to man, the final revelation, with none after it. And all the revelations that come before in the Abrahamic religions are part of Islam. If you are the recipients of the final word, and you are the followers of that word, and the followers of that prophet, and that God, why is your society not working? And why are other societies working? I think it's a deep psychological problem within much of the Muslim world, which is we thought we were meant, we were the winners theologically, we were the ones who got the final revelation. And I think by the way that much of the anti-Americanism, the anti-Zionism, and anti-Westernism in much of the Muslim world falls down to this fact that we're good, which is how come they're doing better than us when we were told that we were best.
Nargis and Fatima, I'm starting a science room right now if you guys want to come. Okay? Where did Daniel go?
You left, cave monkey.
Don't talk to your future ex-husband like that.
Also, a sexual assault allegation from one of your former mates. So I want to give you a chance to respond.
Islam does a boom boom pew pew act, and every Muslim's reaction
Especially the main one, too.
is not sorry, your reaction might be to say, well, that's good, right? Better than they say that and to support such a thing, God forbid. But here's why I think ultimately that's actually not the right sense. It's a little bit like saying you're colorblind when it comes to race. Sure, I prefer that you say that than to say I'm a racist, but also you're not giving what we really need to do, which is address the issue. So I will also say this person doesn't represent as XYZ. Feeling it's not working anymore because it's having laws that it does represent us in a way. If those who are upper and change for the followers of religion where they don't really know this type of stuff went out and did something. Like, for example, the guy who shot Charlie Kirk and I think he was
What you're talking about is packing the citizens now,
security
getting people to think
European streets everywhere because people were running over with a car when Christmas markets are getting canceled or shut down or curtailed or when there's all kinds of security to get into subways and cars or go all over the world where everywhere in the world people are accustomed to security rigmarole, these random checks because there are so many acts perpetrated by people of Muslim backgrounds. It no longer convinces anyone or gets anywhere or gets anything done to say, oh, he doesn't represent us. I wash my hands of him. At some point, we have to say, actually, that person does represent us. He represents the worst of us. He represents something reprehensible in us, something that we despise. But when you just say, oh, he doesn't represent us, he's not one of us, that doesn't really represent us, no one really believes that anymore. It's time for us to say, actually, unfortunately, these people do represent us, and we need to have some serious internal dialogue, some serious internal policing to prevent these types of things. Those two cowards who did that act in Australia, they have family members, they have neighbors, they have community members. You're telling me that they drifted into the abyss of extremism and no one around them noticed anything or felt anything was off or noticed any weird behaviors like joining a pew pew club and becoming an expert all of a sudden? You know, at some point we have to look in the mirror and say there's something wrong with us. Too much extremism, too much rhetoric that leads to awful events. Too much of this stuff just isn't happening. It's like the right either. Too many extremists running among us.
54% are female attendees. We have 40 breakout sessions.
Is the American-Israel public affair?
I'm gonna be blunt. If we finally be able to picture it, I have seen.
There are 100 U.S. senators. Last year, 93 out of 100 U.S. senators were people whose campaigns had been funded by Israel, AIPAC, and the Israel lobby.
Excuse me, I said no pickles. Are you deaf or just stupid?
This is the know-it-all, aggressive, rude, entitled, and never satisfied customer known as the Karen.
Okay, did you catch that? I'll show you in slow motion. The security guy in the blue and Charlie's bodyguard in the tent looked at their watch simultaneously, which my guess would be they received some.
this.
Enough time on it. This is not political. This is class-based. This is protecting a class.
Here's how I'm going to help you. We've got to fix Obamacare. We've got to get healthcare costs down. We've got to drive down the
Drive down the cost. But not this weather.
costs of government. We're going to
Imagine a warship so massive, so grand. It was meant to be the pride of Sweden's navy, yet it sank less than a mile into its very first voyage. This is the Vasa. Built in 1628, it was armed with 64 bronze cannons, richly decorated with hundreds of carved statues, and towering over 150 feet tall. It was supposed to terrify enemies on sight, but the Vasa was too heavy, too unstable, and within minutes of setting sail, a sudden gust of wind tipped it onto its side. Seawater poured through the open gun ports, and the mighty flagship sank in full view of the horrified crowds of Stockholm. For over 300 years, it lay preserved in the cold, dark mud of the harbour, until it was raised in 1961, astonishingly intact. Today, the Vasa is the world's only surviving 17th century warship, more than 98% original, and standing as a time capsule of ambition, tragedy, and history, frozen in wood. Imagine a warship.
Alright, so, before...
It doesn't taste good. You know, if you're just drinking, it just, to me, you add a little bit of taste to that, it will be better, especially for black folk. If it tastes horrible, they're not going to drink it, whatever. And they might talk about you.
So we always want to make sure stuff tastes good. Like,
Get some weed. When people smoke weed, they do anything wrong in their system. If they get some liquor in their system, well, weed, boy, they be.
Stuff do be tasting better. You right about that. Probably true.
She said, like she said, some eggnog, some Hennessy, and some egg.
But from an outsider looking from here over there, it doesn't. They're not displaying genocide. I don't see that on TV. I don't see that on the news.
90% of Gaza has been flattened out, cool man. Imagine Manhattan, 90% of Manhattan just flat.
What's happened, said Andrew, how's everybody? I'll be the one, other one, be good, bro. Has collective stupidity increased that level where people are actually just like a genuinely sincere question about like you really being for real, right?
It breaks my heart, Irish. It really breaks my heart. Like it brings me like spiritually to my knees when people give these type of responses. I can't wrap my head around that. I can't.
Can we do like a vote in the room? Like how many people in this room have like a light retard? Like how many people is there here that's like?
I'm the librarian, so.
Oh yeah, zero good. So it's like, what is it? There's like 3, 6, 9, 12. It's like 50. How many people have a light retard? Like, is this actually a question? Like, is it genocide really? Anyways, Andrew, how are you, bro? Beto, bro, you good, man?
It's okay, cool, man. I know you're a good person. I just want you to try to do a little bit more research. If you can, please, and see what you can.
Oh my days, that is weird because I don't know, like this is the type of thing that like it goes beyond religion, it goes beyond like people are really asking, like,
we're all fed different information, you know, they intentionally do it. Inshallah, he'll go look into it and come back with a different.
You can't come in.
Mr. Gilbert, help me stop you from I just love that name. It's very unique, but I like it. This here, no Irish. Question for you. Yeah, this is real. That's right. This is he became the Johnny Madrid. Who's Johnny Madrid? Yeah, the whole he ain't from around. I don't know. This whole thing how you don't all them people not know about. Basically, talking about math and like dividing up the inheritance and the math is wrong. And it like can't really be.
Does not make inheritance.
Yeah, what is it? I thought you would know. Irish.
Yeah, there is. It's basically an inheritance, but yeah, like Andrew, like just do ChatGPT for any argument before you bring it to the floor.
No.
Like minor things are also.
Well, but when you say it's minor, I mean I don't know that.
I have an argument against this problem.
Go ahead, code number 1. Go ahead. What is it?
Well, Andrew, can I give my argument?
What are you, money?
Don't say something like it. Don't be overly.
It's like Muhammad was immoral. Sex with Aisha and she was lying.
Oh, Jesus. This is also everyone that was born before the 19th century was immoral. We all have pedophile fathers and granddads, basically. We know anthropology, sociology, all the scientific evidence. Can you give me one? Has any scientist said?
Hey, shut up. Scientists don't deal with morality. I don't know.
Give me your defense morally. Why it's wrong? Morally, from a moral argument. Why it's wrong? Go ahead.
Children aren't capable of properly consenting to
sexual act.
This is a moral argument.
I'm starting with one of the premises of the argument. Just like if you shut the fuck up, obviously, the argument is going to be a set, right? Like the argument is going to be a set of premises and a conclusion. Right, so like if you do it, start interrupt. So if you like start shifting out at the first premise, I'm not going to get it.
Okay, so make the premise though not a claim though. You know the difference between a claim and an evidence-based argument? Let's start with the claim, but not with a claim, man. You start giving your argument, yeah? What is your moral argument?
I'm starting with premises.
But your premise has to be based on an argument, not on a claim. You know the difference between a claim and an argument? You can't just say it's wrong, but
I'm not just saying it's wrong, but just like premises are gonna be.
I'm asking you why. You have to say why.
Shut the fuck up. You
It's an answer.
No. Irish, if rice cooker can't engage with you in a respectful way, I ask you to not.
Do you mean respectful? Why
You
do
always
you
shut
one
the fuck up,
premise and you started it?
dumb. All this, you're off to a really aggressive start. It's not gonna be a.
Because she started interrupting one premise in. It's
Well, just say
completely
please don't
ridiculous.
interrupt.
Yeah, I apologize. Go ahead. I apologize.
Just to be clear, premises will be claims, and you can ask for support for those claims. Right, but like the idea is, I'm giving you claims which I think you might be inclined to accept. Now maybe you won't be inclined to accept them, and then we can discuss them. But if you're inclined to accept them, then just the conclusion is also something to accept.
Yeah, no, this is good. And
That's what I think arguments are doing.
yeah, that's what I wanted to actually ask you about, Sasha, because I actually was thinking about this, and I think this will be helpful for everybody. Isn't an argument just a series of claims that actually are just supposed to be, well, I'll hear your response, Irish, but isn't it actually, obviously they can ask for support of those, that's fine, but doesn't it come down to ultimately trying to find something that you'll share as being intuitive? So I can
tell you two things about arguments, I think, are going to realize. One is that just structurally what arguments are sets of premises and a conclusion. Right? That's what arguments are. And so you're supposed to have a set of sentences and a special sentence called the conclusion. And the premises in some way are supposed to support the conclusion.
Okay.
And there are different ways of specifying the support relation. Okay, so maybe you think it's evidential or entailment or something, and those will correspond to different varieties.
Offers to us a screenshot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
I think the point of it is to change people's minds, right? It's to give people reason to accept the conclusion of the argument. Okay, so how do I decide what to put in the premises of my argument? Well, I think I should go with what I think my interlocutor will accept.
That's right.
And maybe he won't accept it, right? And then we can discuss that.
Right. And so, and if they don't accept it, right, say they don't accept one of the, I don't know, the premises, then you could be like, well, okay, then I'm going to make an argument to support that premise.
But you have something that actually has evidence base, like you base on evidence, or it's logical entailments make it like a logical contradiction, or it's based on empirical evidence, not just I don't like this, therefore it's wrong. Like
No, I agree. Well, I think that's true. Well, that's fine.
It's not even engaging the point. Like, are you saying that the premises themselves have to be supported?
Well, unless it's a logical contradiction, then they don't have to be.
No, just listen to that. Are you saying the premises have to be supported, or that they have to support the conclusion?
I'm saying that if you're just giving me a syllogism, then the contradiction should be in the premises. If not, then it has to come from outside the premises.
You're just not getting the question. You were saying something needs to be supported evidentially.
No.
What is the thing that needs evidential support?
No.
I'm just saying it.
No. Well, okay, let me correct myself. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
saying if there's a logical contradiction in the logic, in the premises, like if there's a contradiction within the logic itself, like a syllogism, then it's okay. If there's not, then it has to come from outside of the logic, the premises. Then you're appealing to something outside of the logical statements itself.
Okay, look, maybe I'll just ask you this. How do you think I should select the premises of my argument?
Either make a logical syllogism, either make a syllogism.
No, you're not. Syllogism is already the whole argument. Right?
Exactly, yeah.
So, just listen. The syllogism is going to have premises no matter what. Right? So I can give you a syllogism that's just like, if the sky is blue, then Muhammad is a pedophile. The sky is blue, therefore Muhammad is a pedophile.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a valid syllogism. Right? It's like a valid argument. Right? But what also matters is, are the premises true? Right? So I'm asking.
Exactly. How do you know that it's true?
Right. So I'm saying what I look with premises is things that I think my audience is likely to accept. That's true. Okay, so I'll give you premises, and then you might say, "Oh, I think that's true," and then that leads to the conclusion. So that's what I'm doing. And so there is no question of what evidence I had for the premises if you just accept it.
Okay. So basically, I'm still asking you, like, give me your argument, bro. Like, why is something wrong? Why you're saying?
Yeah. Okay. So so I'll just tell you the premises, and you can tell me if you disagree with them, and we go from there. So the premises are sex that's without proper consent is rape. Rape is wrong. A child is not able to give proper consent. So, if you have sex with a child, you thereby commit rape, and Muhammad had sex with a child, thereby Muhammad did something wrong. Okay. That's not the argument.
Okay, so where do you get your evidence Muhammad had sex with a child?
So that's the premise you want to contest. You want to contest.
I'll contest everything one by one, but we'll start off one. Where do you get the evidence that Muhammad had sex with a child?
Let's see.
Where are you getting this information
I thought we agreed that the point is, do you accept it?
I'm asking you where you get
do you accept that Muhammad had sex with a child or not?
I'm asking, what's it based on? Where are you basing this on?
Regardless of what I'm based on, do you think it's true or not?
Well, I'm not. If you want to make claims that have no grounding in any historical evidence, then I'm not going to.
Okay, look, I'll tell you why I think that in a second. Now I'm just asking.
Well, then, I'm asking you. Why are you so?
I'm just asking you.
Why do you think it's true? I'm asking you where. Well, if I'm asking you where did you get the information from, obviously I don't think it's true.
Well, that's not true. I don't think that. I don't actually. It's not actually honest. A lot of people would try to be difficult and contest premises, even if they accept.
Right. It might be that you might just think that Sasha can't demonstrate where she, adequately to everyone. And I asked you for that.
He's basically asking me, did Muhammad have sexual interest in a child? And I'm asking him, where did you get this information from?
Well, but that's just kind of a move, though. That's not really.
We have background information that Irish knows that.
Tim, hold on. That's just a move, though, Irish, to try to. All you're doing there is you're just trying to get Sasha to.
No, because I know for definite.
He's saying no, he doesn't accept it. Maybe you don't accept it.
And if you don't, then right. That's what Sasha's trying to get explicitly out of you, is that you don't accept it or you do. And I want to know,
okay, he wants me just to say simply, but no, I don't accept that they had sex.
Okay, great. Okay, I mean, just, here's, the first reason to think it's true. The dominant majority position in Islam is that it's true. So just, the experts in your religious tradition have, come to basically a consensus that it is so.
Okay, so why then is it forbidden in Islam to have sex with a prepubescent child? And why do you not have to have the consent of the warden, of the parents, of the family, and you can't have sex with a prepubescent? Explain that to me.
I didn't say prepubescent.
You said a child.
I'm fine. Right, I don't think child means prepubescent. I think a 9-year-old girl. I don't know why it has to be scientific.
Well, what common ground do you want to work on then? Where are you basing child on then?
just like morality and common usage of terms.
Where like morality in the sky, like we just put it out of the air, like what's the grounds you're basing child on? You can do it, you can define as you want, but
maybe this will be helpful. There's like a moral question of what a person is. It's like once we agree that this person has a brain, a body, like everything, right? There's still a question of like, okay, is this enough for personhood or not? And it's not like that question is resolved by science, by like looking really deeply under the microscope and figuring out, oh yeah, does it say in their DNA code they're a person? It's like a conceptual question of what makes someone a person. And so there are a lot of questions like that, which just aren't answered scientifically, but which nonetheless give you substantive information about the meaning of terms. I mean, another classic example is knowledge, right? There's no like scientific definition of knowledge. There's just like a philosophical analysis of the concept. And so similarly here, I'm saying that what's relevant to my argument is just such an analysis of the concept child.
You there, Irish?
Yeah, sorry, bro. How we define a child again? On what basis?
I'm not sure what you mean basis, but just
common sense.
I think basis.
On common sense. So what on common sense?
That was
so if we look at it all,
that wasn't me speaking. Shut up.
So if we look at it all and take
away. Shut up.
Man, you've been talking for 5 minutes, man.
Shut up. No, you asked me.
You're making claims and you're being aggressive.
Someone else answered. I want to give my answer.
Okay.
Why did you ask the question and then go someone else's answer? What's wrong with you?
I apologize. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, anyway, I mean, I'll just go with this. It's sufficient for you to be a child that you're a 9-year-old with like, about standard mental development as a 9-year-old or less mental development. I think that's a sufficient condition for you being a child.
Alright, so let's write off all pre-antiquity and the age of marriage and still in the tribes around the world today and all European history before the 17th century, okay? Because you say so. Alright, let's do that then. You're making claims. You're making claims. You've literally not given me one moral or scientific argument yet, bro. I've been here an hour speaking to you, bro. Is this the level of your intellect?
It hasn't been an hour.
Is this the level of your intellect, bro? 45 minutes. You've not given me one solid argument yet. Just what you say and what you claim. You want me to engage in this, bro? I've got better things to be doing, man. Make your argument strong, man. Ground it, and don't say to me, I think, I believe, I feel. Bro, this is like the level of a 5-year-old, bro. Like, make your argument strong, bro. I can argue for you if you want. You want me to argue for you? I can do that, no problem.
I don't know why you're just posturing to shut the fuck up if you have nothing to say.
No, but what's your argument, bro? You're just making a claim for the last hour.
I told you the argument.
Well, I feel it. I feel the 8 was is a person of heaven. That's an argument.
Shush. I gave you my argument. Then you challenged one of the premises. We're talking about the premises. And I gave you support for that premise. An counter argument. And you asked me for my definition. Right? I gave you like a definition that will suffice for this conversation. Like it conveys enough of the meaning to get the conversation going. Right? So now you know what I mean by child, at least in this case. Okay? And you still actually haven't, like, in any substantive way, replied to my argument, which is just like the consensus of your religious tradition is that Muhammad had sex with a child. In the sense I see.
I'm defining a child as a prepubescent person. And there's no evidence.
Right, so I'll just modify the premise.
Which is great, which is based in science.
Yeah, so I'll just modify the premise so it's easier. So the premise is Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old that wasn't mentally developed beyond the standard 9-year-old.
Okay, so what's your evidence that they weren't mentally developed? Where are you getting this from?
Mentally developed beyond a standard 9-year-old.
Where are you getting this evidence from? So why are you saying that they weren't developed beyond the mental capacity of a normal 9-year-old? Where did you get this from?
No, he keeps on asserting that there's no
I can give you Umar, shut up. I mean, like the first line of evidence is just that she was 9, right? So most 9-year-olds aren't like far beyond mental development of a 9-year-old. And so that's one reason to saying she was.
Okay, so most this that, man, this is all general claims, man. You need to give me the evidence of you're basing your argument on.
No, that is evidence, right? I'm giving you a proposition which counts in favor of what you're disagreeing. That is evidence.
No, evidence isn't making claims. It's giving me the source material. What you're saying, man.
Okay, so just let me ask you this. Do you disagree that most 9-year-olds aren't like mentally developed far beyond the average 9-year-old?
I'm not making any claims, bro. You're making an argument against the specific. You're making it.
That's a premise, and you're contesting it.
Yeah, but you're
arguing. You need to have some attitude. You need to have some attitude to that premise. I'm asking you, what is your attitude to my premise?
No, you're making an argument. You're making an argument.
Just stop that. Shush. Okay. I'm asking you.
Oh, you're threatening here, bro. You're threatening for an hour and a half, man. You haven't actually refuted me the whole man an hour.
To be fair, Irish, I don't think Sasha's
Irish, shut the fuck
I just
up
don't
for a
think you
second.
understand what Sasha's doing.
Bro, he's making an argument against the specific.
Can you shut down this fucking dumb?
He's making an argument.
Can you just mute them for a second?
Andrew, he's making.
Let's talk with Andrew. Engage with Andrew. Leave this. No, Sasha's going to engage with Irish, but I'm just saying, Irish, listen, Sasha's being very meticulous, and I think you just need to go along with her. I really do. But you can do what you want, but I just think you should really just try to.
Look, I'm giving you a premise in support of another premise you contested. I'm just asking you, what's your attitude towards that premise? And again, so just your attitude can be, oh, I think it's false. I think it's true. Or I don't know. Okay? And the premise is just this. Most 9-year-olds aren't mentally far superior to the average 9-year-old. Just like, if you pick a 9-year-old at random, they're not going to be like, far and beyond.
A 9-year-old when? In the 7th century, in the 21st century, in 2025?
Yeah, let's say in the 7th century.
Okay, so the average 9-year-old. Okay, what was the average age of marriage in the 7th century? In the globe?
You're still not answering the question.
No, I'm asking you, what was you're asking me averages now. You want to go beyond the specific?
I'm asking you, do you accept?
I'm asking you the average age of marriage in the 7th century in the globe. What was it?
What does that matter to your attitude?
Because you're talking to me about averages now. Now I'm going to you with averages. I'm asking you a question. What was the average age of marriage in the 7th century in Europe?
What does it matter what I think the average marriage was?
It's not what you think, man. Anthropology, sociology. What was the average age of marriage in the 7th century?
You dumb fucking stuff.
That's not what Sasha's saying, though, Irish. So it's just
asking you.
No, because Andrew,
the average 9-year-old.
Basically, what he's doing
I'm
is.
just asking you if the average 9-year-old.
Just be quiet.
Just
get back in your box, man. Andrew, he's speaking about generalities in 2025. We're worrying about a specific person.
I understand.
I'm saying to him.
I got you. You want to know what the average?
Don't speak generally. Speak specifically about the person making claims again.
You got to understand the dialectics. So hold on, Sasha. Please give me 1 second. Sasha is trying to get you to understand the motivation for different premises. Okay, you're on a premise right now where you're talking about her being a child, and then talking about what constitutes being a child, and then you like, well, what is the evidence that she wasn't mature to be able to engage in this relationship? And Sasha is citing the fact that she was 9, and then she's trying to see if you agree, which I think is a completely legitimate move, Irish, to say, do you agree that the average 9-year-old, and if you're even able to take an average,
disagree, man, because the average age of marriage, No, because the average age of marriage in 7th century in the globe. What was the average age of marriage in the globe in the 7th century?
That's not what's being said. That's not what's being said. You're going to a different point. Irish. I promise you, this isn't has any motivation to do it on my behalf, anti-Islam, nothing like that. Okay, I'm simply just trying to talk to you about reason and logic right now. What Sasha is doing right now, Sasha's saying, please, Umar, please. What Sasha's doing is Sasha is citing the evidence that she's going to use to say that it is the case that Aisha was not mentally mature enough to engage in that relationship. And the first evidence that she's put forward is the fact that Aisha is 9. And generally, 9-year-olds are going to be generally in lockstep with generally. It doesn't mean, please hear this. You got to hear this. It doesn't mean that she's not developed. It doesn't mean she's not developed. Just listen. She's just asking, is it the case that generally a 9-year-old is going to be in lockstep with the rest of the 9-year-olds?
It's not generally, no.
No. Generally the case. It doesn't have to be
generally, man. Use your anthropology. Use your sociology. Use scientific evidence from that time period. It's not you're assuming generally. Show me generally. Show me generally any anthropologist who says in the 7th century this isn't the age of capacity for marriage at the time. You have to say things, bro.
We're not talking about the if they're actually. No. I don't think you're tracking what I'm saying. I don't think you're tracking what I'm saying. I promise you, please, brother. Please, I beg you. I don't think you're tracking me. Okay, so just listen. You have to have a sample. There has to be, if you're going to say an average, okay, there has to be like a fair enough pool to say that there's an average. You can't just be like everybody's so radically different from one another that you can't even make a generalization.
I'm not saying average, bro.
Okay, I know. No.
I'm saying, Andrew, show me a Christian, show me a Jew, show me any religion, any people, any group in the 7th century. Anyway,
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Ask me any
I understand what you're saying.
No, Andrew, listen. Show me any anthropologist, any sociologist, one today, a 2025 one, that says what you're saying.
Okay. I don't know if you understand.
It's a moral type. Strong with
Look, if you mean the average point, Irish, like the development is going to be, there's an average, right? There's going to be like a bell curve or something like that, right? Where you're going to be looking at the averages of people's maturity at the age of 9 if they're female. Okay, I don't think that's a weird thing that Sasha's putting forward here. I think that it should be non-controversial for you to say, I think, unless you have a good reason to disagree with this, that, look, on average, it's probably the case that a 9-year-old, anyone plucked out of anywhere, right, at that time, are going to be similar to just the average of 9-year-olds. And I think that's a fair thing to say.
The average of 9-year-olds when, bro?
At the time of, we already established that.
Then tell me about the average of a 9-year-old at that time, not today.
I'm saying.
I'm based on something that's grounded in science, man. Not grounded on my emotions and my feelings, man. Which we'll be getting from the last hour, bro.
It's not emotions or feelings. Go ahead.
You're
not cited one scientist. You're not cited one
scientist. All I can say is Sasha has done nothing illicit. Irish. It's right. It's apart from being speaking.
No. Andrew, this is a problem.
She's done nothing illicit logically. That's all I'm saying. Everything that she's done is logical. I understand by that. Okay.
What are you saying, she, bro? Who's she?
Now you guys are
Like, if you just don't moderate them, like, they just not keep fucking doing it.
Well, you have been rude, Sasha. I know.
Yeah, no. I actually started the discussion by just giving him the argument. And this fucking suck human jumps in, one premise in, and said, oh, give me the evidence, give me the logic. Like, so that's what he's been fucking conducting. So like a fucking dumb suck human.
Because you've been making claims, bro, because I feel it. Because I feel it isn't an argument.
Andrew, we feel like Andrew, it's like having people over for dinner and Sasha pen slapping them around.
Yeah, it's like because I feel it isn't an argument.
I just want to finish speaking to yourself. This fucking suck human.
But I want to know what's going on with you lately, that you like anybody that gets on your nerves.
I'll get to that. I'll get to that. Just let me finish. Just fucking dumb stuff here. Interrupts me one premise there. It's like, you're not giving an argument. You need to give a study. You need to give evidence. Okay, look, he's behaving fucking ridiculous. And you do fucking nothing to curb it. Right? Like, the right approach approach is just, if he starts fucking doing this, you mute him until I'm done. Right? But because you won't do this, you won't do shit to facilitate like honest engagement, then I think I'm fine just being mean to him. Right? Like, we just respond doing like anarchy Zoom. During discussion.
I got you.
That's the rules I'm gonna play by.
I got you, Sasha. Let me respond to you real quick. Okay, so the problem is you say since we're not going to do anything about it, the best that I'm going to do is try to talk to him because he's my friend. I'm not going to start muting him. So I'm not going to mute him and move him down. Now, if he got crazy, yes, I would do something. And I have said things to him. You've heard me multiple times say, dude, just bow back. Just let Sasha talk. Sasha's doing nothing. Listen, I've made multiple deals, so it is not the case that I've done nothing. But no, I'm not going to mute him and move him down. He's my friend. He's trying to die. I think you're really wrong, and I appreciate that.
You step in. You try to direct it. And then he fucking does the same. I understand.
That's the nature of the
thing. So if you understand that, and you think, oh, because he's your friend, this is like the appropriate engagement. That's fine. You will not have fucking shit throwing on police.
No, I'm trying to fix it right now.
Andrew, you actually taking this guy serious for you. That's talking to me for an hour.
Don't talk with this bastard. Andrew or any other Christian wants like
listen, I'm trying to be fair to both you guys, and I like both you guys. You guys are definitely butting heads right now. I understand what Sasha's saying logically, reasonably, as far as the argument stuff goes.
Claims, Bull. He's not actually evidence.
When you start to like anything that you say,
I will say I don't point it with you. Right?
Go ahead. Is this a girl? You said something like I understand. So, Sasha, you know that you're inciting anger from them, and you also know that you're telling me I'm doing nothing when I'm literally in the middle of talking to you.
No. Because the fucking sun might be interrupted, I wasn't able to make the point. So it wasn't, you know, you do something.
Somebody says something I don't like, you can't start calling it over.
It's not about saying something I don't like.
Actually, following your argument and not crying, though. Just make your argument.
I'm happy to get for you. I just want to finish what I'm saying.
You're just crying. No, you're pissing me off as well because you're just crying. Are you gonna be like, oh, okay, no, I'm not a shut up. He's crazy. What is this? He's crying.
You have a virus? I'm not supposed to say anything.
I think that's the point I want to Can you just rid of this fucking stuff?
I'm not going to get rid of them.
I'm not going to get rid of Irish. So this is an example, right? Yeah, that's correct. That makes my point, right? You allow these people to be fucking dishonest and disruptive to like a ridiculous extent. Okay? That's like the way you want that's the way you allow the room to be conducted. And you do nothing that substantively changes. Your interventions are fucking worthless because like these people just ignore you, right? Like you come and say, that's such a thing, and they don't fucking do it. And they don't get it.
This is his room. Just grow up and moderate his room, calm down.
Just
Anyway. That's like, well, go on.
Finish what you're saying so I can respond.
I need to try and get to a point which will take me a minute without this fucking supplement interrupt. If you actually want me to get through it, just fucking get through it.
Well, if you actually want to get through it, we're calling them subhuman. You think they might want to speak on your
I actually did it. I actually did it just now, and he's still fucking interrupting. You didn't do shit.
I'm saying, I don't know, but I'm saying you let these worthless ex-senators and you're paralyzing and you're just a fucking idiot.
My point is they interrupt, even if I don't fucking do it.
I know, you're saying that, but I'm saying, how do you know? They're
A $10 banner, too.
He just fucking interrupted me without me doing it.
You have a person and he's taking offense because you're broad.
So the point is, you don't do shit with people doing this.
Okay, when you say I won't do, the only thing that would satisfy you is if I remove them down.
I already told you, and I just fucking finished the point.
Yes, finish your point.
Thank you. The point is, like, the way you want to enter these questions, endless distraction is allowed. Endless dishonesty is allowed. You don't want to do shit. You actually hurt. You do, like, literally on the surface interventions that don't actually do shit to change their behavior. Okay, so that's the way, like, you're finding the conversation going. Okay, but I'm happy doing the interview discussions, but I think if that's the norm you want, then I'm not saying I'm bound up by any fucking norms of politeness, courtesy, any of that. Right? I don't feel like that. If the culture of the room is fucking be as destructive as you are, and you just level there is to tell them to shit. So that's what I mean.
Okay, well, let me respond to you. You come in with a PTR that's already in place. Okay, so I reached
So I went to go get
right off the, okay, fine, then you have, that's odd because he's saying that he didn't know what you're.
Who are you guys from?
And then he's acting like there's some kind of
interacted with Irish before.
Fine, but you're still being offensive right when you come in. That's indisputable. Okay, that's indisputable. You're being offensive right when you come in. Then you're engaging in a conversation with them, and you're saying, because I don't step in and say, Irish, stop doing what you're doing, or I'm moving you down. And you're saying, I'm posturing. No, my intent is sincere. I'm definitely trying to have a conversation. You say that I'm allowing you like it's something that I'm like, yeah, just do it. No, I'm just letting you.
You're allowing for it.
Yeah,
doesn't matter what you want. Extended by extended means once and actually do something.
Yeah, and something's happened. He's not talking right now. I'm talking to you. We're having a one-on-one. Something has happened. So don't say nothing has happened. Something has happened. Well, no, that's only instigated more problems. That's actually a lot of the reason that
I think he's quiet because I call him something.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
No, it's like, how is this less plausible than your fucking show and your business?
Because he actually cares.
I think the reason he's quiet, to be clear, is because, like, he disrupted it so many times, but now there isn't really anything to it. And actually doesn't need you. I think he's in you. So that's why I think these rumors, I think it has nothing to do. I think it has nothing to do with your fucking shit ass interventions.
Yeah, you could say pretend intervention, but it's also level towards me. It's going to be let any other mind here, any other person that's taking control of the room, insofar as and I'm telling you that you are just completely missing it on this. I think that you're saying him logically, that's completely fine, but I think what you're doing right here is completely with the PTR. So you're engaging with a Muslim. He's sitting there trying to talk to you now. Obviously, he doesn't want to go straight to the heart. You know, the heart is the most explicitly concerning point that you can go to, and that's fine. Okay, but you guys are talking about it. He interrupts you because he doesn't understand what you're saying, or maybe he does to some degree. I don't know. No. I said either he does or he doesn't understand everything that we're trying to do. He may, and maybe he's doing some kind of dishonest dodge. Maybe that's the case. I'm not trying to call him out because you guys are talking. If it's the case that he wants to say, hey, I want to talk, I want to intervene, and he does start to talking, which he does. I did say several times. You just like, I finished because I understand.
on the substance, I said anything false. There's no one that I said is false.
Hey guys.
Yeah, you violate, hold on, Connor, I have to move down. Then it's okay to violate moral laws of this sort. Just say sloppy. Yeah, that's right. By my lights are gonna be more. But just say that it's okay to violate the laws because you think that nobody's gonna do, namely me, do anything about these interventions or these interventions.
Nobody is going to do anything to actually accomplish this anything.
Yeah, when you say organization, you do those are vague. You know,
just because it curbs, lowers the dishonesty and the disruption.
I think it definitely has. I think it definitely has.
You're completely fucking insane.
No, that's going to be patently true. It's going to be patently true that it has because I have stepped in and he stopped talking midway a few times and still let you finish. So it certainly has curbed it. Certainly. So it is not the case that there are. Sasha, if somebody is in the middle of bloviating or interjecting in a way of the thing that you're saying is the very thing that you want to see reduced, and I interject and he stops talking to let me talk, and then lets you talk, that clearly is an instance of me curbing it. Clearly. And that happened several times. So don't say that I haven't.
No. That's just so fucking interrupting. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying we carry on the conversation. He's still just as fucking disruptive, just as dishonest.
Okay, well then you're just saying something. Now you're just saying, well, if it's the case that he continues to do the same kind of thing, that I didn't curb it at all by me stepping in and doing what I'm doing. I can't change his overall dishonesty or shiftiness. If that's how he is, then that's how he is.
You can for the context of the discussion. Because you can be like, hey, stop interrupting or this concept. And maybe he was thinking.
I think if you ask Irish to stop it, or if you're like, hey, I think Irish will comply.
That would go a long way. Put a massive burden on us.
It's economics, obviously not.
Okay, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, you're fucking insane.
He's like,
the reason why he's interrupting is officially dishonest, which is why he's trying to divert from the
Sasha, is it the case that you want to dialogue with him? Do you want to dialogue with him if he's dishonest? Do you want to dialogue with him if he's dishonest? Do you want to?
Yeah, just I'm fine with it. That's like, if the norms are like, you can't just do the disruptive and dishonest bullshit, and we want substantively curb, it's just like, next fucking point of discussion, you can do the same. Okay, I'm fine with negating any of that. I just also would say, then like, how I get my entertainment by being me.
Okay, but I understand. But listen, you're kind of in a cursed position, Sasha, because unfortunately, most people that you dialogue with, because of the fact that they're not thinking the way that you are, and I think you're a very clear thinker, you've been blessed, but you're also being cursed, because when you put them in certain positions, it's almost inevitably because the way people are, it's just like human condition, they are just prone to, dishonesty module engaged. And maybe to whatever degree that they're aware of that, I don't know. I'm just saying it is happening. I do think it's sometimes very volitional because they're just like they're pride invested, they're staying, they have people watching, etc. So I think you bring that out of people, I think it's gonna happen a lot. And I understand why you're frustrated, and I try to share. I share the sympathy. I sympathize, I empathize with you on that, absolutely. I'm just saying it is something that you've got to recognize that as mods, you're putting us in a tough situation, particularly when it's our friends. I'm not going to just move Irish down. I want you to talk. Obviously, I kept over and over. I kept saying, Sasha's not going to listen. Sasha's being.
What is my concern? What are you in a big weight position? I think.
What's the best fungus treatment?
Anti-fungal. Right? That's fine. Everybody is.
Right. So it's like, so to that extent, I don't think like I always have fucking respect as a moderator of discussion.
Well, then what are we doing here? Then what are we doing here? Well, I'm doing what I'm doing. Yeah, but why am I?
I'm doing what I'm doing, and I'm fine with it.
Okay, but why am I opening a room? If you say, hey, let's open a room, I'm like, okay, let's do it.
My opinion on it is clearly not like, what causally drives you to open the room.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, what is the motivation for me to want to do this? If it's all it is you're going to berate me and tell me how bad of a mod I am. And then I'm going to get people telling me back channel left and right. Sasha's very rude, very good.
Well, I think the value for you is you want to hear these discussions.
I do, but it becomes to the point where the value of that is really reduced when we have to go through this kind of stuff where I can't. I'm trying to say to you that you're putting me in a spot to where I have a friend who's getting berated by you, called subhuman, etc. Okay? And then he's doing things that I don't think are logically fair. They're not reasonable in the dialogue, maybe even dishonest.
So you want me to change my behavior. I want you to change your behavior.
And I want you to change his, and I want you to change yours.
Irrelevant. You want me to change my behavior. I want you to change your behavior. And we're both saying to each other, well, this is the reason why I don't want to do it. And I don't feel like I particularly owe you the courtesy. Right? You don't feel like you owe me the courtesy of moderating a discussion in a way where like people aren't just endlessly talking allowed to be disruptive. And
Sasha, why do you think it's the case that they're wrong? Okay, I hear you.
You think that? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Then I'm saying I don't think I owe you like I'm gonna be nice to people in your room in discussion.
Okay, well, why do you think it's the case? Well, first of all, Sasha, let me just ask you this. Why do you think it's the case that there's not a mod here that you can appeal to that would be able to navigate in the way that you're going to do without them feeling, I think, somewhat similar to the way that I feel, which is if they're friends with somebody that you're berating and you're like, hey, do something about it. Do something about these subhuman blah, 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 blah. Do you think there's a mod up here that's going to navigate that much differently? They're going to be like, oh, yeah, that's fine. Just call me
the person?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe not.
Okay.
I'm just gonna make the same point to them. It's like,
okay, well, they
you
just
want to change something, so I want to do something. We both feel like we don't want to do it, so we don't do it. And that's fine.
I kind of imagine it like if we were in person and we were at a dinner table and there's a Muslim person at the table and they're giving you answers that you don't like, you just disengage. You don't start ruining the dinner and be like, you effing
not about giving the answers. It's not about giving the answers I don't like.
Knocking on doors, doing
Interrupting is nothing to do with the content of what he's saying. Right? He's just interjecting and disrupting the fucking conversation.
But every time you said you're interrupting me, he goes, I apologize, and he stopped, and then he would allow you.
It's not every time, and he hasn't stopped.
Say that, no, that's not true. He did keep interrupting if you were paying attention.
No, I wasn't.
No, he was asking for evidence. I think he in the right. He can ask for the evidence.
No. You don't understand what Sasha is doing. You don't understand what Sasha's doing. And so that's why this is where I'm saying.
No, but Andrew, like
I want to say one more thing to say. Like, I don't really buy into this way of thinking. As like, well, if we were in a different situation, then here's what we would do. Like, yeah, maybe, but we're not in that situation. Yeah.
No, I think she's just saying.
If we were in medieval times, and you spoke up, like then I don't want you to beat the shit up. Okay.
That's not. Yeah. Sasha, that's
but it still feels like we have company.
Digital dinner.
Yeah, it's like we're having company over, and then you're like,
it's obviously not like that in many ways.
Sure. I mean, in order to this scenario, so I think the point. There's a point.
There's I don't know, like 5 significant disanalogies I can list up.
What we're saying is that we don't want Irish or other people to be like, I never want to go back to that effing room. Like, they just let people talk to us any kind of way, treat us kind of way. Like, if we're trying to have conversations and draw people, like, you might be trying to hurt people, but, I think there's value in a relationship.
Why don't you guys set up rules?
I'm just going to make the same point to you that I make to others.
It's that simple.
I come in, I would like to tell people, if the moderators just don't really do shit to, like, curb this disruptiveness that goes on, that's fine. So, the moderators think, like, these are the rules for conversation that they want to facilitate. Okay? For me, it's like, that's fine, you can have it. But then, I don't really feel compelled to uphold some standard of niceness. And, I get that the most don't like it because they care way more about not being rude
being like honest, having a spine,
No, that doesn't follow. No, it's not spine. It's not spine. It's not spine. You just got that one wrong. Yes, more than being rude. More than being rude. Yes. Okay. Because it's not always about being right or forcing somebody to tell you what is true. I listen. It bothers me, and part of me wants to rip some heads off when I see it, Sasha. I'm with you on that. Okay. I hate that.
I'll leave my time to spineless comment. I mean, that was like a bit of reference.
I know. I got you. That's fine. But let me just say this.
You are way more into this stuff in standards of niceness than of honesty and disruptiveness. The point really good of. Those are the primary ones we really want.
Yes, because I'm gonna be a little more lenient. But let me say, no, it is fine, and I understand you're doing your thing. Bygones, we just have to understand each other. That's fine. But let me just say this real quick. You are, I think, because of the blessing and the curse that you have, Sasha. Hold on, Don. Because of the blessing and the curse that you have, I think that the compliance trajectory that you expect is a little bit rigid. Because the people that you're going to be engaging in, you're going to try to
but quid pro quo, like, I see some goodwill, I guess some bad,
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just.
That's like for example. That's another right?
Can you stop doing that? I've asked you multiple times. This is the kind of thing I'm just. Can you please stop? We're obviously going to get through what we get through. Yeah, bro. Sometimes there's things that
if you don't like it, there's just like little back
That's not what's going on, Don. You just don't even understand what's going on right now, obviously. I'm trying to hash out something that's been ongoing. We're trying to have a dialogue. We move forward after this. We're almost done. If you keep interjecting, like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing it? We're going to do it. Okay? We're almost done. We are almost done. Okay? So Dave, bro. Okay. So, yeah, Sasha, I hear you. That's fine. I'm just saying, like, obviously, you're going to be dredging up a lot of dodginess and dishonesty out of people. And so you're going to just, and so like I said, I think it's a curse on your behalf because you're in a position of just hearing a lot of dishonesty.
I feel like I was making a point and then this fucking thing interrupted and now you're making a point.
That's fine. Can we, I think that.
No, give me a second. Sorry, what were you saying? What were you saying before?
Oh, I said the trajectory compliance with both.
Oh, yeah, that's right. No, I was saying that, like, look, I think it can be quid pro quo, or like, just like, you always need to moderate things like the way I was. It's just like, I think of the relationship I had with Timothy, where it's just like, I think Timothy is actually fucking willing to do something to make the expression a bit better. It just like fucking works sometimes.
I agree.
Like, so he asked me, be nicer. I'm like more responsible because I feel like, okay, he's willing to help me out do what I want. So I'll help him get.
Yeah, so you scratch my back, I scratch yours, and I'm with you on that. I need to step in. That's where Timothy shines. I actually reached out to him. They will see if he comes back. But I think that I have said it over and over. He's supreme on these issues. And so
you don't like my expectation.
Yeah, I do.
You like ridiculous Nazi regime. Okay.
I do.
Okay.
I got it.
So then, the second point is just like, I think like a lot of people are thinking of this discussion, it's like me forcing your hand, even though I don't really have the power in this room. I don't think it's like, I think like, if you want me, that's fair enough. Like, it's your room, and like, I'm kind of like thinking, okay, these are the rules, but it seems like people are just like, really and other rules. Other people are bending them. I'm happy to bend them too. But like, ultimately, if you tell me, like, that's fine. I guess, like, just you have your idea of what content you like.
That's fine. That's okay. Well, obviously, you're my friend, but I also think you bring massive value to the table. You are a huge liability by my standards and by the things that I would like to do. But I mean, insofar as I want to accommodate you to see what it is that I want to see, not just being nice and having people in the room, but also having you participate. I need to do something different. Is what you're telling me, and
I'm happy to participate in this one. Just if you want me to change, I'm just telling you, like, I'm not more merchant request. Just because you say it, basically as a.
Ortiz thought they were headed from the U.S. back to Venezuela.
I think we understand. I think there's an understanding.
They were
I don't know where Irish went.
shackled,
It's kind of weird.
paraded
Irish, come back up here. Can you guys try?
Like, break some 5-year-old.
You can't say that. Sasha, go on.
El Salvador. They
Come up,
came toward 4
come up,
months
Irish, you
ago.
do it, buddy.
Did you
And try
think you were
again.
gonna die there?
I don't, well, okay, Umar, if you want to go, you can, or, actually, yeah, Umar, why don't you engage the point? And Kim, please be logical as well.
Yeah, Andrew, I think it's okay. You can ask for the evidence. Like, why are you like saying, okay, Irish cannot ask for the evidence?
That's not what I said.
Maybe you're saying, I know you're saying, I don't know, that's what you're saying, but that's how the conversation was. Like, he said like she was a child. And Irish said, I don't believe, like, prove that she was a child. He said that she was 9 years old. That's how the conversation happened.
Sasha said she was 9, okay? And then she said,
she was like,
then he said, they agree that she's 9. That's not the issue. The question was she mentally mature? Sasha said, Sasha was defending the case that Sasha does not think that Aisha was mentally mature. The first point of evidence that Sasha put forward, first, evidence to motivate that was the idea that I think is just a reasonable idea, which is that, hey, it's probably the case that the average 9-year-old is going to have the mental maturity of the average 9-year-old. Right? That point right there shouldn't be.
No, but Andrew, can I tell you?
This was not the case.
Andrew.
There is a step, like, this is a problem. The conversation went from, keep asserting she was a child. He married a child. I said, I don't believe she was a child. Right? Then he said, no, she was a child because she was 9. Then I said, okay, because he went from like 9 years old in the 7th century or the 20th century. Then the conversation went, he said, Sasha went and said, okay, 9 years old, whatever. That's how the discussion went. Yeah, so the discussion was like,
everything was fine until you didn't do it. So listen, forget about everything else but this point. The 9-year-olds are on average going to be like other 9-year-olds. That's just a simple point. I don't think that has to be. It doesn't mean it has to apply to you.
No, but Andrew, can I dialogue with you? Sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Okay, look, I'm just trying to tell you guys that it doesn't have to go to the specific of Aisha. That's not what it. Sasha will make that connection later. Okay, she's starting with this. Look, a 9-year-old is probably, if you take any 9-year-old and just pluck them out of society at that time, they're probably going to be like any other 9-year-old that you pluck out of society. They're just going to be similar.
Exactly. That's why we will exist. If anything, they were less developed at the time. It's not like it was too big now.
Still be an average.
I'm talking to you as you're being uncertain.
I'm comparing them to now. Go ahead, Irish. We're not comparing them to now.
No, but Andrew, I'm not hearing what you're saying, okay? Okay, I'm not interrupting, I'm not asking you a question. I'm saying to you, okay, I'm asking you a question, that's all. I'm only asking you a question, bro. I'm saying in Judaism, in Christianity, in Islam, in the secular sciences, in anthropology, in sociology, show me one, I'm only asking for one person who says that in 1400 years of human reproduction and human survival and family life in a 7th century Arabia, 8th century Europe, 9th century Europe, 16th century Europe, that says, because you can't just say the 11-year-old, 9-year-old, you can't say that. Give me some evidence. Is it crazy?
What is exactly your point? Are you saying that in the 7th century 9-year-olds were like different? Yes, that's what I'm going back. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm going back. That's even different. That's not something.
Wait a second, go on, bro.
Okay, yeah, I'm just sorry to say to
don't ask me what I'm saying. I'm saying to you, tell me what anthropologists say. I'm not here to win a debate.
Scientists will tell you that girls today are actually developing faster.
Okay, so tell me this, that bro, it was the name of one scientist.
Okay, you can find a name.
Let me clarify the question.
Can I finish what my answer is?
Go on, let me show
No, I
you.
can
Let me
just answer. Or you want to talk?
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I apologize, bro. Go ahead.
If there was something to be said, it is that scientists will actually show you that girls today are developing faster than before because they have more access to food, nutrients, and so on, calories. Back in the days, they had less of this. We're now developing faster. Development happens faster when you have access to more food.
Okay, so there was one Christian scholar or scientist that says what you just said.
What Christian scholar is going to tell you this?
He was one Christian
kind of
scholar, bro. I'm asking for one name, bro. One person, that's what you're saying.
So as long as they show you one scientific paper that shows you this, it's
one scientific paper that says that a 12-year-old or a 9-year-old or a 10-year-old getting married in 7th century anywhere in Europe, in Arabia was wrong.
No. Okay, don't worry.
No, because you can't, bro. I know you can't. You know you can't.
I can show you. This is just easy. But once I show you, Irish, do you promise? Yeah, you'll find it and you'll find it around the book. You promise that? No, you'll find it and then we'll introduce you to this location. No, you'll find it.
Note that even when other people engage these disgusting fucking subhumans, the same way you're just
someone to give you hope or something. You're being like a baby or an hour. Like Andrew's being cuddled in you for an hour, man. Just go and be a man or a woman or whatever you are, bro. Yeah. You've been whinging like a baby for an hour, man. We've been putting up with you, man. Like,
go to sleep. Dishonest fucking stuff.
Oh, man, you've been calling me subhuman, man, for the last hour. Why you been asking, bro? Why you been calling people subhuman, bro? We're having a discussion, man, yeah?
It's just medicine or something. I don't know.
We've been calling people subhuman, man, for an hour, bro. We've been listening to you, bro. Just go back to sleep, man. Calling people subhuman. What kind of human being are you, bro? Like, you can't have a disagreement with someone without calling them subhuman? You know, like, dirty, rotten, filthy, stinking. You're a filthy human being, bro. Calling people subhuman, man. You're like an Israeli Zionist, bro. Calling people subhuman, bro. We disagree with me, man. You're not to degrade my whole existence, man. Go back to sleep, bro, man, and get your period pad, man. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep, bro, man. No, I'm just being put up with you for an hour, bro. You've been calling people subhuman, bro. If I met you in real life, bro, I'd have your head on a plate, man. Calling people subhuman. Andrew, bro, this guy is Andrew, what are you doing this to this guy? Andrew, bro, this is the level of respect you tolerate in your rooms, Andrew. And tell me now how Jesus, how God is love, bro. Tell me your
I think you heard my position, actually.
He's being, bro, move him down, bro. What are you talking about?
You said you would
Andrew, you think if you came to a Muslim room and someone said this about you or leave them on stage, are you mad, bro? I would never tolerate this kind of level of insult, man.
Well, no, I don't. Yeah. Look, this is a difficult situation to navigate.
There's nothing difficult about it, bro.
Sasha's saying you're being dishonest. Sasha's saying you're being dishonest.
Okay.
But he's saying he's subhuman. No, he's saying he's subhuman. Think like Irish and the others are like subhuman.
Look. I'm very sympathetic to somebody lying right in my face. I don't like it, okay? I'm just telling you, I don't like it. So I can actually very much sympathize with that aspect of what Sasha's doing. Now, I don't agree with what she's saying to you, Irish. I don't. But I do think that when she's saying stuff that's just got absolute clarity.
Bro, when you say she, would you marry her, bro? Would you?
No, but that's
what you mean she, bro? What are you talking about, bro? Like
it's a pronoun.
Come on stage, right? Like Sasha probably had these conversations like 432 times, and she knows what's coming down the pipeline in the argument. So we're gonna have people come on stage. They're gonna we're going to be talking about, genocide in the Old Testament. They're not going to know how to answer. Sometimes they're going to make up some stupid shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we got to figure out how to navigate people when they say things that we don't like or we don't agree with. That's stupid.
You can't tolerate this level of disrespect.
You gotta understand it's complicated because the reason why it is complicated is because we do care about her. That's why it's complicated. realize, you know, she's a nuisance to you all, but we also have.
I said that. So.
Yeah, it's really a difficult situation, and we're trying to navigate it. But we do have affections, you know, for her. Sometimes I wonder why, but we do. So
it's very simple. Can you guys hear me? It's simple. You can navigate this by picking up another candidate and let him talk to us. Or you can pick me or I.
I agree with that.
You can pick another guy.
Yeah, if it makes you too angry, if you feel like, you know, they're being dishonest and you feel like that makes you too angry to the point that, you know, it's gonna make you upset, then let somebody else, you know, dialogue with them.
I don't want to do that. I mean, you kind of like, again, I don't want to do it per your request. You cannot just pick me up things and move me from the room. So, like, you know, again, you don't have any courtesy of facilitating an actual dispatch of. I don't feel like doing you this courtesy of pedophile worship.
We're going to get an answer on that, actually, Sasha. What you have become increasingly.
Yeah, there's a point that you're trying to prove. You fixate on something. You become fixated.
What time period do you mean?
I mean, I'm just saying that usually it took you like, you know, 50 times before you lost it. Now we're at like 2 and
It's like you're talking, Sasha, you're giving your first premise, and they're like, but can I get clear? You're like, you get off of the planet.
I mean, you know, like, look, you know that's not true.
I know.
Okay, so, like, as long as you know that's not true, that's good. But, I mean, I don't know exactly why it's situation in Minnesota. I can give you some guesses.
Are you on Adderall? What's going on?
Yeah, I have been, well, so it's not other, I think it's the same, like, the suspect, but it's some other, like, name. Like,
You planning to testify against any of the defendants in this case?
I've been on that for like the past 6 months, I think.
I have a question for you, Sasha. What monetary level would need to be met for you to be Sasha the Nice, pretentiously nice? Hold on, God. Pretentiously nice for a month. Hold on.
For a month, but how long do we have to be in the room?
No, just whenever you're in the room, you have to be. You have to be. You don't have to be there at all. But insofar as you are there,
maybe like I don't know, 100, 150. Okay.
That might be worth it. Let's talk about that, because that actually could be worth it. It might honestly be a better way forward than what we have to deal with, like the stress level and everything that's involved. It might actually be a better way forward. I actually might be able to. I'm gonna think about a fundraiser. So we're gonna figure something out. Okay. I don't know why.
That might actually be a good idea.
No, for real.
No, seriously.
Okay. No, for real. Okay, so I don't mind doing this. This is something I'm willing to buy out of. Okay, Bob, welcome, sir. Good to see you. Why so good, Carlos? Okay, Gon, where do you want to go, bro? You've been like you.
Yeah, so I requested anything that indicates that.
Yeah, but it's mainly Gon. Actually, Gon, hold on for a second. Like, I think we didn't acknowledge that he like kind of pushed it up. Because what was actually was is the 9-year-old in that period, like, was there medical material?
Not to this one, not to all.
Yeah. Right. Like, he sourced it up. Find me a source where someone says it's immoral. Right, so like, so he's asking you, hey, find me a scientific study which is not a good use. Is it completely ridiculous?
Yeah, I agree. And right, isn't that almost the case, though? I mean, they might have, like, it's political science.
They might, like, kind of, disagree on facts, which is right. They know it's like, methodologically.
Can I say something? Like, when you guys, like, do your little, like, your social gatherings every, like, 5 minutes, it does get kind of annoying. That's not what we're doing right now. That's not what we're doing right now. Right now, we're actually working on music. It's like, but no, God, we aren't doing that right now. We were just talking about the actual issue of what scientists would say. And it can get to a point where it's not that we were having a conversation. You just look at it. What you want
Yes, like we had an issue. Yes, because they were friends. Yes, because we're friends. And we had.
It's not friends. It's a discussion.
We're all friends. You're completely.
Irish is my best friend. I get that you're a friend. Irish is a discussion, dude.
Don, just move on, Don.
Sometimes you have to deal with issues, okay? Sometimes you have to deal with issues.
All right, can we move on?
Yeah, we can. But you're a rather unreasonable person. But go ahead.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you just did. You interjected like 50 times while talking to other people. You're like, I'm exaggerating since you are, okay? And I'm saying since you want to come in and say, just now that I'm talking with Sasha, literally about the very point that we are on the whole thing at issue, the maturity levels and all this stuff. Sasha just said that Irish wanted Sasha to produce a scientific study or whatever that would talk about the maturity of
Irish is dishonest. We know this. Yes, we know. We get that. He's deceptive. He's dishonest. He's running. Yes, we know that. We can see that. I get it. I agree.
But the point was more specific. But yeah, I'm just
You do agree with that,
Tom? Supposed to show.
Yes. Fine. I can see that. That's fine.
What do you really want to get out? Okay.
Of course he agrees because as a Christian he doesn't like Muslims.
No, it's not. Actually, I was defending Irish. I was getting pissed off at Rice, but I agree. Ultimately,
Don, can you just focus on what the issue is that
I ultimately agree with Rice, but anyway.
What's your issue that you want to bring up, Don? Because I want to hear it.
So I gave the paper, like, Irish requested anything that I would, go against. So I posted the paper, I put it in the chat. It's basically tells you how puberty, the age of puberty didn't really change that much from around 4,000 to 1,400 years ago. I didn't need to really show it. It's in the chat, but anyway, it's well known. Like, it's not like people back then were maturing faster because they have to do more. That's a myth. It's not scientific. It's just a myth that ours is used. Right? Now, mainly, actually, primarily, Irish, he shouldn't seek something external to his Quran, like external to his sources when it comes to proving whether Aisha was pubescent. He should stick to his scholars.
I mean that your best time it's mentally mature. I'm happy to grant you.
Even then, what did the scholars say regarding maturity? If you read, okay, so we go out of the hadith of her age, right, that she married at 6 and consummated at 9. That's authentic, and he can't really reject. If he rejects it, he's not a Sunni. I'm not talking to a Sunni. Then you have the hadith showing you that Aisha was playing with dolls when she was married. Even though she wasn't meant to, but she was still allowed to. She was an exception because she was a prepubescent girl. Then you have Salaf, like the scholars, like the Salaf are people whom Sunnis take from. Like this is highly authoritative. I'm not going to go into the details, right? But Sunnis, they follow the first 3 generations. And the Salaf are part of that. If you read Imam al-Shafi, he's the founder, by the way. Imam al-Shafi is the founder of the Shafi school of thought. In his work, he clearly says in Kitover, the book of the Wood, chapter 7, page 156, he says that if somebody asks you, why do you allow the prepubescent girls to be married? And then he says, because the Prophet, I'm just paraphrasing, he says, Aisha married the Prophet when she was 6 and consummated at 9. In both cases, Aisha was a prepubescent girl who had no control over herself. He literally specifies that she had no control over herself. And there's other hadith that clarify that. Like Aisha, there's no way to say Aisha was a woman at 9. It doesn't exist. And scholars, they don't argue this. Really, nobody said, hey, yeah, she was pubescent. Like, no. The best they will do is say, oh, Aisha had her first period. The first period doesn't mean a girl is not pubescent. And when somebody tries to be like, oh, show me in history where this was an issue, sure, I can grant you that there's basically nobody in history that really went against child marriage like that, like from what we know, what we can see until like recently, like past couple hundred years. But the thing is, that doesn't make it any better. It doesn't mean anything. Like, he's talking about sociology. Surely sociology, that doesn't matter. Like, slavery was also accepted.
He cut out for me.
Yeah. But I think those really well good points. Like, basically, just like, we don't take cues for what is moral, what's right, and what's wrong. Just from like what people did historically. Like, people historically did fucked up shit. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, even slavery, like, you know.
I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing to do that.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Like, you mentioned Shafi, right? You say Shafi says that if somebody comes and tells you why you marry this and that. You know that same Shafi reports that the ladies at the Yemen, he went to learn from Yemen, right? Are you aware of that?
Sure.
Yeah, he said like the ladies at Yemen are getting pregnant and giving birth at the age of 9 and 10. Do you take that to be true as well, or like what?
What is that? So is that good? What does that have to do with anything? How is that okay?
Yeah, so when Shafi obviously
pregnant at 8 years old. What's the point?
Yeah, no, again, you brought Shafi, you're saying like he can marry. By the way, there are two things, right? You can arrange a marriage if your child is very good.
What is your point? Why is it like you can marry at 8 years old? So what does that mean? Is that not true?
Yeah, so what's the point of you bringing Shafi?
To show that Shafi believed that Aisha was also prepubescent and both at 6 and 9. I'm actually reading to give that book.
So if I may real quick, John,
before you go there,
Umar, you know why he brought Shafi? It's because it's one of the 4 madhabs, and it's one of the 4 it's one of the rare fiqh books and madhabs that have been translated into English.
He's the founder. He's the founder of the
Yeah. So that's
that's
why he brought
what madhabs have to do with Islam? Like what? Are you aware there were like more than 4 madhabs?
Well, that's what Muslims have to do with Islam.
Wait, more than 4 madhabs that are like, what are you talking about? Are you talking about like Shiism, like the inches? Okay, I'm not even gonna engage with that because that's retarded. But
no, you were trying to engage that. You said like you were trying to boost the Shafi madhab, right?
You just
so where
the counter was why would you say it? Because you know that, like, what is it? 20% of the Muslims across the world are essentially Shafi.
But all the madhabs agree on this. It's not necessarily.
Yeah, it's like he did that on purpose. That's a complete.
I'm not saying Shafi specifically because it's in English. I can read to you what he said. It's not an issue. He says this. This is in Kitab al-Um, right? Chapter 7. He says, if someone says, why did you claim that the fathers can marry after prepubescent ones? Say this. Abu Bakr gave Aisha in marriage to the Messenger of Allah at the age of 6 or 7, and the Prophet consummated the marriage at 9 years of age. Both the cases of marriage and consummation took place when Aisha was prepubescent and had no command over herself. That's it. That's a Salaf. He's the founder of the Shafi school.
We also have Al-Muwatta from Al-Maliki. He also mentioned.
Yeah, so the answer is that in the hadith, the Shafi is saying, I can arrange a marriage for a prepubescent girl, right? He is using the hadith of Aisha as evidence. We can do that. I.e., when she will come of age, she will have a mental capacity, then you consummate and do the marriage. That's what the hadith is. You arrange marriage at the age of 6 and 7, waited 3 years. 3 years for what?
So if anybody, if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
You guys need 6 people. Who wants to talk?
Could just click on the link that I just sent, because this is a Hanafi. This is a Hanafi.
This is why I think like you kind of need arguments in some of these discussions. Again, even though I don't like formal arguments, it's just like when you have a bunch of people who don't really do this, it's just like so unfocused.
Okay, well, you were upset about people interrupting you and you spoke forever, dude. Let us talk for a second. So So,
I'm just look.
okay, I understand your concern.
I spoke for 30 seconds.
Dude, okay, so then let me speak in 30 seconds. So one thing that what I'm gonna provide is if you
why can I
click
just finish?
okay, dude. Sasha, how much time do you fucking need on this panel?
30 seconds.
Keep going then.
Okay, just like. But he fucking gave me the turn. Okay? It feels like it's really unclear how any of this is supposed to connect to the original point. And what we
Because we're using their internal sources to show that
Don't interrupt her. Just give her her 30 seconds. Please. Just give her her 30 seconds to bitch and moan. Okay?
I was done. Don't respond.
Okay, good. So, Goon, if I may, I just want to show y'all a Hanafi source, right? And this actually explains what a woman is inside of Islam. Okay? This is under marriage. The marriage of a minor boy and of a minor girl is permitted when the guardian gives them in marriage. Be the minor girl a virgin or a previously married woman who had consummated her marriage. So what Islam completely thinks about, right, is that as soon as a female, a girl is married, then she becomes a woman when she consummates. It has nothing to do with this concept of maturity. Like, no, you can put your thumbs down, but the whole thing is, when you look at it, most of them didn't know how to read and write. They didn't know mathematics. They didn't know anything culturally. They were very Arabian, desert-dwelling people who worshipped rocks and stuff like that. So I'll summarize real quick. What most Muslims don't want to address is that the concept of early Islam about what a woman was just that she was married, that she could cook and clean, that she obeyed orders. You can see this throughout the whole hadith, and you can see it through their whole books of fiqh, that this is the standard of what a woman is. It's not about puberty. It's not about maturity. It's about the ability to be married, consummate, because then that provides an iddah, that provides a waiting period, right, between marriages if you get divorced, and also about being able to do what you're told. Go ahead.
Bro, he's showing how within Islam, the authority within Islam is also points towards the fact that yes, you can marry concubines, and it's not just Aisha. It's just girls.
I agree. My point is just, it's like, it feels like we're dancing around like two different issues. One is just, was Aisha actually mentally mature, right? And the second one,
she wasn't.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, but the second is just, like, assuming she was immature, was it then moral for Muhammad to have sex with her? Right? And they're like switching between those two. Like, and it's like, you know, whenever you
even the verse in the Quran that says, "Oh, marry them when they're sound mind." One second. Even the verse that says, guys, don't join in. Even the verse that says, "You like marry them when they're of sound mind." What does that mean? Because if I go to Somalia, a girl of sound mind, like they interpret it different. If I go to the U.S., they don't count a girl to be of sound mind until she's like 20 years old.
Just like, you understand my point. It's like they're switching between, like,
right. So just let me finish. I'm saying, different cultures have different understandings of when a girl is of a sound mind, or when a girl is ready, or when she's independent, and so on. That verse is incredibly big, which is also why scholars comment on that, and they're like, they don't say, "Oh yeah, you can only marry a girl when her prefrontal cortex is fully developed." They even never spoke about anything even close to that. They don't care about that because it's incredibly big. As long as you were a girl, you have two legs and you can walk, you can make a suit. That's enough. That's what sound mind means. If you actually read their scholarship.
And Sasha, the thing is like,
I agree with all of that. I'm just saying, they're like kind of illicitly switching. They're illicitly switching between like was she mature and was it moral to fuck her?
Sasha, you're not. They're never going to say that it could be immoral, right? They're never going to say that because they believe that Muhammad was the ideal individual. So
that's fine that they don't say that, but the point is, if you press them to admit she wasn't immature, if you press them to admit she wasn't.
I agree. I'm just trying to show you the flaw of why, like, I agree with you that they are switching between those two things.
It's not a flaw of the argument that they won't agree with the conclusion.
No, I agree. Right? What I'm saying is the flaw of what you're upset about, right? Is that if you realize that they're never going to say that it was immoral, that it was wrong, then go back to your first one, and then they're always going to say she's mature because being mature leads to their second.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They're not actually. They're juggling between the two and like switching them when it's convenient.
I agree, but in their mind, it makes sense.
Yeah, Andrew, how are we going to
Before any Muslims speak up now, you guys, we have still out here. Go ahead, brother. Whatever you want to say. Go ahead, man.
No, I'm saying like how are we going to do this? We can have a discussion.
Like we can have a discussion, okay. And I want you to. You're the champion now, brother. You step up and you make whatever point you want. I feel like Islam has had a lot said against it just now. You know, I mean.
Yeah, no, this just like.
Yeah, go ahead.
The problem like this argument. We can have an argument. Like I can have a discussion with one guy who wants to have the discussion. Like if Aisha was like not mature or like this immoral, like it needs to be one guy. Like it cannot be.
Okay, that's fine. So look, it could be Gone if you want, or it could be Sasha if you want, or I mean, do you have a particular preference, Umer, since you're like the only Muslim on stage as far as I can tell?
I would just like to know the definition of mature before we go on.
That's fine. Umer, you
can get the definition. In the discussion.
Yeah, that's fine. But
it seems like really we should just lay out an argument and whoever talks to them just like orient it around that argument.
You mean he should lay out an argument saying that it is immoral?
I'm saying like, just the argument is just like, if Aisha was mentally immature, then Muhammad raped her, and she was morally immature. She was mentally immature, so therefore Muhammad raped her, right?
Okay.
And it's like it should be clear which consent, and it should be clear which assumption is being contested. Are you contesting that it's immoral to fuck her if she is immature, or are you contesting that she was immature? I think that should be clear in the discussion.
It's immoral.
She was not immature, and yeah, that's the sense. She was not even
specify that. How was she not?
What does immature and mature mean?
Don't bomb me. Yeah, that's the problem. It's like 15 people want to.
Shoot, I'm looking for clarification.
What they're trying to say is he specified that he only wanted to talk to one person.
But
honor that.
He's
just one man, right?
I'm just trying to understand the definitions of the words.
Yeah, I know, and other people are trying to say so too. I'm just saying, like, it's fine. You can ask for a definition, so go ahead. Umer, what is the definition of mature?
Yeah, no,
it doesn't matter. What matters is not the definition of the argument.
Yeah,
what matters is the definition of maturity.
It does kind of matter to his position, right?
No, listen. Saying it doesn't matter what his definition is because the argument isn't framed in terms of his definition.
But if you find a weakness in his definition, couldn't you improve your argument? I'm just saying.
Stop talking.
You interrupted me plenty of times.
Stop talking. Yeah, I know. Now I'm telling you to stop talking. Trust me, it's going to be more productive. Anyway, the point is, the argument is saying Aisha was immature when she had sex with Muhammad. And if she was immature, it was rape. Okay. The point is, what does immature mean in that argument? Right? That's the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter what anybody else means by immature. Okay, so when I'm saying immature means in the argument, it's just mentally not significantly more developed than the average 9-year-old today. So you look at the average 9-year-old today, I'm saying they have some like level of like psychological development. Okay, so immature means that level or lower. That's sufficient condition for being mentally
don't
immature.
think that that's his definition.
That doesn't matter.
But it doesn't matter.
Bro, 9 is not it.
Yo, stupid. What's going on? As long as he understands how it's used in the argument, he can work with it. Right? Like, we don't need to fucking call it immature. You can say, if Aisha was blah blah, you know, when Muhammad had sex with her, then it was rape. Okay, Aisha was blah blah. And what I mean by blah blah is she didn't have the mental capacities that that are higher than the average 9-year-old today.
And just as long as Umar would agree that the average 9-year-old today is not suitable for those kind of relations.
Definitions, because that's not
okay. So Umar, do you think that the average 9-year-old today is okay for a relationship?
I will tell you like what's happening.
No, my niece is 9 years old, and no, they're not.
Carlios, please don't just bombard him. Please let him actually have time to speak. Go ahead, Umar.
Yeah, there is a criteria which it says mentally mature. Mentally mature means a person who understands I am getting into this marriage and I have certain obligations and I have certain duties. That's what we understand. That's what we mean by the mental maturity. That you know what you're getting into. Yes, Aisha was
The question is,
okay.
So
today's 9 years old.
Now let's look at the question. Let's answer the question. The average 9-year-old today is not capable of consenting to sex, such that if you have sex with her, it's rape. The average 9-year-old today doesn't have the mental capacity. Okay, you think that's true?
Yeah, so the 9-year-old today,
do you think that
majority will be disqualified under the Islamic criteria. Yes.
Great.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So then the second point is just Aisha was of that level of mental maturity or lower. So that's the second premise.
No, that's not. Yeah.
Okay. So that's what the discussion should be. Just Aisha was significantly more mentally developed than the average 9-year-old today.
No, motherfucker.
Yes.
Was she physically developed?
That's not really the issue.
The argument is about mentally.
Yeah, let's keep it on the
You can also round the point about physically. That's not like we're discussing now.
Yeah, because I don't even know that's gonna be a harder point to make, and let's keep it on the mental part.
Well, look.
Physically mature, mentally mature. Here she was like.
Because somebody can have experience. Somebody can have experience.
We're just talking about mentally. That's the
let's keep it on mental.
You agree that mentally it would be right? But yeah, that's not right. I mean, I don't know.
You could agree that mentally everybody was fucked back then. It was a very violent, terrible time.
Then shut the fuck up. Yeah, I mean, I know.
Damn you, my non-sequitur king. He hasn't said much.
He hasn't said anything of value in his fucking life. I know.
But that's not even
Okay, great. So I mean, just, do you want to go with him on this? Like, now the claim is clear. He's saying Aisha was significantly more mentally mature than the average 9-year-old today.
No, but like now we go to God. Like,
there's usually no evidence.
I'm trying to give him a chance to have the discussion. He was eager earlier. He doesn't want to. I'm happy to have it.
So look, I don't mind, but the thing is, I can show you evidence that she wasn't physically mature at all at 9. And if you can justify that,
the claim is mentally.
I can give you a counter-example. The example of the doll hadith that you brought. Yeah, that's what doesn't prove. I can play with the doll. That doesn't tell me about the age or anything. And the same that you're going to bring her on, you're going to go to the...
Whoa. The hadith literally said that she was allowed to play with... Okay, married girls were not allowed to play with dolls. That's what the hadith said.
No, that's not what hadith said.
Aisha was allowed because she was a prepubescent.
No, No, you bring the hadith, and that's again, you're gonna bring that as evidence.
I'll bring
Here's
it.
another
I'll
evidence.
bring it because you guys love to do the game. I'll do that. Sure. Not an issue.
Bro, bring the hadith. You think you're the only one to figure this out?
First of all, there was a hadith back then.
And make sure that you don't assert things. Yeah.
Muhammad was the one to usher in this whole system.
Sahih al-Bukhari, volume
There was a bunch of heathens at that time.
Sahih al-Bukhari. I'm just gonna read it. Narrated.
No, but
says, narrated Aisha. Listen. Narrated Aisha. I used to play with the dolls in the presence of the Prophet, and my girlfriends. You also used to play with me. When Allah's apostle, meaning Muhammad, used to enter my dwelling place, they used to hide themselves. But the Prophet would call them to join and play with me. The playing with the dolls and similar images is forbidden, but it was allowed for Aisha at that time as she was a little girl, not yet reached the age of puberty. Fatih al-Bari, page 143, Sahih al-Bukhari.
Just so everybody knows,
Go about her.
Wait, the part
yeah, and you keep reading the same Fath al-Bari as the Ibn Hajar tells you that this is a disputed matter in which we need further evidence. I knew you were gonna go to Fath al-Bari.
reading the
We can go back in modern history 40 years ago.
No, man, just let him finish.
You can talk about the Wild West.
Just let him finish reading the hadith.
Danny,
I finished it. It says it. It says
No.
You were about to read something else.
He read Fath al-Bari. Fath al-Bari is a commentary. He's reading a commentary.
Sorry, I foolishly. How does that make it?
It's not a commentary. It's in the hadith. It's in brackets. It's not a commentary.
When you went and read Fath al-Bari, you gave the reference of Fath al-Bari. Fath al-Bari is a commentary on Bukhari, right? Go read from Bukhari and what the hadith says, right? Don't tell me the commentary of the hadith.
Disagree with it?
No, I know the hadith.
Okay, so if you don't disagree with it,
but you don't disagree with what I read, then what the part I disagree with is where Ibn Hajar puts his own commentary on it.
So gone.
Why would you disagree with it?
Let me tell you what's going on.
Yeah, because Ibn Hajar is not a prophet, dude. Like, that's the problem. That's not a prophet for you.
It doesn't matter. He's not a prophet either.
That's the problem. Why and God are having a different discussion.
One second. No.
Nobody takes Sharia from scholar.
You guys are being really annoying. One at a time.
Dude, this guy is not a problem.
You follow scholars as well.
Nobody takes scholars, man. That's why
Are you Quran only?
No, I'm not Quran only. That's why we cannot have a discussion with the young guys.
So it's gonna be one at a time. You go, and when you're done talking, then God can respond. Go ahead.
Andrew, with the Khan and White, they are bringing, that's like throwing everything on you. Like, the Y is bringing madhabs, this guy is bringing me Fath al-Bari, Ibn Hajar translation, or commentary on a hadith, right?
Yes.
They are having a different discussion. They bring scholars and then say, no.
Why do you not interject anymore? Umar, finish what you are going to say, whatever it is you want to say, and then let Gon respond. Gon, don't interrupt until Umar's done. Please go ahead.
Yes, we take scholars as long as he provides you evidence. We follow the evidence. That's why the Gon is now saying, you guys take Sharia from the scholars. Nobody takes it from the scholar. I can bring you multiple quotes from the same scholars will tell you that our commentary is fallible. Right? It's not the words of a prophet. So these guys are having a two different discussion, like how we take, what we take, where we take evidences from. Right? So the discussion now moved from, okay, you need to take the commentary, what the Ibn Hajar says about this and this. Well, then I don't take that. Even himself, Ibn Hajar will tell you. So it's like me bringing a commentary of Justin Martyr and saying, like, you have to take this one.
Yeah, that's her.
But no Christian will take it. He is having a separate discussion here.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, he can't throw his scholars under the bus. I know what he's trying to do. You can't take for example, your Sharia, that's from your scholars. It's not from Muhammad. Muhammad didn't give you Sharia. Your Sharia is made from ijma, it's made from all of your scholarly interpretation, is from humans, okay? So if you don't like fallible humans, then don't be Sunni. Be a Quran only, be better, be free, okay? But at this point, there's reasons why there's commentary. If you disagree with the bracket part of the hadith that says that girls were not allowed to, prepubescent girls were the ones allowed to play that, the ones allowed to play with those. If you disagree with that, bring evidence as to why this scholar is wrong. Because I any scholar saying, yeah, Ibn Hajar is wrong here. If you can, show me. I brought you a salaf that literally tells you that Aisha was present both at marriage and consummation. I can bring you more scholars. If you disagree with them, show us why.
Okay, so
these are your scholars. They're not Christians. They're not atheists.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Andrew, now he economic, right? By the way, Ibn Hajar is not a Salaf. Salaf is the first generation. Ibn Hajar is way later.
Shafi is the one that said that Aisha is prepubescent both at marriage and consummation. Is Shafi a Salaf? I know Shafi a Salaf, Umar.
Right. I'm not.
Is Shafi a Salaf? Is he a Salaf?
What is a Salaf? You see, Andrew, the discussion is now what is a Salaf? You see the comment.
I got you. I think he's trying to get live clarification from you on, I guess,
Yeah, I'm asking for clarification. Is not a Salaf? Is Shafi a Salaf? I will ask you 3 times. Is Shafi a Salaf?
Which was the...
Is it Salaf?
I will give you a chance. I know he's actually... let me talk, right? So, Andrew, the discussion has moved from...
Yeah, I'm asking a clarifying question.
No, he is bringing opinion of a later guy who was 150 years after Hijrah. Imam Shafi is born in 150.
Do you follow the Salaf as a Sunni Muslim? Do you follow the Salaf?
How do you define it? It's not like here. Okay, we take his opinion, but it's not like
whenever you take his opinion, finally.
Why don't you go to the hadith?
Right, thank you. Now let's move on. Does he not say, am I wrong in saying that he did in fact say in his book that I am a free person?
The discussion has moved on. It moved from hadith of Aisha.
But we now know that you take his opinion. Thank you.
Hold on, bro. No, not everybody. No. Nobody takes every opinion. Imam Malik came before him. He was his teacher. He said, we take the words that he says, you can disagree with everybody on this planet, except for this guy. You know, he said, Imam Malik, who was a teacher of Imam Shafi. Shut your mouth.
Not go against the other generation.
Imam Malik,
Can you go against the other generation?
Can you let this guy? He's not special. I'm a Salafi. I know my stuff.
I know my stuff. Can you go against the other?
I'm teaching today. Today I'm going to
go against the bus.
You brought Imam Shafi. Imam Shafi has a teacher called Imam Malik. I bring you his name.
It's irrelevant. Stick to the topic. It's Imam Shafi.
God, why are you like...
I told you to call Imam Shafi.
Imam Malik came way before him. He said, listen to me. Listen to the son. This is our manage. This is our organization. That's why I put on this guy and why him down in this white
guy. Is it relevant to the matter of Aisha?
This guy can speak about me and I don't get to speak, Andrew.
No, because this guy spends me. Imam Malik, who came before Imam Shafi,
is relevant to
his teacher. He was his teacher. He said, you can disagree with everybody. You can disagree with... come on, don't let me finish. He said, you can disagree with everybody. This is what we take as evidence.
On what basis do you disagree with the Salaf?
Imam Shafi call is not like a final word. Whatever the opinion is. You see, that's what I'm telling you. I'm reading it all over.
Shut up. God is giving like a pretty clear line. And Umar is just not like engaged in what he's fucking messing around. You have a tradition where there's like emphasis placed on expert opinion, scholarly opinion. You want to say,
No.
in this case, I don't. In this case, you want to say, I don't.
And that's,
In this case,
Jude,
you
I
want to
brought
say,
particularly as
shut up.
we follow.
In this case, you want to say,
No, Andrew, you want to get the problem. You see, this is the problem. I just like trying to. You shut up, you bastard.
We talked. Sasha's trying to clarify the point of contention because
No, this bastard Jew is white flag. When I told him the direct answer, he went to God. God, you want to make an argument for it? Hey, you little bastard.
Yeah, serious. Tell me, why is it not on country wrong?
I disagree that the.
that's you, dumb fucking stuff. I was making space for God for the conversation, but that was nothing.
No, you talk for yourself. I gave you direct.
I'm saying,
If you could let Rice Cooper finish her sentence, that way she won't cut everybody out.
I passed the conversation. I passed the conversation to Don because I was like having the previous conversation. He wanted to engage. I thought it was fair enough that I give him a chance. So I didn't fucking throw up a white flag. I'm happy to have the conversation. And that's the first one. The second point is, if you wanna like disregard the opinion of some expert in your tradition, you need to give a reason why. Right? Why are you disagreeing with the expert historian in your tradition on this particular issue?
Yes, because he is conflating two things. When we say the Salaf, we don't mean a 500 years guy down the line, Ibn Hajar. So the Salaf is not 500 years. He said,
Not Ibn Hajar.
yes, okay, sure.
So you idiot. Are you stupid?
Shut up.
I'm talking about another factor, dude.
Oh my God.
Just do you agree that the guy who quoted is an expert in your tradition or no? Is he a scholar that you recognize in your tradition?
Yeah, that's where we went to the definition of a scholar. What do you classify as a scholar? We take his words, but not like we have to accept everything.
Yes, he's not infallible, but he's an authority. It's like his word carries some weight. You accept that, right?
No, not his words. He needs to provide evidence. Everybody has to provide evidence. That's where I brought the statement of another scholar who is way before Shafi'i. He said you can disagree with everybody except for one guy, and he pointed to the grave of Prophet. You see, so that's why I brought this. That's why he did not agree with everything. That means you can disagree with everything.
What's the point of having experts and authorities in your tradition, even if they aren't infallible? You just
expert means
you need to every time you actually need to go through whatever reasoning they go through and check it as legitimate. And I think the idea is that you have experts. You have experts, so they can give you something that prima facie you should accept, unless given reason not to. And you don't have to do the research yourself. That's the point of
No, that's not what we do. What's the definition? Yeah, so that's not what we do. We define a scholar. Who will give you a reason? He needs to bring evidence. When he makes a statement, his statement is not taken as a
I'm not asking how you define it. I'm asking what's the point having authority figures in your tradition. Every time you need to check their
If I grab you by the lapels and say,
no, we need to. Listen,
answer my
when
question.
you define expert, you mean like, okay, whatever he says, you just take it because he,
you accept it.
Another way they call it.
Unless given reason
Makes
not
a cracking sound.
Yes, okay, maybe up to this, but this is not how religious rulings work. Religious ruling is when you say this thing. Okay, so he is an expert in religious ruling. This is how we define expert. And your definition of expert is maybe, I don't know.
They change it to the
You have people that your religious tradition recognizes that if they say something, prima facie you should accept it, though it's not infallible.
No, that's not what you mean.
They actually take consensus. They take consensus from scholars.
Dude, I will teach you something like
They take consensus from scholars. They take
I will teach you. This is not how we do it.
Dude,
Opinion of a scholar is not an evidence. Opinion of a scholar.
how is the Sharia decided?
Dude, calm down, bro. And a scholar, his words are not taken as an evidence. He needs to provide his evidence. And if we do
not taking as evidence.
Yes, his opinion is a scholar is never good job, bro.
How do you
What?
how do you have any
What?
It's retard. How is your ijma made then? How is your wait? 1 second. When you have your scholars make a consensus, for example, what's your madhab? What's your madhab? What's your madhab? What's your madhab?
Yeah, what's your madhab?
Yeah, what is a madhab?
What's your this guy? You see? You hear him, guys?
Like a little slight people.
I don't even know if
You guys told you. Raise a white flag. Yes, how many madhabs are there?
What is your madhab?
No madhab, no madhab. There was no such thing as madhab. Keep missing that. I have to teach you now.
Did you say there's wait, what did you say? What did you say?
Yes, there was no such thing as a madhab. It's a later invention.
No such thing as a madhab.
There was no such thing.
Wait, guys, let me ask you again.
Andrew, I think I can talk to you, but not
How what is a madhab? What is your madhab?
Andrew, I can talk to you. We might have to turn to atheism if you can't be like, I don't know, somewhat civil with each other so we can understand. It's very hard to hear you guys. So, I don't know.
Andrew, I can summarize, Andrew, what happened here. It's very simple. Sasha asked, look at this guy here. There is no madhab.
Answer, what is your madhab? Instead of stuttering like a moron, just tell me what is your madhab.
Andrew, can you pick some same guy? Like this guy saying madhab. Where was the madhab?
So that's fine. Khan, can you?
He is also, he just.
I'm not going to go unless he answers. If you're a Sunni Muslim, you have to have a madhab.
Please provide the evidence that you want.
Hear what you guys are saying. That's really bad. You think our family love triangle earlier was bad? This is really bad. We can't even hear you guys. You guys are both over talking each
Yeah,
other.
I think Tom I agree. This is bad.
Okay. So Umar, look, it's fine. You guys are at a point of disagreement. I'm not sure you're gonna get a
As
concession.
long as you're dumb, subhuman, and then get out the shut the fuck up from there.
Okay. Let him do summarize. Go ahead, Umar.
Yeah, let me summarize and he can just It's very simple. He asked me, you were there right in the beginning. He asked me 2 questions. I gave him direct answers. The agreement was we don't agree.
I'm going to ask
Oh my God,
one more time.
Well, he's trying to
I'm
get a
asking you,
summary.
what is your school of jurisprudence? If you are a Sunni, you hold to at least one school of jurisprudence.
No.
As of today, there's mainly 4. Okay. What is your school of jurisprudence?
I hold on to the madhab of what's this called? Sufyan Thawri.
You don't know your own name.
You put your. I know this is the first time you heard that there was a madhab of Sufyan Thawri. Yeah, I told you, Sufyan Thawri. I follow his madhab. Go Google it.
You have to
I know.
you have to think about his name. Really? Yeah, you're laughing because you're getting caught in your own lies.
Yeah, let it go.
Dude, I've been to school, bro. I've been
What is his name? What is his
I know the article that you read, the Shamulian article that you read, madhab says that it's not gonna fly. I know, it's not gonna fly. Andrew, can I just answer this? Bob's got a question. I don't understand. What is the point of having scholars if their word isn't enough? Like, isn't the whole point of having
there's consensus on what Islam, when it comes to Sharia, the scholars decide what Sharia is. He's being dishonest and acting as if Islam is not it's like a sola scriptura religion.
No, it's called, that's what the Jews, and I know you are a Christian.
I know it's a waste of time.
I know the Christians are condemned. Christians are condemned in the Quran. And the verse says they have taken their rabbis and monks as gods and something like that, right? That's all taken them as gods, right? You raise the word of a scholar, that makes you understand that confusing.
What's an ijma? Or what's ijma? That's right. What is it?
I don't know. Just no IQ.
What is an ijma? What's an ijma?
No, before can I summarize what happened?
Sure.
No, the whole thing started with Irish. Then I came in. Sasha asked me 2 questions. I gave him direct answers. Then I said, this is where the disagreement is. He agreed. Right? He said, okay, so we need to talk about this point. The point was that Aisha was not like the 9 years old of today. So he went and referred to God. Hey, God, do you have evidence in which you can show like she was not mentally mature? Like she was actually the same as like of today? So that's where this that guy, yeah, so that guy and he brought
The founder of the Sharia says that when he was consuming amount of so I brought you the founder of the Sharia.
I did not ask you a question. Yeah, so this guy, Sasha threw a white flag and went to go home, right? How am I lying? Did you refer to God or no? Yes or no? Then you can show me. Yeah, I know you want to answer it because you're cool. Did you refer to God and provide evidence? No, because you were interrupting. Everybody's saying like, why can't you were pitching to NGOs? Like, why can't you control this room? Like, if you want, we can go back round 1 or round 2. Let's go. You want to make an argument in which you can yeah, because this was not the justification you gave. I was expecting that you were going to engage now. What you did, hey, God, can you provide evidence that you were not mature? So in my mind, that's how you translate it. I told you. Yes, you didn't get the justification. You went and gone. No, you didn't say, do you want to go? You said, God, go ahead and provide him evidence that she was not mature. It was not like you asked me a question like that. Yeah, that's what I did provide the evidence. You can see that you're having a I guess I'm going to give her a reaction. You're not going to agree. I know that. That's just like your Bastard is your champion here, but you can't make a simple argument except for insulting. I'm getting that like, but it's
If I'm speaking to a Salafi, right, who comes up and says he has no madhab, he doesn't have like jurisprudence, doesn't matter, Ijma doesn't like
those Salafis have your money. Salafis have no money. They are making blunders like rookie mistakes.
So if
Go
you have
ask
a madhab,
any Salafi who tells you that he follows the Go ask a Madhabi. Go ask us. Go ask questions. Again, you see, you make these, like rookie mistakes. You say, no, shares like he has no Madhab. Salafis literally despise Madhabs. Go ask a Salafi. Okay, you don't agree with me, right? Go to a Madhabi. Go to a Madhabi. Hanafi, Shafi'i, Maliki, Hanbali, whatever. This time, dude, calm down, bro. Calm down. This is a problem. Like, I'm teaching this kindergarten conversation you had with vendors.
Like one of the side chat booty clappers when other dumb Muslims come in here.
Andrew, you witness it, right? This guy just referred to God to do his begging, to his work.
Sasha, he'll just recreate it. He's just great. Of course, they are asking you if you do the infinite regress argument against atheism. Is that your thing? Is that how you can't go past? What's your go-to?
No, infinite regress only comes to the guy goes, yes, it's possible for matter to exist forever.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's just right.
Yeah,
so it's just
what is your akida? Or are you going to say that you're just going to open back up that discussion? You guys going to get into it's nothing to do with that. It's nothing at all. I'm asking you
direct question, direct answers. Don't like methods.
I thought people
Yes, they are distinct. Yes. Yeah, I don't. What was that son? I'm just curious. Yeah, even Bob seems so good. Yeah, but maybe he's not. No, what he said was like, yeah, Muslims are like sons. Yeah. So here, all right. John, how about towards atheism? What's wrong with atheism? What's wrong with atheism? I think there's arguments that towards God. I think you can be atheist, but I think I mean even things that they like. I
like a month or so ago. Yeah, I did. Or you? Yeah, I did, and a few others. Okay, so like basically, if this is supposed to be a prophecy, it's important that like reason that evolves their math, or like how it was taken at the time, is to me that this is the weakest year. Like that's like something I want to like see. I know just make starts like something that says this is like a at least like a reasonable view of taking like story and stuff like that. Well, I think there's kind of like what you know, like it used to be something I need to look into like the tradition or something. So you can make like I need to look into the tradition or something. That's fine, but I'm not gonna do that now. So like this question can ask you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, I'm not saying that we can continue because of forbidden religion. I'm saying listening when you read, see passages that talk about reading and so on, it's points to the most towards theory and something similar. And if you look at rabbinic, it's actually not something it's like but you so
For the Christians with this, then I'm kind of gonna be unimpressed because like that tradition developed knowing this verse and like the things that they fit.
Yeah, but they're not just saying it to make it fit. It's like it's a corroboration of other passages.
Yeah, sure. I think it's just I agree they might have independent readers. I'm just saying like it's less impressive that they come up with this theory which interprets the text this way once they know that like to make this prophecy true, they need to get this to go.
I'm saying it's a plausible reading. I don't think they just interpret it
interpretive instead of prophetic, or rather, it's written as prophetic but meant as interpretive. Because there's a point in time, like it's purported to be written hundreds of years before when scholarly consensus thinks it was written. And the idea is that the quote-unquote prophecies all match up very, very closely to historical records up until a point, the point which they think it's written. And after that, it makes wild guesses, some of which are like loosely true, most of which are not. So it's you have this passage where up to this point in time, there's like very, very strong consistency between historical records and then proof. Suddenly,
what do you mean it's fine? What do you mean this was supposed to be a prophecy about like Jesus being born and dying? Like this is gonna come out like this was being prophesied happens like a few hundred years after Jesus.
No, not a few hundred years after Jesus. It's still before. But I'm just saying you have to re-examine the prophetic nature of the text given.
Prophecy, according to this, you realize hundreds of years after Jesus.
Oh, no, I see that so much.
Hundreds of years. Most, lines here, they like 100, 150, 200 before Jesus. And it's saying in 500 years this happens. Oh no. And then like, okay, it happens in like 300 AD. So like, yeah, I need to start counting. That's why I read verse 25. It says here, no one understands this from the time where it goes out towards the Lord. We build Jerusalem until the appointed one. The rule comes, it will be 7 sevens and 62 sevens. It will be rebuilt with streets, Trinity, times of trouble. So it's saying it will be like the one will come 500 years after Jerusalem is rebuilt. It's adding more frames. It's basically saying when the Lord will decree Jerusalem be rebuilt until the Messiah comes. There will be 7 sevens and 62 sevens. 7 sevens, that's 7, 29. With 62 sevens, which is 434. 434. So 49. That's 409. 409
Possible.
used to refer to, no, that was commonly also used to refer to kings and priests. No, anointed. So right, what I'm saying is that kind of language, like you're using the modern connotation of the word Messiah. I'm using in that time. They just use that kind of language to just refer to kings and priests. Yeah, that's true. Like, sure, when you read like Aaron, the Rock of Moses, Cyrus, yes. But this prophecy, there's a much more historically plausible interpretation of that verse that more neatly like aligns with the facts and how Daniel was written. Then the fact that it was a prophecy about Jesus. Well, what do you make of that kind of commentary? I assume you're no, I'm just saying, what do you? Maybe you were. I don't know. Maybe you guys should just continue the conversation. I'm just gonna introduce another line of questioning. Is it like a long line of questioning? Is this really long? It's not long. It's basically like there's a set of interpretations that align what Daniel was talking about as the temple crisis before, in the 160s BC, and not about Jesus. I haven't heard of it. I thought that was.
understand because what does the when you read the New Testament, you read about the figure of Christ and Christianity. If we presuppose that view, and that is true, then Christ's crucifixion and eternity did end quote unquote sin and Christianity was free. Okay, that this is how we do it. And I'm saying no, because I've heard that. That's what verse 24 is saying. Because it does say, let's repent.
prophecy. None of this is a prophecy about the first century AD. It's all sort of a fake prophecy about things that had already happened by the time the author was writing about the events of the 2nd century BC, namely the Seleucid, control of the entire history of the region from Cyrus the Great's sort of decree to allow Jews back to the takeover by the Greeks and the Seleucid. Sorry, there's a lot of background noise. The Greeks. So it's about the events from Cyrus to the Seleucids to the Maccabean revolt and the establishment of the sort of Jewish Maccabean kingdom that became the Hasmonean kingdom.
You're just saying that this is prophesying something that aligns with different events that are not on it today.
Yeah, and that had already happened. Yeah, sort of, although the timeline isn't perfect. That's also because the Jewish writers of the day had extremely imperfect access to chronology and historical information generally, so it's just sort of a very rough guess.
But it's not kind of, so are you saying that this is like the line, but it is though weird that it has a line with this other set of things that weren't.
Well, I mean, it doesn't really, a few things. First of all, it doesn't really align unless you make a specific assumption about when the period of 490 weeks starts, which I don't think is all that justified. But I mean, there's all sorts of textual. Just to finish what I'm saying, there's also all sorts of other textual hints that it's talking about specific people in the 2nd century BC and not anyone in the 1st century AD. Like,
I would like to hear it because I mean, here is but I mean, weird. So you're saying that this passage is actually describing the prophecy that it doesn't make sense. Because why would you write something that already happened? If it's something that already happened, it must be like completely accurate because they're basically writing retelling as if it's a prophecy, but it's actually something that already happened. They're probably or something for future generations.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Well, which is why a bunch of historical details up until the point it was written is like really accurate. And then beyond that point, it's guesswork and what we know of history. Like what they say happened doesn't actually align beyond that point. So you're saying so the 77s or so like when was like explain to people see like using very
Okay.
or we can do that after.
The author in my interpretation, the author was a 2nd century Jewish man living in.
Actually, can I ask you something else?
Yeah.
You say that. So it says. Now, how can a scholar determine what is a forgery in a Jewish canon? Like that's only up to Jews themselves. How can a scholar know?
No, of course not.
The book of Daniel was a forgery, and it would just influence anybody to the canon. Disagree.
It's just like they can determine. It's just like how Chinese scholars can determine that medieval English work of literature is a later forgery. Like no group has proprietary ownership over the authenticity of this or that text. However, if your question is just why do scholars regard it as a forgery,
much of Imperial Aramaic and has Hellenistic influence in the Aramaic that wouldn't be there if it was written, in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th century Babylonian exile.
Yeah, the Greeks.
Do you have an argument for
Well, that's completely different. Like that's a translation. Like the entire Septuagint is in Greek, but I mean, it's like saying the Septuagint was actually, the literal text of the Septuagint was written in the 7th century BC. We know that's not the case because Jews would obviously not be writing in Greek back then. It's exactly the same thing here. Like the Hebrew work or Aramaic work would not be using specific words that are clear signs of Hellenistic political dominance interspersed in their, in their Hebrew. Now, it's not just Greek words; it's a bunch of other things. Like we can trace the evolution of the Hebrew language over time, and the Hebrew of the 7th century BC is different. Both in terms of vocabulary, I would guess in terms of grammar, at least a little bit from the Hebrew of later centuries, just like any other language. So I think linguists are pretty confident that the language of the Book of Daniel has telltale signs of being written later rather than earlier, and it wouldn't make a lot of sense to translate it. I was making an analogy. Obviously, it's not the 7th century. I'm saying it would be absurd to date the Septuagint to the 7th century because Jews would not be writing their holy texts in Greek at the time. And similarly, it's absurd to date the Book of Daniel to the 7th century BC. I'm completely confused. I mean, I'm saying the analogous argument goes through. Just as we should not date it would be crazy on purely linguistic grounds to date the Septuagint to the 7th century BC. It's crazy on purely linguistic grounds to date the Book of Daniel to the 7th century BC. I give up.
That's not what he's saying. The point in isolation is just that the language in the passage, Book of Daniel, just aligns much more closely with 2nd century BC Aramaic and not 7th century BC Aramaic. Yeah, so if you take this, Daniel was written in the 2nd century BC, what does that do? Right. Well, first of all, it throws the kind of 490-year timeline completely off. But the idea is just that the support for the forgery part. 490-year timeline is you start using it after the decree is given to rebuild the temple. So that was given in 487 BC. You're just talking about what up to Jesus. Is that what you mean? Saying the 400 number 490, it seems understandable. You start counting that 490 years from the moment
decree in the 500s.
I said that earlier. If you count from the decree that says to rebuild, I think it's given by Darius or Cyrus, and then yes, you'll be right. But the prophecy saying count 490 years from the time that the decree is sent out that rebuilds Jerusalem, the city.
Okay, but rebuilding the city is an ambiguous phrase. From the point of view,
It's not ambiguous. We know there's degrees that it's not ambiguous. The decree is not ambiguous.
it's okay. The phrase rebuild is ambiguous. If you think that Jerusalem was in some spiritual sense destroyed by well, it doesn't say physical destruction. It just says destruction.
Oh, now you're saying if it's talking about a decree given by like to say that this is spiritual, I mean, like it was it's not, I wouldn't think it's that's very like it's like
Well, I mean, I don't think you're really thinking about it too closely. This is more or less the mainstream opinion. Critical biblical scholars that this is talking about the decree of Cyrus the Great, which is, the fundamental act that transformed, the
decree of Cyrus is important, but I'd say it's important to understand there was a decree to rebuild the temple, and after that, in 157 BC, the decree to rebuild Jerusalem as the
It would not be surprising for a religious fundamentalist. It would not be surprising for a religious fundamentalist, a Jewish religious fundamentalist, who thinks that Jerusalem is ought to be the absolute spiritual center of the entire world, because it is essentially the emissary of the creator of the universe, and that the center of Jerusalem of this. I'll be trying to be more succinct. It would not be surprising for a Jewish fundamentalist to think of the rebuilding of the temple, which is like the overwhelmingly most important religious project in their worldview, to refer to the rebuilding of the temple and the restoration of Jerusalem to the God of Israel. It would not be surprising for them to colloquially refer to it as the rebuilding of Jerusalem. Like, Jerusalem is the place where the temple is supposed to be. The temple is the center of the moral universe. Rebuilding the temple would be perfectly natural for someone who thinks in these terms to refer to the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem as the rebuilding and the re-inauguration of Jerusalem as a specifically sort of Jewish-centric city focused on Jewish life and the recognition of Jewish religious and metaphysical ideals. We refer to that as the rebuilding of Jerusalem. the city at the end of the period. I mean, it's true that in the second century, as a result of the Jewish rebellion, it wasn't like the entire city wasn't leveled and burned to the ground, but it was basically completely emptied out. Like it would not have been a good time to be a Jerusalem resident. So the fact that it was basically restored from this place of like horrible desolation, like this violent desolation, to a place where people went back to live and establish, an officially Jewish kingdom. That again can count as rebuilding.
That's a stretch, but if we take just the apparent, that's up there.
The point is that you're not. I mean, these words are sufficiently ambiguous that you're not forced to interpret it in the way that you want to interpret it. There are other plausible interpretations that end up driving with a bunch of other important context clues, and B are non-miraculous. Yes, it is.
You would say something like, oh yeah, Jerusalem shall rise again, all that sounds better. No, it's very clear. There's a decree, and the city shall be rebuilt. Those are two conditions that must be met.
The decree is about the temple, not the city.
Sorry, the city shall be rebuilt. It's not about the temple. That's
Cyrus' decree is about the temple.
Cyrus, yes. Cyrus, exactly. He doesn't like the year 500 something BC, which is quite massive, which talks about Jerusalem, the city being rebuilt. And then you talk about the decree. The decree is about the city being rebuilt. That goes back, that points to 457 BC, which is a bit after.
I'm just confused about which decree you were talking about.
No, I'm strictly talking about this. My argument only works if it's about the rebuilding the decree given to, because there were different decrees. One is the first one, it's by the one where Cyrus, but he said to build the temple only. And you have the decree to rebuild the city of Jerusalem. And that's given in 487 BC by Xerxes. That's actually what the passage is about.
One problem with this discussion is that this is my problem, but it's hard for me to talk on this app and to listen to you and keep track of what you're saying, while also, looking up the passages online. So I apologize if my attention is somewhat divided, but no problem. So. The last passage of what? Are you talking about verse 9:25?
No, we read 24, 25, 26, 27, which is also these four.
Sure, go ahead. I'll read it side by side on my computer.
Oh yeah, so yeah, that's what I was saying. After that, the Messiah will die, and there's the sanctuary. That did happen. That happened after.
Yeah, I think
this has to happen after Messiah is dead, the flood or the resurrection. So we know this is after Messiah dies. In the middle of this extra week, this the temple of the offering. And when did that happen? We know that happened in 17. Now, 17, we have a lot like what is it? Because it gives you a the sense that the temple was destroyed in the middle. The thing is, if I go now, siege of Jerusalem, because the temple was destroyed at the siege of Jerusalem when the Jews were built. So the siege of Jerusalem, it started in 66 AD. That's when the Jews rebelled, declared war against the Roman Empire. So they started in 66 AD and ended in 73 AD. That's literally 7 years, 66 to 73. And that I can just Google it. And anybody in the model all of you can Google how long the siege was. What's in the middle of this against the Rome, against Rome? 70 AD. So in the middle of the week here is this temple, although in the middle of these 7 years, the temple is destroyed. And the temple, because as we all know, it was destroyed in 70 AD. And obviously that's the temple sacrifice of God. And we know that the temple was desecrated. In the sense it was set up according to Pentecost. So even until the end, there's decree is poured out. So that's another. That's the thing I was going to say. That's my thing where I look at it. I'm like, okay, let's the Jews have to suffer for 7 years, and only in the middle of those 7 years, like the passage in Zechariah says. It says here, for my covenant with many will walk in the middle of the 7 years. In the middle of this war, the Jews declared a war. The temple's destroyed. And the covenant is what was confirmed. What was the covenant that was confirmed with the Jews? That they would, take the curses. God confirmed that, because if you break my commandments, obey isolation, destruction, enslavement, and so on. That's exactly what happened throughout the whole 7 year siege. And after yet the whole thing, the fact that it's bang on the middle, bang on in the middle, 67 to 73, bang on in the middle, and the temple was desecrated and destroyed. I mean, that's another thing I can't just brush from the side. It's not something that we just look at. But that's just
Well, all of this is actually referring to events of the 2nd century BC. Like the cutting off of the anointed one is the murder of the Jewish high priest at the time by the Seleucid authorities, and he confirms he does in fact go on to confirm a covenant during that period with a bunch of Hellenized Jews who were sort of, Quizzling or Rishi types, as far as the author of the book Daniel was concerned. And then, talking about the middle of the week, he's talking about halting Jewish sacrifices and quote unquote desecrating the temple by installing pagan deities there. This is all the 170s and 160s BC. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. That's what happened.
Okay, but the point I'm making is that the point
let's say somebody in the first, some random Jew or Christian in the first century reads Daniel, they have to start counting from the time of Daniel, the time of from the time after after Daniel the prophet, in which the decree to rebuild Jerusalem was sent out. You have to start with it. It doesn't matter whether you think this goes to 200 BC, 200 BC, 50 BC. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
So I think
That doesn't.
like you can send me this stuff like this interpretation. I didn't hear it before.
Well, I mean, you can just read the Wikipedia article. It's all, it's all outlined in raw detail there, and I'm sure there's many links to plenty of critical discussion. But the point is that there's an extremely close map. There's an extremely close mapping. There's an extremely close mapping between almost all of the prophecies, not just this one, in the Book of Daniel, to things that happened during and immediately after the Seleucid Empire, which makes sense. Like, if you're going to, if you're a political forger who wants to create prophecies about massive political changes, probably you're going to do, in the name of some ancient, famed prophet, probably you're going to be doing it about your own day. That said, I do agree with the criticism to an extent that if you please stop interrupting. Thanks. No problem. I agree that even if you do it this way, the 490-year math doesn't precisely work out. If you start, for example, from the liberation of Jerusalem by Cyrus and his decree up to the relevant Jewish revolt in the 2nd century BC. But that's not too surprising because ancient Jewish authors had extremely limited knowledge of historical chronology. Like, they didn't have access to the massive wealth of historical writing and inscriptions and carbon dating, etc., that we 21st century modern people do. And I mean, this is kind of evident by the fact that other pieces of
What would you say about the past?
Yeah. I'm going to make the concession that even if you start counting from Cyrus's decree, the math doesn't exactly work out to the relevant years in the 2nd century BC.
No, that's what I'm saying. You can.
Can you please? I just don't want to do this anymore. Sorry. I just don't really deal well with interruption, which is, I'm guilty of myself, but it's just very frustrating.
You have to present, you keep saying this more. You stop counting from the decree sent by Cyrus. I thought you heard it.
I explained.
According to the passage, you don't start counting from the decree of Cyrus because that decree
You're just not listening to anything I'm saying, and you're interrupting me when I try to explain. So this is a pointless discussion. I wouldn't say I'm pissed off exactly. I just am not enjoying this anymore. So. Well, I honestly had a lot more than just Cyrus to say, but you're just not listening to it. So. Mark, it's the worst person.
You're interrupting, it's just for all of us know this. You can talk a lot and interrupt a lot. I get your place. Clearly not.
Yeah, that's just a coincidence, 490 years after the
wasn't actually listening to most of that. It summed it up well, but
I always think it is funny. Paul gets frustrated. He must be understanding.
well, you have to kind of take into account Mark's autism too. I think he's extra sensitive.
Just, I mean, it'd be better if I were, if I myself were better than like mutual interruption, but usually I'm not. So if I'm interrupted, means I'm passive enough, then it will just turn into a completely one-sided.
This has happened in conversations you're in. You're just way too permissive of that stuff sometimes. It's not a more assertive anymore. Interview, Andrew. Do you think the Daniel 9 passage is a prophecy about Jesus?
I mean, I'm going to accept it. Yeah. Just because I said there's caution on it, but I realize it's extremely contentious and it's going to take a full treatment on it. So we should get you in the kitchens. We should get Anthony Rogers, which I'm working on getting on.
Because Mark's point was that here's this very, not that like, oh, this is absolutely not a prophecy, but here's this like very, very plausible interpretation of what's going on.
Yeah, no, there's a reason why. Yeah, I mean, I ultimately what I just want to know honestly is just there's going to be a presupposition against predictive prophecy, so I think that's going to be guiding a lot of methodology. And I think that the points that are brought up are definitely they're definitely consistent with the understanding of this book of 2nd century reading. But it's just
First of all, do you think it is a 2nd century?
no.
You think it was written in 5th century BC?
Yeah, and there's a few things. There's a few things that I would go over. Yeah, I do put it somewhere in minority view, and I think that if I was a little more autism, or honest, it is going to be a lot more powerful of a prophetic text, you know. So you just say, well, the reason that people have to get to the 2nd century dating is because the evidence points that way, and just genuine motivated feel, and I get that.
It has the kind of the linguistic discrepancies, the historical discrepancies, the tone and like present tense centered language. How do you get past all that?
Well, there are quirks to those, right? So there's going to be.
There's still what's known as the controversial paths. Like if some conclusion doesn't sit well with him, you'll find this like one scholar defends his view and like really go into their report and like learn all of the arguments and kind of like stop investigating views better.
Nice. I want to keep investigating this back. And that's the reason I'm not.
That's not inconsistent with what I said.
When you said that I want to stop.
I said that you did.
As the most simple guy in this room, I would always have Daniel's prophecy in past this time period where we say it was written.
No.
Well, I think it does, and their religious prophecies are wrong.
Yeah, that's what I meant. And that it does speak about events past this point in time, but it gets them wrong. It gets everything prior to that right with the right degree of evidence. Well, maybe not more vague, but it's like gets stuff wrong after that. And there's this kind of harmony between how far back the historical record is being referenced, as in the stuff that's being referenced about the 6th, 5th, 4th century, some details about that. Those are made more vague because Jewish authors in the 2nd century BCE obviously didn't have rigorous historical records dating back 400 years. But then as you approach closer to the 200 BC time period, they get more and more accurate. And it's written as though the author is kind of, the kind of language is used as though the author is like made the crisis, not writing about it several hundred years before.
Yeah, I mean, they actually, I mean, some Jewish authors of roughly the time, although the time here is actually several centuries, or had shockingly bad access to. I mean, I don't really blame them or anything. I'm not calling them stupid, but they had shockingly bad access to history and got made huge chronological errors. Like I think there's a second century AD, not BC, but AD piece of Jewish writing that goes over history of the Jewish peoples, and it talks about the Persian Empire, the Persian domination of Judea, but it seems to think that it only lasted for like 30 to 50 years instead of several centuries. I can look it up if you're interested. Again, I don't really blame them for not knowing this. Like modern, having access to really high quality Wikipedia or encyclopedia articles is like a modern luxury that we wouldn't expect people in a much less literate ancient world to have. But still, I mean, the going assumption should be that people had very imperfect knowledge of what happened centuries before, especially in terms of specific details like chronology, as opposed to like just sort of like high notes like we were ruled by the Persians and not we were ruled by the Persians.
Well, it makes sense to me that the writings will come out later, right? Because Daniel was in a position of, he was under control, right? So, if he directly wrote these things, how would it
It's hard enough to hear.
Except that guy who the Chad was, I think he was Muslim after who wrestled the shooter in Australia. And he was definitely a Muslim. He was definitely a Muslim. You know, the guy I don't know if that was. People make a Chad a hard time. Every time I watch that clip, 2 weeks, just runs up to the guy and starts wrestling him. What a beast. Apparently he got a check. Yeah, so some GoFundMe or something raised $2.5 million for him. Deserve it. Although I think at some point, maybe he's not actually going to do it, but at some point he said he was going to give it to the victims' families. I mean, if he does that, then, I don't know, that's evidence for Islam, I think. Well, I don't know, make a biggest balls. What's funny about him is that he's kind of just like unassuming. What would it be, like own a fruit stand or something? I don't know. That's like a fucking anime thing that Conger is like also a ninja. Yeah, and it's like, you know, he's kind of just, I don't know, he has this like dad bod, he's not a smooth guy, you know, he just, average, big kegger. There's the butter. Do y'all get these vegetable based? You know, no, technically not butter, but butters. So good though. Canola oil, just like plant based butter. It's fucking great. Made by, you know, sunseed, rapeseed oil. That's a very unfortunate name because that's what they use canola. I thought the seeds were bad. This particular seed is.
So like, a friend of mine, he's
I'm kind of like triggered about the idea of the very like agreeing with me of it's demonization. Again, it was like, yeah, why are you looking down the road? Yeah, Kitover. Was MJ agreeing with Greg? Like defending Greg? So. Greg. Oh, I thought you meant Greg the Hegel.
so a friend of mine was telling me a story
When did Andrew make movies? What did you say, Andrew? What did you do? What did you do? Sasha better get the breakdown. Sasha.
Look, also sounds like there's a lot of doubt. Scriptures that we are dealing with, right? But why the fuck do we give the scriptures so much importance?
Andrew, why do we give scripture so much importance?
If we think it's, it's not all the way correct.
Given that there's a controversial assumption.
You leave a book, you left the church. And it's the Catholic Church.
Church. The church.
You don't understand what I'm saying, because all the time was very focused. You put some work into it.
I ain't studied shit, bro. I've studied. Probably. You remember that? You remember the meme? While you were out partying, I was studying the legend.
Absolutely. And I think I was living like I was living.
You were out partying. You weren't studying the legend.
I was making music. Well, look, can I ask you this? My interpretation of Daniel is like ultimately he prophesied the end of European control on Earth. And I think that's what we're witnessing right now.
It prophesies the end of European control.
Daniel, I think, yeah, the final rules that he could I could be like completely off, but I do feel like even people that don't even deal with the scriptures and study it believe that, and they are conducting themselves in manners to avoid that reality.
See what you're saying?
Because look, just on a basic level, we're seeing world markets emerging and shit like this, obviously shit in power. It's just how you react to it and how you deal with it.
It's almost around zero. That didn't have the nukes.
We don't want to get into a good thing.
No, we definitely don't want to.
It's not benefiting.
start preschool. The teacher's gonna tell him it's time for a nap. He's gonna say, what's the argument for that?
It's not peaceful, man.
Well, typically around a year and a half after, the parental independence. We're probably gonna take a few months extra.
If you're there, the question for you, you've obviously had an interaction with that guy the night before, which was basically trash. Was it like multiple times? Just once?
Yeah, at least 3. LBA usually doesn't resort to that kind of thing, so it's gotta be legit.
Yeah, that's why I said Mark is a good benchmark as well. If he gets frustrated, it should be far quicker than far later than the rest of us, right? Much longer than the rest of us probably did like this country, because everyone else would be frustrated way earlier. I was listening for quite some time. It wasn't like, and Mark said it multiple times, the same thing. So that's just completely tragic.
Well, there were multiple times where Mark is like, you're interrupting, and the guy seems to acknowledge it, but then just ignores it. Just continues to go on with his question.
Yeah, but I was just going to keep doing what I was just doing.
Yeah.
Hey, you interrupted me. Stop this. Yeah, but I'm just going to keep going.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, and then he just goes on to say what he wanted to say. I never interacted with him. This is like the first time. I can't quite recall having heard him talk.
It's frustrating as a listener. Just for the way it's not so much the content, but just the way somebody interacts. Especially if the other it's not so once Mark's goes like
I love the kind of very passive way Mark does that. He's like, I don't want to talk to you anymore. He's like, no insults or something. Just like, very sterile declaration.
But in one sense, that's more of an insult than anything else, but it's not very
I
hard.
agree.
I want to talk to you, it's like, that's like really bad.
I admire it. I have to layer in some insults usually.
It might be more explicitly hypothetically, it might be more explicitly hostile if I, weren't using my real name.
Well, I do think you could try to do it on what we do if you want. So that's good.
I think it was like checking a replay or something.
Nowadays, I'm not just just not recording this. I could just not listen to you.
Or as we say, it's time to nap. He's my child.
having the super burden of proof. And so the ball is in your court.
Yes, counter burden. Counter burden. I hope you're joking. It doesn't work like that. Since, I mean, for people that want to be strict on it, it's like it's the person making the claim. Like if you say it isn't the case that God exists, you have a burden. And if Mark says God does not exist, he has a burden. But you making me go first, it's kind of weird. Then I asked you, but yeah. No. I'm not saying what explains God's existence. I'm saying what explains why you believe God exists. How did you figure that out? What if somebody just says the universe always existed? Yeah, that's just what it is. You're saying you actually no, my point is that you were just saying, but you're saying it didn't always exist. It's actually been created. Yeah. So, what leads you to believe that? The fact. What does that mean? Okay, so if they say how can you rule out that every day before today had a day before, places, there's going to be a disagreement reasons. So it's like, hey, why did God allow Hitler to do what he did? Or what do you say to that? What I'm saying is when they give me a reason, I have a reason that what I'm saying. No, because it can show. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, it could be both depending on the law, but here, or it could be one or the other. Yeah, it could be. Look, you could have a bad law and breaking it could also be bad. I'm not even sure what you're saying, honestly. Okay, honestly, separate. Do you understand his language? I think he speaks Farsi or Swahili. So do you understand it? Because I know you speak it. I speak Arabic. Okay, you speak Arabic. My bad. I know that That's not my question, though. That's not my question. Why doesn't God just twinkle his nose and stop? Exactly. Thank you. Okay. That's a fair answer. Actually, agree that he would bear down eventually. It's like, well, why do you let him do anything? Okay, good. I'm just making sure that you're interacting with the actual issue. But the point is here, Miller, is that people are putting forth reasons that they believe that God does not exist, or that he that is a reason. That is a reason. No, I'm not going to bring that.
He really bad.
So I don't think the responses, once you get past that, I haven't really heard really good responses to that. Maybe Mark can comment on that. That's not, I would take up the mantle any further than that, because I agree with you, it's kind of an arbitrary, just like, where are you going to stop? As far as, well, there's always going to be the next worst thing, right? So we can, right? How do you understand the nature of God without the nature? I mean, that would be the question. Of course, you are. I can't understand. I don't understand God. He's not this way. Yeah, please. Yeah, that's right. The infinite regress issue, or is, I think that's different than saying, where do you stop God intervening to stop certain perceived evils, right? That's a different question. The infinite regress. It's just saying, is it the case that is that possible that every day before today has a previous day? Is that possible? You know what he meant. No, I don't think you see how those two are nowadays. Are you saying that I try to use past president like John makes sense up? I believe that the past is finite, or what I'm saying for those that don't, they'll just say you need to demonstrate that it is not infinite. But it can't be infinite. far as voting, job you choose, so on and so forth, right? Yeah, that's probably true. How can you have a belief if you can't differentiate between reproduction and evolution? Can I answer the question? Oh. Okay, go ahead and answer your question one more time. What's the question? I don't know. I don't know. I overthink back here.
Only offered to the define it this problem, right? So the best version of that is Schillenberg's version, right? So for it's sort of like it's very much plausible, right? It's a truth-seeking non-believer with a had more evidence of yeah, one second, I'm offering the argument.
He's not preaching. He's not preaching.
One second. Yeah, so the Doherty would agree that it's plausible that there's a non-believer, atheist, truth seeker who, if God's existence was largely flawed, would have believed it. Okay, you're gonna go with that. That's not really plausible.
No, I think it's not plausible.
Most people will go with the argument, right? Like, they'll say, yeah, it's plausible, right? That there are these unbelievers that are truth seekers that would have believed if there was
Why no? You have evidence for everything you believe in, Thor? You have absolute evidence for everything you believe in, Thor? I'm not a stretch. I don't believe in everything that I don't know about. I don't have it. I have those things that aren't true that you know is the case without any evidence for it either. Go ahead, Senator, and tell us why God does not exist.
The thing is, it's like, so you would say, Corey, that there are no atheists exist that really want the truth. Like, if they were presented with, like, starking, obvious
This is not right. Tell us why God does not exist. Go ahead.
well, that's one reason, like, that, there are these atheists who are really seeking for the truth, right? Would believe if God were to make his existence obvious, right?
So I have a question for you. Do you think careless investigation?
Sorry.
Do you think doing a careless investigation is identical to resistance?
No.
So think about it. Not doing your due diligence to investigate something that is potentially is the most significant thing you could ever believe. You're telling me carelessly investigating such a thing is not resistance, not identical to resistance.
Yeah, someone can do like someone can do very much thorough investigations and stuff like that. So don't believe like they're not resistant, right? They just haven't found enough evidence, right?
But that's not what I asked you. I asked you, is careless investigation, is that resistance?
careless investigation. I just woke up this mess. I thought it's careless investigation, non-resistance.
Yeah, careless investigation of God's existence, reasons for and against God's existence. Is that resistance?
Sure, you can think about it that way.
So why would an atheist ever accept that there are atheists who have done their due diligence in investigating whether God exists or not?
Because they think that, right? Like you talk about atheists, right? If God, if there was really enough evidence for this, and they even say we hope that it's real, like for example, Alex O'Connor says he's a hopeful communist that he wants Christianity to be true, right? He just doesn't have enough evidence. So I just think that their work, right? They're sincere, right? Like, I mean, you can take the view that they're not, right? But it's not, that's not plausible, right? That's plausible.
These people will also tell you that even if Jesus showed up in the clouds and all the stars rearranged themselves to say Jesus exists, they still wouldn't believe it because they think aliens would be more likely or more plausible explanation.
At this point, we would believe, right? Like I just talked a lot of say, yeah, it was that this like the office would have believed, right, or something like that, right?
Oh yeah, who says that?
Yeah, like if you look at, for example, Alex O'Connor says, yeah, if God were to appear to me, I would believe, right? He said that to many videos, right? But I've never
Said that.
Sorry.
Really, he says that because from my experience, whenever I talk to these, you know who's the last person who told me he's a non-resistant non-believer? It's Venus, out of all people. Venus is under the impression he's a non-resistant non-believer.
I think he said, right, he says that if God were to appear to him, he would believe.
But anyway, even if you say they're non-resistant non-believers, God would have three reasons to allow the existence of these people. A, it allows for us to sometimes make more significant free choices. It gives you the freedom to explore, to decide for yourself. B, a quest for God can be mysterious and beautiful. C, there's some good in us bringing others to God as opposed to God directly doing it himself.
By the way, I hope you know, I don't come on, we're just like, me and Andrew, we're Christians, right? We're just playing the role of like a that I'm not trying to convince, like I'm not convinced even of arguments and wanting to bring
God does not exist or not.
Try to say that. But yeah, I absolutely, I hope you know that, right? Because you're a Catholic asking us recently, like I'm a Christian, you know that.
Seems like the very fact that the fact that God doesn't show himself can simply be explained by the fact that it allows us to sometimes make more significant moral choices or free choices. It gives us the freedom to explore and to decide for ourselves whether we want to live with God forever or not.
that reason alone, because the argument for non-belief, you could think that, for me, my hero was, and I know a lot of people think that, it's not because of skeptical theism. I also like that, yeah, there could be a reason. I just don't know the reason for why God doesn't result as he could, right? But I don't know that reason, right? I just like skeptical theism also being applied to find that there's a lot of people do it. Yeah, I can see it. I don't think it's a very convincing response, though. I think the reason I gave, which is it allows you to decide for yourself, it gives you leeway to explore, to make significant free choices. It allows you to bring other people to God as opposed to God directly to himself. And also the quest for God is mysterious and beautiful. And sometimes being away from God allows for a greater appreciation of God if you find that. I think all of these reasons just completely undercut the argument for non-belief. You know,
Kitover level, they're not out there. This is a test to see if you serve how higher authority to be put in a position to do bigger things.
Why don't you just say, instead of a test, you just say, well, if God wants us to freely love him, instead of it being forced, then he would put us in a world where it's not so unexpected. He would put us in a world in which sometimes it's not so obvious, it's not 100% obvious that he exists.
Right, like you said, it is a test of your heart condition. Your pragmatic thinking ability.
Hey, Caleb, how's it going, bro? But do you know, by the way, I do have what's interesting, sorry to cut you off, maybe you were going to find that interesting, is that, these near-death experiences, I think there was a study that showed that 90% of people actually become either theists or deists after the experience if they were atheists. And that's like a huge percentage, right? So, because it felt so real to them, right? So like, here, that can be evidence that there really is, like, resistance, like, that people actually, if they experience these types of experiences, will change their minds, right? I mean, it's hard to imagine if someone had, like, this experience, like, all that they're still going to remain, right, in the same position as they were if they were atheists, right? Like, if they sort of see them. But maybe, I don't know, it's like I said, even if you accept that they're non-resistant non-believers, still not a problem because it's equally expected on theism as non-theism. So God not being manifestly apparent in creation. Sure. I don't think that non-resistant bad on the near-death stuff. I haven't read that much on it, but I have read some, and I think that's right. And what's also interesting too is that I argued that before in the context of the Odyssey, when people talk about all the evil that's committed from the afterlife, that wouldn't be worth it, right? I mean, you interview people who go through that stuff. I don't know very many near-death experiences, but the person's not a great believer, like, oh my gosh, I almost died. Why don't I get my family, whatever, right? They have a heart attack. They're just in an absolute state of peace and bliss. Didn't want to go back to the first place. Everything they were worried about in life just sort of went away in that moment, right? And they're happy to be alive. They were slightly happy to just cross over the other side or whatever. So I think I'll do that. Essentially, do you have some sort of reference for that? Also, Severn, same question. Yeah. Same. Few authors. Yeah. There was probably Bruce Grayson's probably the head guy on it. He's on quite a bit of papers on it, so I have to find a paper somewhere about that, like reactions to near-death experiences. The best book I know on the subject is The Self Does Not Die, and it's from 2016. That has like a bunch of different accounts that are very cool. I'm still working that's the ones where people say things that you can verify that they shouldn't. Right? Like the ones where people say I floated my body and I went 2 floors of the hospital and there was a guy on the third floor in a red shirt who was getting stood amputated at 3 o'clock, and they wake up and tell you that, and it turns out that there was in fact a guy on the third floor with a red shirt who was getting stood amputated at 3 o'clock, stuff like that.
Sorry, I misspoke. I meant to falsify. How do you possibly ever falsify that they're real or verifiable?
Well, things that were not true or things like that. Like, I don't know, if they went to heaven and they saw their mom there, but their mom was still alive, like that would be kind of weird. Like stuff like that.
I don't know. Like, would it be weird? Because, I mean, presumably their mom is gonna die someday, and I don't know, their mom might be in heaven. The afterlife might not exist in the same temporal manifold. I don't know, you might. I don't know. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, you could say that, but like certainly if I don't know if they died, like suppose that their cousin died a few days before and they weren't told that and they died, they go there and they come back and say that was weird. I saw Ronnie there, and then they're told then oh Ronnie actually died of a heart attack a few days ago. We didn't tell you yet. Like would you see that as evidence then to say well they did presumably they didn't know that the person was dead, the fact that they saw him in heaven. But like by that same argument you could say well it's irrelevant because heaven could be different time-wise, so seeing any dead person wouldn't be any evidence or anything.
I'd say B. I don't know. I tend to think about that. I guess the evidence would be something like if they had a near-death experience and they saw their cousin in heaven and their cousin told them, hey, I died 2 days ago. That would be very good evidence.
I agree. I'm not aware of it on that specific. Even the vertical stuff, right? Like with the amputee red shirt guy, like if they said that and then that wasn't true, then I guess that could be some evidence that they were saying. So.
I just think near-death experiences themselves are evidence because it's something that's very unexpected given naturalism. Given naturalism, you would expect that people wouldn't have these vivid experiences as their brain is shutting down. In fact, you'd expect the opposite, their experiences to become duller and duller and duller until it just fades away.
Yeah. I mean, it would depend on how you're saying the brain works, right? You could say with like a dying brain, you can expect to get some weird stuff, but I don't know enough about neurology to comment, but I think the best argument is that they're inconsistent, that there are people who, you know, if they're Catholics, they'll see the Virgin Mary, if they're Buddhists, they'll see some of the Buddhist like gods. Like your cultural environment impacts sort of the afterlife that you usually see.
Well, when I said it's very unexpected given naturalism, I'm talking about the standard paradigm, which is consciousness is just identical to some very complicated physical process in the brain, and there has to be multiple brain regions active at the same time. There has to be neural binding to produce consciousness. Now, on that theory, which is the standard model, you would expect that consciousness would dull as brain regions become less and less active. As far as the evidence you brought up against it, I just don't think that's very convincing because what people report is going to depend on their interpretation, not merely on the phenomenal experience, but also what cultural background they're from. For instance, Native Americans reported that Europeans were monsters. Even though their phenomenal experiences were identical to yours, they reported seeing monsters as opposed to people on horses.
Or demigods.
That's true. So you're saying that they can't be evidence for a particular religion. Like if someone dies and sees Jesus, that would be strong evidence for Christians. That you can say that it's cultural.
Well, if somebody died and they saw Jesus, like that person, that figure told them, yeah, I'm Jesus, that would be pretty good evidence.
They might interpret it. I mean, it depends like if they were a Christian, right?
But if that person interpreted the figure figure of light, because I think what people end up seeing is some sort of figure of light, and that then they interpret that as some sort of religious figure.
Sure, but this is again the history that they were laying, right? It might be the case that remembering in those talks that like they saw the light and they say where's a miracle, your memory slipped place where they think that it's Jesus Christ. Your brain is sort of thinking because you thought it was Jesus, that's the end of Jesus. You just already know about the brain and stuff like that. There's not a lot of I think that they're interesting, right? I think this is something we should approach this from one hand, the fact for a possibility. These are some things to that. On the other hand, the fact that there are some also some complex just takes into report some of those all about CT. And that's been fun. That's provided we feel all of those citations. But like I don't just first of all, like what? Sorry. What I mean when we say what we mean when we say near-death experiences are frequently expected on physical bodies. But is it just this is the sort of thing that can happen if you're a dualist? Like, I guess what it would mean is it's less surprising given theism. Given theism and given the existence of the soul, it's not very surprising that people report very vivid experiences of an afterlife. But given naturalism, it's just very, very surprising. Are they giving experiences of an afterlife? Yeah. They're specifically giving accounts of their soul detaching from their body, looking at themselves from above, going through a tunnel through a different realm where there are beams of light, blah, blah, blah. I mean, aren't most near-death experiences like the way we kind of tell that someone has them is that they give these sorts of accounts of the physical, immediate physical environment? You're talking about theoretical near-death experiences, which people recount actual events which happened. But Bruce Clinton has a classification of near-death experiences, right? And not typically it's the minority that's theoretical. The majority is follows a typical order, I guess, in which there are like several stages. Stage one is they view themselves from above. Stage 3 is traveling through a tunnel. Stage 3 is seeing beams of light. Stage 4 is I don't know what follows after that. So maybe I just don't guess beyond the like this is the sort of thing that can happen if you're a dualist. I guess like it's possible in that sort of sense. I don't understand how theism predicts that. Oh, you're gonna, when you're near death, you're gonna kind of disassociate from your physical body, but you'll still be in the immediate physical surroundings. You're gonna pass through this thing. And then actually what can happen is like, oh no, actually the soul can then get yanked back into the body and then reintegrated with your physical body. How does theism predict anything? I don't think it's either the future documents is very original, given theism. But given that that the afterlife itself or visions of an afterlife is soul detaching from the body, that's exactly what you expect given theism. But even though it doesn't predict specific features, it predicts these two features at least. That's much better than naturalism, on which everything about near-death experiences is extremely unlikely. In the naturalism, I'm not sure that that's true. And it seems weird. It seems like we're sorry, Kevin. Yeah, sure. Explains just saying that. I mean, Bob's gonna know about the physiology than I would be. You'd say that given the parameters of the physical brain, it's not that unlikely that you get like hallucinations and stuff like that on the brain on certain occasions. I think that Rebecca has something different in mind. Maybe, but because I don't think Aga is going to say. Actually, this isn't expected on like something, I think he's gonna, I don't know. It sounded like he made some sort of appeal to how consciousness operates under natural
show, we can just discuss whether these empirical claims are true or not.
Sure. I need to sit. I'm playing with my son. I need to sit with my computer to verify stuff. Which I'm down to have that call.
Yeah, maybe not right now. You think in neurophysiology, Bob, like you know how action potentials work.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying I'm not sure like heart stops pumping. That means that all action potentials in your neurons just evaporate.
No, I didn't say those.
Oh, sorry. It sounded like that's what you were saying.
No, I didn't say as soon as your heart stops. I said after your heart stops at some point, what you'd expect is that as the brain is deprived of more and more oxygen, more and more of the brain ceases to function. And since the visual cortex, since the occipital cortex is dependent on oxygen to function, you wouldn't have visual hallucinations as you're deprived of oxygen.
All of that is on a temporal spectrum, I guess. Like obviously, what you're saying is true at some point. What is in contention is like what is the all of these like time scales are kind of malleable. It's not like we know for a fact that after heart starts pumping, 43 seconds afterwards, the occipital lobe doesn't have enough oxygen to produce any sort of visual imagery. And the conversation would then be like, what are the empirics of the matter? How accurately can we measure action potentials? But that's what I'm saying when I need to get the computer.
Right. But we do have good empirical evidence from animal studies, specifically in cardiac arrest-induced phase. Some people hooked up EEGs to pigs who had induced cardiac arrest, and they found that the action potentials cease after 30 seconds. And come on, this is exactly what you would expect given the front runners in neuroscience for to explain consciousness. Given the global workspace theory, given integrated information theory, this is exactly what you would expect to get. Because on global workspace theory, what is consciousness? Consciousness is just when multiple brain regions began to integrate information or began to broadcast information. So you need multiple brain regions to function together, right? So if that is disrupted,
a lot of that kind of stuff. I'm saying a lot of that kind of stuff is up in the air whether or not the empirics actually conclusively point in that direction. Like stuff like EEGs measure, synchronized postsynaptic potentials. It doesn't say that. Although literally no electric potential remains in any neuron.
But I'm not talking about conclusively, right? You're not understanding. I'm not saying we have logical proof. I'm merely saying given our most plausible theories in neuroscience to explain consciousness, you would expect that as oxygen levels decrease, consciousness would dim. You would expect more vivid experiences as oxygen levels increase.
Okay, but that's all fine. I guess when we're getting narrower into the specific of the empirics, and you're saying like, well, EEGs on animal studies, and I'm saying like, a low amplitude or flat EEG doesn't mean that there's no electrical activity in the brain. It just means synchronized postsynaptic activity is low or absent. That doesn't mean there's literally no brain activity or no consciousness or not enough to have anything interesting happen. There are a bunch of cases where you have like continuous sporadic firing of neurons and other activity. I don't know. I just have lower confidence that when we use these types of tools to measure whatever relevant brain activity you're pointing to, that these kind of point in the direction.
I never said there's no detectable. Sorry, I said there's no detectable neural activity, but I never said there's no neural activity at all, right? So you're not really.
If that's not the case, then what are we?
isolated neural activity, but our front runners for consciousness in neuroscience tell us that you don't need, that isolated brain activity is not sufficient. That can be distributed. You need information to be distributed throughout the brain or integrated throughout multiple brain regions to have consciousness. If that is what I'm
language is ambiguous. Like, what does it mean for to go? No, but okay, just go ahead. I thought you what
analysis that you bringing up isolated brain activity is just orthogonal to the discussion we're having.
No, but I'm not saying there's isolated brain activity. I'm saying our instruments, I don't think are sufficient to measure whether or not isolated or integrated processing is happening, even though an EEG is flat. That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't have the level of granularity to say that.
Oh, okay. Well, that's an empirical claim. That's very easy to verify. So, given that global workstation theory predicts that you should have distributed information processing between the frontal networks, the feed forward and the feed backward networks, specifically the occipital lobe, and I think it's the part of the temporal lobe, and that activity takes place over relatively vast distances in the brain, and it takes place inside the association cortices. That activity is detectable on EEG.
What I'm saying is that a low amplitude or flat EEG doesn't mean there's literally no neuronal activity. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but who said anything about no neuronal?
You're saying, like, for your point to land, there has to be no communication between these brain regions.
No.
And I'm saying that's not what an EEG shows.
For my point to land, it merely requires there has to be no widespread communication between brain regions.
And that's the level of granularity. I'm saying, I'm not conceding that is the case. I'm not conceding there has to be, like, what does widespread even mean? These like terms are so ambiguous, and the level to which communication is needed or not needed, we're like entirely unsure of. We don't know how much electrical neuronal activity is needed for any of this to work. The empirics aren't so.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then. If the theory predicts that you require, in order for you to be conscious, you require multiple brain regions to exchange information, and don't you think that theory predicts that as these tracts are disrupted, you should experience less and less consciousness? I mean, don't you think that
as time goes on, yeah.
Yeah, okay, there you go. That's all that's needed, right? So you're just not getting the point.
What do you mean that's all that's needed? Like the person who's having a near-death experience, it's not like you're tracking their experiences to the times in which these low activities happen. Like you're counting on them like waking up and then telling you about those experiences. There's no way you're going to be able to tell, oh, actually, when you had these experiences, that's when everything was flatlined. Like, you're never going to be able to say that. And so the person wakes up, and all you can say is they have some experiences while undergoing this. The difficulty is, for your point to land here, is that, they need to be having these experiences when such and such time. And obviously they didn't die, so their brain didn't actually cease to function. Like, they were never near brain death.
I don't think you're really tracking the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm making is, first of all, it's simply not true that we can't determine at what time these experiences occur, because we do have evidence for that. Specifically, people report all sorts of events which happened at a time at which their heart was non-functional for 30 seconds, and we have studies from animals going with that.
That's shown exactly. So I'm not sure you understand my point. I'm saying from the heart stopping in these 30 seconds.
Or do you want to hear yourself?
No, I just want to clarify what the point I'm making. There's a time interval. There's a time interval in these 30 seconds.
What is wrong with you?
So I'm just trying to clarify my point, because it seemed like you were going off of something I didn't.
I let you finish your entire train of thought, but you keep interrupting me and keep missing the point.
Sorry, you interrupt me too. I'm not as sensitive to being interrupted. saying, saying the same thing over and over again and not understand what I'm saying. Okay, go ahead. It's very simple. If variable x causes variable y, then you expect that if variable x is disrupted, then variable y is going to either cease or decrease, right? Right. That's like the simplest theory. Okay, apply that to I'm saying that's not how the brain works as neatly. It's not neat, but that's generally what you expect. Is it not? No, I know it is what you generally would expect. I'm saying within that, there's just a whole host of ambiguity where we don't exactly understand how consciousness works on natural physical to where you have this time period between heart stopping and whatever these 30 seconds are until the heart restarts. I assume that's what the 30 seconds are. And sure, I can buy that while the brain is hypoxic, there's like a decrease of consciousness. I'm saying, first of all, they didn't die, obviously, so there's no reason to think that nothing can happen. Like, they were never brain dead. They were never anoxic to a degree where no brain activity happened. So there's always, during that time period, there's always potential for the brain to do interesting things. And second of all, during that 30 seconds, we have no idea if they formed a... Oh, maybe we can do that actually. Yeah, you keep making assertions like their brain was never anoxic. Well, sorry, the other grammatical. That their brain was anoxic. What's the evidence? That they did EEGs on these animals and they noticed that it's flat EEG. What's a flat EEG evidence of generally? It's evidence of anoxia. It's evidence of no brain activity. Now you all know that it's not evidence of no brain activity. Wait, you don't think a flat EEG is not even evidence of no brain activity? Oh, sorry. Obviously, it's evidence of no brain activity. I'm just saying a flat EEG doesn't imply that there's no brain activity in that sense. Yeah. Who said anything about obviously it's evidence. Nobody's saying it. The only but for it to land, like these people didn't die, Agamemnon. Obviously, the evidence of a flat EEG doesn't mean that there was no brain activity. Because if there was no brain activity, they would be dead. Okay, so when you say it doesn't mean that there's no brain activity, do you mean we don't have a plausible reason to believe that there's no brain activity? Or do you mean we can't prove 100%? No, I mean the fact that they didn't die and had like their consciousness resumed means that there was no point during which there was no brain activity. Dude, how does that follow? Okay, first of all, you're not answering the question. The question is, does a flat EEG gives you reasons to plausibly think there's no brain activity? That's the first question. No. Well, again, the question is what you mean by plausibly give you reason. I'm saying a flat EEG is obviously you would expect a flat EEG on a brain dead patient. But the fact that you have a flat EEG doesn't mean that they're brain dead. Okay, like you keep saying the same thing over and over again. Not answer the question I'm asking you. Okay, when you say it doesn't mean that they don't have brain activity, okay, are you saying that flat EEG doesn't give you more reasons than not to suppose they don't have brain activity? Or are you saying no? I am saying that. Can you just let me finish? Or are you just why do you need to finish when I've already said alternative A is right? Like, why do you need to say alternative B? I don't understand what's wrong with you. Okay, so you're trying to give me a choice between alternative A and alternative B. You finish saying alternative A, and I'm saying that's correct, and you're like, let me finish. Like, why? So wait, you think a flat EEG would give you good reasons to believe that they don't have brain activity necessary for consciousness? No, that is something you would expect to see if they don't have consciousness. I'm saying in these cases where the patient obviously wasn't brain dead because they fucking woke up, then no, I don't grant this. So let me try to. It's a finding that is obviously consistent with being brain dead. But in these cases, in the